Cheers, mate.
Of the race are currently playing out.
Welcome everybody to the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park, round 3 of the South Australian Motor Racing Championships. Whether you're watching here at the circuit or on Blendline TV, thank you very much for joining us. Got a big day's racing action ahead of us, as we can see, highlighted by 2 Australian Formula 4 races at 10 o'clock and at 2:45. But between then, we've got MG racing, a bit of Excels, quite a lot of Excels, in fact, 2 more Masters races and 2 more trophy races. Got Alfa Romeo's prototypes and the big endurance race, the MARC cars and invited race a little bit later on this afternoon. So very much looking forward to a packed schedule here at the Shell V-Power Bend Motorsport Park. I am Dan McCarthy. Alongside me is Martin Ancaro. This is a track you know very well, mate.
Yes, it really is my home track. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Taylor Bend here in South Australia. Here's our track layout. 4.95 kilometre circuit, 18 turns, in case you're not too familiar with it. Big long kilometre straight here. And we can see it comes up. We've got turn 1 coming up, the tight. It was really a position change as head down to turn 1, the tight right-hander. Then there's the switchbacks down between turns 2 and 3, just over the crest. Down we come, down to the big opportunity of passing down there at turn 6. Then the climb up the hill. There's all the right-handers. And away we go. We've got turn 7, 8, 9, 10. Keep going. Then we'll just turn slightly left down there at 11. And then we head back to the main complex. Back into the stadiums, I guess the stadiums section of the track, turn 13. And then we come up over the hill. It looks flat at this map, but it's not all flat. And now that tricky turn 17, we were talking a bit about that yesterday. And we come around to swing down towards the home turn, which is turn 18 of this complex, and head straight down towards the finishing position. So we see a lap record we were talking about yesterday, John Magro record of 140.279 in the F3 series back in 2019. And beautiful conditions here this morning, not a cloud in the sky. We had a little bit of fog yesterday morning to start off proceedings, but we have no issues here at all. It's a terrific and a really lovely morning here in Taylor Bend Township, just down the road here, a couple of kilometres down the road. Not very far away, of course, from the famous Coorong area, which is just a few kilometres down the road as well.
Absolutely right in the heart of the Murrayland. You can almost throw a stone from where we are in the commentary box into the Murray River. Beautiful part of not only South Australia but the world. And here is the grid after finishing position, setting the grid for this one. So Phil Chester took a dominant win yesterday. Unfortunately, though, race 1 plagued by safety cars, really. We didn't get too many green flag laps, but when we did, Phil Chester was simply unstoppable in a league of his own. He beat home Jason Holmes in the MGZR, who put in a good performance and took Michael Trathen, second position off Michael Trathen early on in that race. And it is the defending champion that will come out of third in his MG Midget, head of Kim Cole in his Rover Tomcat. We should explain, it's not only MGs, it's MGs and invited British sports cars. So as we see on the next page, Chris Gibney, Jeffrey St John Cox, Paul Vernell and Gary Gibson in his Triumph GT6 Mark III. Beyond that, David McKinnon, Vincenzo Guicciardo. I struggle to say that. I can say it when I
Not strong on you,
when I'm not thinking about it. I can say his name, no problem. Jason Edwards next, then David Begent, and then beyond that, in what is a really large field, Anthony Vollebrecht, Gregory White, Danny Karma, John Makem.
There's a little midget there at the back of the field.
And then beyond that, Trevor Dunford, Murray Stevenson, David Hopper, and John Illingworth. So, yeah, and they still continue. Jane Vollebrecht and Rodney Gibb, they both didn't greet the checkered flag yesterday. Hopefully they are out there, and we can see
I don't think we'll see anything of Rodney Gibb here. That car had some substantial damage to that car yesterday, so I don't think that we seeing that car this morning. So this, of course, is MG and invited British, as we did explain there, Dan. Broken up into various classes, and we'll explain that as the race progresses. This was also supposed to be round 2 of the South Australian Sports Sedan Series. That didn't come about because of lack of entries. So the only under 2-litre sports sedan in this group will be David Kiggin in the early model Corolla. And he's not actually running for any points. He's just out there for a few laps. That's good to see. This is actually a part of the National MG Series here this weekend. And it's also great to have him on board. He's already saw, Phil Chester dominate yesterday. And well, I guess we'll probably look at doing a bit of the same today as well. Very strong, big V8 powered, highly modified MG.
Paul Vanel on screen. He was finding himself right in the thick of the action throughout yesterday's race. It was a great battle in and around that 5th, 6th position. So, yeah, we see the cars heading around the back section of the course.
Vanel running in the modern class. They run a radial tyre on those cars. And very limited modifications there. So they're the more modern versions, even though that their pole set of Paul Chester's got an older version GT, but it's also highly modified, so that puts him in the open class because lots of modifications. So basically all the open class cars will be up the pointy area of the field, and with the higher modifications as well. We've also got a classic section, so you can have a look at the MGBs and the midgets towards the back of the field. They're in the classic section in that class. So basically these three classes, there's no Group S cars here in this group. So so we've got obviously a few ZR series cars here, which are more the modern version of the MGs. And there's Kim Cole there. That's not an MG. That's a Rover Tomcat. We saw it was highly competitive too yesterday. Finished up in 4th position. So we'll keep a close eye on that as well. Bright orange car there, the GT6 there of. I'm trying to think who had that GT6. Oh, sorry, Gary Gibson. My apologies. And he's just gone through as well. So that's another older style classic car in that class.
So, cars coming around the final couple of corners. Race number 1 of the day, not too far away at all. In the opening round of the National MG and Invited British Sports Cars Championship, Phil Chester showed them a clean pair of heels, taking all 3 race victories. Did so again yesterday, so he is certainly the man to beat early on in this season. He often is the man to beat, but didn't have and I was just about to say, he didn't have consistency last year. Well, he's not on the grid.
He's not there at all.
No.
So left Jason Holmes there on the front of the grid there all by himself. So he'll have no one to look at on his his right-hand side. So it'll actually, Mike Traffin's the interesting one to see the white, the number 1 there, the little blue car behind him. He'll get a clean run straight through. He'll have no Chester in front of him. So, not too sure what's happened to Phil Chester here.
I'm sure he rolled out. I'm sure I saw that car leave the grid, so something's happened on the outlap. Great start from the 2 on the second row of the grid. Particularly Cole, who's going on the left-hand side. Trathen on the right-hand side of our eventual pole sitter, Holmes, who had the row all to himself. It's going to be 3 wide. Who's going to be last of the late breakers? It's going to be Trathen in the lightest machine of the 3. The reigning champ goes up from 3rd to 1st, down on the run into turn number 1.
Gee, car 86 caught one there.
Yeah,
and that's one of our local drivers. That's John Illingworth, the South Australian-based driver there. And he's going to be sporting a bit of damage on the back of that car. Things got a little bit tight down there at turn 1.
You'll see White, the yellow machine, just at the back of this shot. He was the one that hit him up the rear, and he's got substantial right front damage. So I don't think it's affected any suspension or anything, but it's definitely pushed the bodywork into and around the tyre. So fingers crossed that's not rubbing, and he can continue for the remainder of this race untroubled.
Paul Vanel being attacked there by local South Australian sports sedan driver there, Dave McKicken, in the early model Corolla. He's not running for any points here this weekend, so just getting a bit of practice in.
We've gone safety car, so I thought everybody came around that first turn okay. Maybe it's Chester that they've deployed the safety car for, that's somewhere around the course. Oh, off
geez.
goes.
That was the Gibson car, the GT6 there, and it's a pretty little car too. I don't want to see any damage there. And there's your answer.
The number 33 machine of Macomb has come to a halt at turn number 3, waving his hands around. He is not too happy about that. We've got a replay of what happened at turn number 1. Watch for the yellow machine, number 9, a little bit further back. It's a simple case of a few too many into one, don't go. Yeah, and substantial contact there. But then we'll continue with this shot, because what happens at turn number 3? Look for the red number 33. No, we don't quite see that on that shot.
And he's calling for a toe strap there. You can see extending the arms there. He's obviously got no drive left in that car.
This is chaos. Cars are 3 wide, 4 wide. They're still racing. Some of these guys completely unaware that a safety car has been deployed. There are boards and flags waving all around this circuit, but they are continuing to race each other.
I think they've seen all the flags now, so they'll back right off.
I'm not sure they have. No, they haven't, Mark. They're still racing some of these guys.
The 76 car there is Dave Hopper, isn't it, there, one of the South Australian drivers. He's gone hell for leather down there at turn 18. Well, there's the 9 car, the white car. Look at the front guard, and the fact that front guard's been followed right under there on the right-hand side. It's actually missing the headlight as well. It's knocked the whole panel out. And that's
substantial.
Got some substantial damage there. So it was a fair tag there on John Illingworth. There was no problems. We did see a shot there before the back of Illingworth's car that supporting a very large, there it is, a very large dent on the back of that car as well. So it's not what you want to see. The number 9 there, Greg White in the early model MGB there. Actually, of course, running in the classic section there, so we don't like to see classic cars being dented up like that, so I don't think he would have been either. Oh, there's the other one. I'm not too sure what Gibson was doing there. So
this was the safety car just been deployed at this point. He ran wide at the initial left-handed turn, and it meant he shortcutted across the road but couldn't slow it down, and on re-entry fired across the racetrack and back over to the grass on the left-hand side. So a frantic start. It's going to take a long time, I think, for stewards. I think they'll end up having to do after the race, work out who overtook who after the safety car, because there's a hell of a lot of overtaking when there certainly should not have been. But it looks like everybody has now worked out that we are under a caution period. And there are 18 cars still circulating around the racetrack. Chester is not one of them. Macomb, as we saw down at turn 3, is certainly not one of them. Vollebrecht and Gibb, unfortunately, not making the start of this one. But still a great field of MGs. This is the sort of race where Trathen capitalises. As I said, 5-time champion is Phil Chester, but the last 2 have gone to Trathen. Trathen rarely has the speed to match Chester, but through pure consistency keeps chipping away, collecting the points, and it's prevailed in the last 2 title fights, and these are the days where this man in car number 1 shines. Make sure you follow the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park on Facebook, Instagram, and all of the social media channels to keep yourself up to date on what is to come. And same on Blendline TV as well, supporting all grassroots motorsport around the country. Of course, we'll be back here. It's just a 3 weeks' time, won't we, for round number 4 of the series, which concludes improved production, one of your favourites, Formula Vs, saloon cars, HQs, and much, much more. Here we are. So, yeah, 24th to 26th of May. We'll be back here. And then the big one, the Super Trofeo Asia Series, coming back to Australian shores on June 7 to 9. And that will also be shown on Blendline TV, which is fantastic news. That also includes Australian Formula 4, round 1 here this weekend. Round number 2 will be back here in early June. We've also got Australian Formula Open, the Australian Prototype Series, the Australian Radical Cup Series, and then a couple of other categories, including Porsche 944s and Hyundai Excel. So that's a meeting we're both greatly looking forward to.
Certainly are. So we'll just see what's going here under the safety car conditions. So this car's going to need a full tow, so you can see the driver was calling for the tow rope there. So Trathen in front, the interesting is in the midget. It's not like the other midgets in the class. It's actually an open class car because it races on full race slicks. So a lot more modifications done than obviously the other car or the other midgets or MGBs in the group. And, so he'll be out front. He's a multiple Australian champ, of course. We were talking about that yesterday, and as well as Phil Chester, who's unfortunately not here this morning in race 1. He won't be there in his normal dominant form.
Just looking at the timing screen, with all the action further back in the pack, before the safety car was called, we saw Holmes starting on the front row by himself. But he didn't just lose first place to Trathen, he's also slipped behind both Cole and Gidney as well. So Holmes, who effectively inherited first position on the grid, finds himself back in 4th position. He's certainly got more pace than that, so I expect a charge from him once we get back to green flag racing.
See Chris Gidney race here before. He's quite strong at this track. We saw him here at round 1 of the state series here, where they ran a state round here in the MGs. He was quite strong there as well. So he's been here before, knows all about it. So it gives you a good look to the front-on shot there of there's the cat in amongst the dogs there. That's the Dave McKeegan car there.
He's made a good start. He was on the fringes of the top 10, might have even been outside the top 10. He's stormed into the top 5 on that opening lap of racing, or opening really half a lap of racing. So a great performance from him. It'll be a bit controversial, I reckon, if a Corolla goes and beats all the British sports cars. That would be quite funny. But as we say, McKinnon out there in 5th position, car number 52, not racing for championship points. As we say, he's part of the 2-litre sports sedans this weekend.
Safety car to come in here, so lights will go out, so that recovery's happened fairly quickly. In fact, their recoveries over the weekend have been really good, and we do thank the recovery crew. They've been right on the ball throughout the weekend, trying to get as many race laps as we possibly can. So Trathen to lead them around. We'll see back and forth, trying to conditions still quite cool, certainly at ground level, so we're trying to get as much heat into that rubber as possible. Going left, right, and trying to scrub the tyres a bit to get a little bit of extra heat in that rubber.
Got to do that more with the slicks, and that's why Trathen, as you say, he's driving on slicks. You really need to get the temp into those. The others, the grooved machines, like your road car, you don't need to go weaving them quite so much. It does help, that's for certain, but particularly the slicks, you've got to keep the warmth in those.
61 at the back of the field. Murray Stevenson, good to see him back in full race format this weekend. It's been, he's more of a, I met Murray quite a few years ago as an avid hill climber at Collingrove quite a few years ago, and
there you go.
Does a few local MG sprints here at Malala, and it's good to see him actually in full race format. He did come here in early March, so he's obviously in the modern section there.
Safety car lights are out, so yes, confirmation that we are going green at the end of this lap. Can Trathen down the long straight hold all of these MGs and invited British machines at bay? Once he gets to the twisty stuff, he might break away a little bit. It's the straights that he has to worry about. This is going to be a fascinating restart. When is the number 1 machine going to put the pedal to the metal? It looks like he might have already gone, or pretty close to. No, not quite. No, it's not gone green yet. We're still under yellow flag. Safety car still on the circuit, but we are not too far away from a restart. Safety car is now in the lane. We look for the green flag, and we've got it. It's now up to him. When is he going to go? He's going to go on the line. He puts the foot down.
Cole stuck with him there too. He did a great job. He was right up behind him. Got the big tomcat right behind him, like on the plough there, right up behind him. So Chris Gidney also just followed him through. Keep a close eye on that 19 car. I reckon he'll be right in the mix here somewhere. You can see the white ZR Series car there with the blue stripes. Gets down through to turn 1. 15 car there on screen. You have Danny Kiyama there. That's the MGF Series car. So over the back they come over turns 3 and 4 over the little crest down to the sweeper down there at 5, and then it's on the brake pedal about this point because they're about to do left, and it'll be the hairpin down at turn 6. Good passing opportunity there for anyone if you're close enough. McKeon was a little wide there, and he gave Vernal a little bit of a look in. Wasn't quite close enough, and there's Chris Gidney in the 19 car, currently in 3rd position. It's another one of the more modern cars there in the ZR Series car. Been quite a popular model, those hatches.
Actually, in the last couple of corners, he's fallen behind Holmes. So Holmes up to 3rd. Gidney demoted down to 4th position.
You're right there. I didn't quite pick that, but that's okay.
As they come over the little brow of the hill, it's got so much elevation, this circuit. The next corner is a prime example of that, turn number 13. Watch this as they come up over the crest. You cannot see the exit of this corner as you swing it right. Just got to commit and know where the exit is and drift the car out to that outside curb. A glorious piece of road. And the 67 machine of Gibson, who's had a little bit of an off-track excursion during that caution period, but he's back on and just outside of the top 10 at this point. Oh, a major understeer from the number 83 machine. Looking down, that is Dunford.
That's Trevor Dunford, one of the local South Australian drivers there in the MG GTB. You get all those letters in correct order.
What a glorious machine it is. It's so cool after all these years to see it still circulating and being pretty competitive.
Great little race car running the small block 3.5 litre V8 in those cars. They're very popular capacity cars in a lot of them, British marques, of course.
For the lead, Trathen forced to defend. Cole trying to go the long way around. No, now he's looking for a cutback. Yeah, can't really go around the outside at turn number 1 unless the person in the lead is very, very kind to you. So slots back in behind. But Cole's performing strongly early on in this race, but despite saying that, the fastest man last time through was Holmes, a 2:22.1, and we are hearing this is going to be the final lap of the race. So again, unfortunately, a large majority of this race taking place behind the safety car. But it is at the moment Trathen who leads. He's gapped Cole early on in this lap. Pulled out a reasonable margin on the number 27 machine. What an iconic number 27 is in Australian motorsport. Alan Jones winning titles with 27.
Did, yes.
And as well, Casey Stoner on 2 wheels.
He did as well. So been a pretty popular number. And there is the Rover Tomcat disc there on shot. This is obviously the final lap, as Dan just mentioned. Obviously cuts a little bit short, obviously, with the safety car intervention there, which we saw yesterday also. So haven't had a lot of luck this class, but so coming down towards, we'll head down towards turn 17, and there's only one more turn to contend with, and we're looking at the checkered flag, and that checkered flag will go to Mike Trathen, and we'll get the head-on shot in just a moment.
Bit further back though, Cole's gone from looking at attacking Trathen early on in this lap, and Trathen's just bolted. Now he's looking in the Gidney from 4th. Oh dearie me, a mechanical issue clearly. He was right on the tail of Holmes early on in this lap, but Gidney from 4th position has plummeted down the order. No doubt about our race winner, though. Trathen enters the final corner. What a final lap. He was only 2/10 clear of the guy in second at the start of this lap. He's almost not in view at the end of the lap. Brilliant performance from Trathen. He takes race number 2, the defending champion's first race victory of the season in the MG Racing and invited British sports cars. Cole comes home in second ahead of Holmes. The margin between those two, just 7/10 of a second at the line. And the invited sports sedan coming home in fourth ahead of Vanel and Gucciardo. Beyond that, Edwards, Gibson, and these machines here continue to come through. But there's no doubt about it, Gidney is not moving and continues to fall down the totem on the left-hand side of the screen. What a shame, because he was running so strongly.
Certainly was. Actually had Dave McKigan fourth there. There's Chris there. So obviously a mechanical issue there. Didn't quite get there. So his race is finished slightly shorter than we would have liked. And there's Murray Stevenson, he was the last position, so that's all of them have gone through under the checkered flag. So just to recap there, Mark Trafford McCall and Mike Cole second, Jason Holmes, Dave McKigan, as I just mentioned, Paul Vanel, Viz Guiardo, and then we've got Jason Edwards, Gary Gibson, Dave Baguette. He might have a fair bit of ground there too, was the end too. Anthony Vogelbreck, rounding out the top 10, Danny Kiyama, John Illingworth with a little bit of damage, Greg White the same. Then back to Trevor Dunford, Dave Hopper, Jeff St. John Cox in the Triumph, then Murray Stevenson, and then obviously the non-finisher there, Chris Gidney. Phil Chester didn't start, and John Mackham was also failed to finish there. It was nearly a retirement, so that rounds out the whole field there for MG and invited British.
I'll tell you what, if Gidney and Chester can fix their machine starting out of 18th and 19th, that'll be something to watch for in race number 3. 2 hard charges. Watch out for that. Fingers crossed anyway, they can get those cars repaired. We're going to take a quick break here at the Shell V-Power Motorsports Park. We'll be back with Hyundai Excel Masters after this break. Great packages there, just showing how much there is to see and do around the Ben Motorsport Park. Of course, the dragway is opened in recent times, and what crowds they have had there already in the first couple of events. It's a must-do, the Ben dragway. There's karting as well, drifting, but we are on the circuit at this Shell V-Power Motorsports Park, and Excel Masters have hit the racetrack. They're on the warm-up lap, so we are not too far away from kicking off the action. Nick Scaife took a dominant victory yesterday in number 44 and was pretty strong in trophy as well, but he starts at a pole in the Masters after winning race number 1 yesterday, ahead of Sean Panowich. Both of those two new to the class here this weekend. Reigning champion Brian Smith comes out of position number 3, and the real hard charger and my driver of the day yesterday was Kim Anderson, marching his way, storming his way to 4th in the race. Beyond that, Adrian Gallia in the number 11 machine, the Castrol sponsored machine, or tribute livery anyway. Kevin Lynch in number 60 out of 6th, then Aaron Semler and Vaughan Colwell. Beyond that, we have Robert Zanetti, Nathan Green, Graham Hewitt and Darren Swain. Of course, Nathan Green making his return to the series this weekend. 13th, Christopher Stark, ahead of Andrew Young. Sean Berger on debut did pretty well yesterday. Stayed out of trouble, came home in 15th, ahead of Dale Annette. And then beyond that, we had a couple of non-finishers, Alan Hawkins and Graham Hinks.
Won't be seeing anything of Alan Hawkins for the future of the weekend. Unfortunately, he had a bad accident yesterday, and that car has got a major damage, so we won't be. I'm not sure we've actually seen that car again, but it's a bit unfortunate. We do feel very sorry for him. I hope he's okay this morning. He might be a little bit sore after that incident.
Yeah, lost the rear just over the crest that we can see, and hit the concrete wall on the right-hand side, just outside of shot. But it was a real shame in the Benson and Hedges tribute liveried XL. But a really nice looking front row, 2 immaculately presented machines. And to be honest, the same can be said for row number 2 as well, as Anderson's just edging ever so slightly further forwards, right to the front of his grid box. And Smith giving up a little bit of space, maybe half a metre there behind the line. The front 2 pretty evenly matched. And we await now the green flag at the back, because all cars are in formation. Who's it going to be? The Yardstick Landscapes car or the complete doors and windows machine? Very even jump from the 2 on the front row. Not a good start for Anderson at all. He bogged down off the line. He's going to lose at least 1 place on the run to turn number 1. Could potentially lose some more. But Panowich is the one who's made the better start and will take the lead into turn number 1 ahead of yesterday's race winner Scaife. Here comes the 36 machine, the Golf sponsor machine. A brilliant start from Semler. Oh, a slow machine exiting in the corner. That's Lynch. Not sure what happened there, but certainly got a poor exit out of the corner. And he's now under great attack from Excel's left, right, centre, wherever he looks. There's an Excel in his rear vision mirror at the moment, but he's regrouped, reset, and he's on the tail of Gallia. But yeah, lots of reshuffling in the pack in those first few corners.
Certainly was. Lynch got caught out there. It's got a little bit of a scuff mark on the back fender of that car, so might have been some contact there. Gallia on the inside there, or actually on the outside there of Nathan Green. Went a little bit wide there. As I mentioned before, Green having his first run back in that car for quite some time in the Jaguar XL. It's just another one of those tribute liveries that we've seen throughout the field. And he's under attack. Kevin Lynch has certainly recovered too. He's got up behind Gallia there, down the back of the circuit.
I think they've both dropped back. They were nose to tail on the grid. I think they've both dropped back around about the 10th or something around that position. So I think they've both lost places. And the number 9 of Green has certainly leapt up a few as well. So we'll find out when they come around to complete lap number 1 exactly who has moved where, the real movers and shakers. But as we say, a lot of changes. I don't think anybody's in the position they started at the end of this lap.
Kim Anderson there got off to a very tardy start. So he's got to make up. Look at the wheel lift there at Adam Semler's Golf livered car. He's under plenty of pressure. Kim Anderson started from the rear of the grid in race 1 yesterday and worked his way all the way up to his 4th position. but he didn't take full total advantage of this morning's start, so he's got a little bit of extra work. So the guy he sat alongside on the grid is Brian Smith, and he's 2 cars in front of him. Current Masters champ from last year. Got a little bit more competition around him in this series, or certainly at this round.
Oh, good exit from Anderson. Really good exit. And he's got the toe. The XLs do this. They run right up to the concrete wall because it doesn't give as much as a draft as if they just sat in the middle of the road. The concrete sort of protects them a little bit. And it doesn't give as much as a toe to the car behind as they would if they're in the middle of the road. Here comes Scaife. Yeah, Scaife around the outside, but can't make that one work. Anderson up the inside has made it work on the Gulf-sponsored 36 of Semler. So he's back where he started. Those Semler returns serve a great move. Lunge up the inside, well executed, and he's made it stick, although Anderson just about has some overlap. And a nice run out the corner on the banked sort of corner run exit, and fights back. So great racing between these two, and Scaife again firing around the outside. He's going to have to cut back, I reckon, on the exit. Oh no, excuse me, he's going to go around the outside. Surely that's not going to work. Oh, a bit of mid-corner understeer. Is there still some overlap for the ever-tightening right-handers? Turn number 7, yep, he's up the inside. Turn number 8, he makes that move. Really deceiving these right-handers. They get tighter and tighter each one of the 4 you do. And it's a really tricky section, of course, but Scaife has made the move. Our race 1 winner returns to the front.
Yeah, good move down there. The sweepers down there on the northern part of the track from Nick Scaife, who's back. Oh, someone's dropped the wheel. That's Brian Smith in the 99 car there, a little bit wide, and there could be a good reason for that because he's under plenty of pressure from the other similarly livered car in Kim Anderson. And on the inside there, just got the nose up there. This is for 3rd and 4th position on track. So you can see the high beam car wash entry under plenty of pressure. Kim Anderson is trying to worry Brian Smith there.
These two were 1st and 2nd in the round here earlier on in the year, round number 1, and both took 2 victories apiece in what was a 4-race round. This one only the 3, and they've been challenged greatly by the top 2 who've come into this series, this round, and have dominated so far, but the championship protagonists, as they were in round number 1, fighting nose to tail.
Adam Semler got up behind them 2 blue cars as well. See the orange and light blue coloured Golf livered car. So while these other 2 are having their own little dice there, they just slip back at the clutches of Adam Semler a little bit. In fact, here's a move. It's going to be Anderson on the inside of turn 1. See him switch back, so he gets him into a nice track position. He should get past Smith here, and he'll get the job done. So a little bit of a smarter move there down inside the apex there at turn 1, and it's a good place to be in front as you go down through turns 2 and 3. And Semler on the inside there of Smith, and trying to follow him through. Well, out in the wide too. Smith went wide there. You saw the dust just get kicked up on the outside of the track, and Semler just drops it back in behind him as they head down towards the turn 6 sector. Kevin Lynch on the inside there puts the pass down. I think that might have been Nathan Green. That was just coming out of the sun glare there. Kevin Lynch just pinches a brake also down there at the turn 6 hairpin. Oh, he went extremely wide. And Green nearly got his position back. And they're currently in positions 9 and 10. That's just inside the top 10. Kevin Lynch, a Mount Gambier-based race car driver. This comes from the Southeastern Auto Club down there. Yeah, he's got away from Green. Look at that. Once he's got in front of him, he's left him for dead. So he's currently, as I mentioned, 9th and 10th on the grid.
Mount Gambier certainly, Tail and Bend for Mount Gambier is the right side of Adelaide, probably only 4 hours from where we are, whereas Malala is more like 6 hours really for him, so not as far to travel here to Tail and Bend. That's one of the great things though about the South Australian venues, that Tail and Bend is an hour south of the city and Malala is around about the hour north of the city, so it really does. There's one track for each side of the city. There's always a track local, shall we say.
Oh, that's the Hinks car there. That's the car that started from rear of the field. That's Graham Hinks. He's got himself up into 12th position. So you get the GH haulage car there with the orange flames going down the side to give it a pretty cool look. It's the 212 car of Chris Stark, the Starkini car, which of course is the Martini-livered coloured car. It was very clever, and that's another tribute livery. That's the SVR dealer team car, or it's actually a knockoff of what the old Chrysler's Chargers used to look like back in the 1970s, the Chrysler racing team. Andrew Young's actually a massive fan of that era, and so he decided to do a tribute livery and paint the car up orange and black, just like the Chargers were of the day.
Speaking of tribute liveries, through goes Gallia in the Perkins Engineering tribute livery, and he's gone as far as even selecting number 11, as Larry Perkins always did on his legendary Perkins Engineering machines, of course, winning the Bathurst 1000 in that sort of paint scheme in 93 with Greg Hansford, and then again with Russell Ingall in 95 and 1997.
Rob Sinetti just behind him in the moment, the Evolution Crash Repairs entry. Been a massive supporter of this category as well, Rob. Oh, and he just locks the brake up there a little bit. Gets a little bit of that normal wheel lift. We'll see plenty of that around this section of the track. And they do the climb down towards turn 7. It's actually a bit of a hill after 6 to 7, 8, 9 and 10. You climb and then all of a sudden it just dips away, and you'll see it right here. It dips right down there at turn 10. They go behind the wall. So he just drops off the back there of Gallia. Car running in both classes here this weekend. And obviously son Jake will be taking the reins in the next race. And he will become, that car will become car 71 in the trophy series.
That's right, yes, yes. Just looking at the front of the field, Scaife, fastest lap of the race last time through, about 0.7 of a second faster than Panowicz, so extending that margin. But this is a great battle on the back end of the top 10 between Lynch, Green, Hinks and Swain on the screen.
Hinks is also got plenty of pressure on Nathan Green at the moment. And he really is applying the heat of those. Oh, he's gone wide there. Jeez. Pushed a little bit too hard. And just tries to keep up, braking very late. And Swain, who's on debut this weekend in the AE electrical entry, has actually pitched a position there, so he made full advantage there of Hinks' little off-road excursion.
Oh, I think he's missed a gear though on the exit, has he? No, I think that was a bit of a deceiving camera angle. Thought the 78 had a good overlap there.
23 car this one. That's the Black Ball Racing entry. That's Graham Hewitt. And look at him breathing down Hinks' neck at the moment. So this is back a little bit further. This is positions 10, 11, 12 and 13.
Sorry, I just saw Zanetti locking both wheels up down at turn number 1. But he got around the corner. Okay, 78, here we are up the inside. Hinks on Hewitt, so returns serve there after the mistake at turn number 16. As you see a replay of that pass, the pass where the 142 machine took the 78, and I thought 78 was going to make it back through. Oh, they were pretty close. In fact, I think there was contact.
I think there's a bit of lipstick exchange there. A little kiss.
As they go around the final corner, then we saw the return pass, the 78 machine going back past the 142. It's a really costly mistake, that one, to make, isn't it? Around turn 16, if you put two wheels through the grass, you are almost sitting duck down into turn number 17 because it affects your momentum all the way down there.
It's got a real Hot Wheels look about it, that livery, hasn't it?
I knew it was familiar somewhere. That's what it is. Yeah, Hot Wheels look. Exactly right.
Looks pretty cool. Just the same, they've done a great job of freshening up the livery on that car. Got the AE electrical entry behind us, Darren Swain, who's new to this class. Done a great job so far. He's had a pretty successful weekend. He's managed to pick up a few positions. Now it's game on here. That's the 9 car, so that's Nathan Green. And the Jaguar is about to be overtaken there from Graham Hinks.
Good pass. He's certainly quicker there at the moment is Hinks. obviously made that mistake last lap, but I'd be interested to see what lap time he's going to do this time. He's made not one, but 2 overtakes, one at turn 1, one at turn 13, so he's certainly got the pace to be in that group ahead rather than the group that he has just passed. Let's have a look. Gallia, is that making a mistake? Yes, it is. Just running a little bit wide at Crofty Corner, kicking up the dust there, and lucky to get away with that one.
Here we go. Oh, it's Nathan Green there was the issue.
Yeah.
Got himself right over the top of the curb there, so, and he'd be pretty frustrated with himself there. Hinks just out-worried him, just pushed him a little bit wider and had Nathan Green a bit later on the brake pedal there. And Swain's also got in front of Nathan Green. Here's another move. That's Ford Cowell on the outside there of Adrian Gallia in the Grunter Racing entry, or the Castrol livered car. Vaughan Caldwell only had his second race meeting also, made his debut here at round 1 here in early March. And it's good to see that he's got a bit of extra livery on that car. The car was pretty much all white at round 1, so it's good to see that he's put a bit of colour on that car.
I was going to say this that we were looking at was the fight for 6th position, but we're going to go back to that train of 4 between Hinks, Swain, Green and Hewitt. And what a quartet this has, these quartet has produced great racing. The 142 machine is now overtaking Green, and this is how he did it. Down at turn number 17, up the inside. He's already made 1 place there. That's another one. He clearly has great momentum around 15, 16 into 17. Yeah, for somebody on debut, very good.
It's a hard place to pass down there at 17. It just really tightens right up. So he's managed to get through there okay. That's Brian Smith there. That's the high beam car washer Gawler entry, which of course is Brian's own business there. It's always good to promote your own business on your own race car.
Although I think you'd rather be paid some money from a sponsor, though. Let's be honest. But it's a good alternative. And he actually set his PB last time through, a 27 flat.
Having a look at Sean Panowich there, and in the background, oh, there goes the witch's hat. And we've got a car over, and I think, was that the Cowell car?
It's very hard to tell when the car's on its side facing the wrong way of the camera.
This will obviously be a safety car here. Might be a red flag, I would suggest. Should be a red because the car's on its side.
Checkered and red, so we've declared the race very early. So it is Scaife that takes 2 from 2. Over 2 seconds faster than anybody else on that final lap. So it is Scaife from Panowich. Anderson coming home in 3rd ahead of Smith, and then the Gulf liveried machine of Semler. Not quite sure exactly who that is. We'll find out for you.
It's not Cowell, because he's just gone across the line.
I think it might be the Perkins liveried machine of Gallia. The number 11 is not there. I'm just hearing it is the Gallia machine number 11 that is on its side over the backside of the course.
That's a bit unfortunate. And that's Adrian. So there he is,
embracing the crowd. Oh yes, bow. Give us a bow. Fantastic.
Yeah. He's all well. He's quite a character down there in the pits too. So he's quite joyous about it. I think he's just happy to survive and just jump straight out the car. So I don't think this looks like there's going to be too much damage there. It's just tilted on its side, so they might be just tip it up and hopefully get Jake into the trophy race in their next race.
Yeah, that's true.
He may look a bit scuffed up, but here's the replay.
So here he is, just behind the Colwitz 86 machine. Runs a little bit wide, loses the rear, and I think the curb might trip him up, and it does, yes.
Just a gentle little roll over and tickle my belly. No problems there whatsoever. And they'll be able to put that back on all fours. And should be, there it is. It's already back on all fours, and doesn't look like there's too much damage there.
I think the mirror will be folded in, and that's about it. So
I can't
new
see
mirror
any broken windscreen or anything along that line. The medical crew will just take him aside, just to give him a quick check over, but he seems quite fine.
we described it as a roll. It only really went over 90 degrees, didn't it? It was a quarter of a roll. So the lightest of light rolls that was. So great to see Gallia jump out of the machine and embrace the crowd who were cheering from the top of the pit lane. And he's certainly enjoyed his little moment in the sun there, hasn't he? But yeah, great to see he's okay. That is the main thing.
Excel drivers like a bit of live footage. Get themselves on the big screen.
It's great that the South Australian series can be shown on Blendline TV. Of course, this is the real first round. We were here for Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia last year, but great to have Blendline TV supporting the South Australian State Series here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park.
Such a popular series, this series. That was as far as the Excels are concerned, and that's actually down on turn 15.
Yes.
That's where that is at the moment, so not too far away from our recovery vehicles there. And there's the final results there with Scaife, Panowich, Kim Anderson, Brian Smith, Aaron Semler, Vaughan Kywell, Adrian Gallia, Rob Zoanetti. Well, Gallia is out there on the grass, but we'll go back to Rob Zoanetti, Kevin Lynch. I think that was Graham Hewitt just inside the top 10 there. Darren Swain, Nathan Green dropped back a few spots. Les Hewitt there in the 23 car. Chris Stark, Andrew Young. Sean Berger managed to finish. Dale Annette a little bit further back, and obviously that car, Alan Hawkins, will not be seen for the rest of the weekend.
What I will say is those results are pretty provisional, of course, with red flags. You often go back a lap or whatever. So stewards will determine exactly when that race was declared, whether it was when the checkered came out or the lap before. So we'll leave that in the hands of the stewards. But we know one thing. Scaife took the win there, led a large majority of that race from Panowich. Panowich led early, but could not keep Scaife at bay. I don't think the recovery will take too long. It looks like it's straight away about to be towed onto the tilt tray. So we will be back very shortly. Up next, we have Alfa Romeos as part of the South Australian Motor Racing Championships. We'll be back in a moment. Perfect timing. Alfa Romeo's heading out there onto the racetrack. Race number 3 of their weekend. They have 4. Very lucky to have 4 races here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park this weekend. I'm Dan McCarthy. Alongside me once again for the Alfa Romeos is Michael Musumeci as we look at the grid for this one. Yesterday's race 2 winner was Carmelo Mirabella. He'll start out of position number 1 in this one alongside Alfio Musumeci. Beyond that, we have David Parkin and Bill McGoffin. Michael, I'll let you go through the rest of the grid.
Yep, certainly. We've got James Ashby, Peter Tillett, Peter Axford and Brad Wilson from 5 through 8. Moving on to position 9 through 12, we have David McKee, Robert McKee, Rick McGoffin and Richard McKee. These are the Twin Spark guys. These will be ones to look out for. And in 13th and 14th, we have Raymond Pignataro and Simon Grierson. Simon was working through yesterday replacing the gearbox, so he'll be one to look out for. That is the bright red GDV6 with the 3.2 litre quad cam engine running from rear of grid. We should see him make up quite a few positions off the start, so definitely look out for that red GDV6. Absolutely
a contender for the race victory in race number 1, but a mechanical issue, as you say, meant he didn't finish, and not only didn't finish race 1, but didn't start race number 2. So good to have that machine back out there on the racetrack, the 777. Look out for that car at the very back of this field. Lots of variety in this category, as we can see just in this one shot. Alfa Romeos through the years, and it's a reasonably or more modern one than most in the category that starts from pole position. A couple of different race winners. There's plenty of action in the opening day's racing in Alfa Romeos yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. Very exciting racing. Look, we've got old versus new cars. We've got many different classes, as we discussed yesterday, and we'll get into that a bit later on. But no, very exciting. Off the front row, we've got a 147 GTA, which is a V6 front-wheel drive. Next to that, we've got a 2-litre turbocharged Alfetta GDV. So it'll be very interesting who gets the best off the line in this race. And then you've got another GDV6 behind them in that red Alfa Racing livered car. That'll be another one to look out for. And then you've got a newer model 2012 white Giulietta there with a 1.7 litre turbo, so it'll be another one to look out for on the start. So no, it should be a very exciting race.
Absolutely. Just a couple of corners to go, and then we'll be underway. So they've quickly completed this warm-up lap, and we will get things started on this Sunday morning. We've had a good couple of races already, and I expect this to be no exception. You can see somebody spinning on the kart track on the top of the screen there, I noticed. Yeah, making a fool of yourself there, I'm afraid there, mate. But hopefully we won't see too many Alfa Romeos spinning on the race circuit as they pull into position. 707 Mirabella and Musumeci making up the first row of the field. Then we've got another GT V6 alongside the most modern car in the field, which is the Giulietta. Of course, we've seen Giulietta's race in the TCR Australia series.
A little bit more modified than our
correct.
guys.
Correct, absolutely. Absolutely.
Just a little bit.
Cars gridding up at the back of the field. We're just moments away from race number 3 of their weekend here at the Shell V-Power Motorsports Park. Who's going to get the launch off the line? Oh, it's the number 5 for sure. Musumeci, a fantastic launch, brilliant reaction time, and got away well, no wheel spin. He will lead comfortably down into turn number 1, demoting our race 2 winner down to second position. And it looks like they're going to be followed by Parkin in the number 33 machine.
You can see Simon Grierson has already made his way up to position 5 off of the start by turn 1, so that's an absolutely fantastic start. Peter Tillett in 6th, which we're looking at on screen at the moment. Another good start. David Parkin in 3rd also retained his position off the start, so that was another one to look out for.
And that's another place up to 4th. So that is 10 places in 3 corners. How do you like that?
The 2 105s battling it out as well. We saw a bit of that earlier on yesterday. These guys are having quite a good battle, so definitely keep an eye on them.
Absolutely. Oh,
somebody's gone off. Oh, that's Dave Parkin.
from third place, spinning it, looping it. It looks like he's done it before turn 6, so whether that's under brakes for turn 6
Cold tyres could be.
Or maybe losing it around turn 5, running wide and then spinning on the grass. Not sure, but as you say, I think cold tyres a key factor there.
Yeah, absolutely. There we've got on screen Rick McGoffin and Richard McKee. They were also having a little bit of a battle earlier on, but I think Rick just got the best of Richard yesterday, but yeah, they'll definitely be battling it out for the Twin Spark Cup.
Absolutely. So weave left and right, a tricky section of corners, and you can see just proving my point there was the number 26 machine of McGoffin. It's a line of 147s here, the number 10 of Wilson leading them at this particular moment in time, or those particular trio of 147s. There's quite a few 147s in the field. It's probably the most amount, as in populace-wise. The 147 seems to be the most popular car in the category.
It certainly is, and these cars are cheap to buy, and in terms of the modification package that we have for them, there's certainly a car which anybody can jump in, spend a few thousand and come out racing, which is why we've developed this Twin Spark Cup, is to get people out racing on a little bit of a budget. Some of the front-running cars, there's quite a bit of money put into them, but these guys obviously are much more easy to get into it. So if you're thinking about racing with the Alphas, definitely consider a Twin Spark. And we have a move. Carl Mirabella's taken Alfio Musumeci down the straight to take first position. We've got Grierson up to third now, so he'll definitely be putting the pressure on the front-running cars.
So yeah, change of position after a poor start. It wasn't a poor start, but in comparison to Musumeci it was. But Mirabella taking that place at turn number 1 on lap number 2. But the top 3 within 1 second. And I would not have predicted that Grierson, and here he is on the screen, would be in that third position. So here's how the move was made. Oh no, actually, it's a mistake from Musumeci. And yeah, through goes the 777, I believe, there. So more changes of position. Grierson moving up to second now from the back of the grid in a lap and a half. This is an unbelievable performance. And now he sees the 7:07 ahead, and he is catching. This is a great battle early on in this Alfa Romeo race as they switch it left, switch it right. Really nice. That thing looks planted around the fast right-hander. It's a nice looking race car to drive, that's for certain. And it's front-wheel drive versus rear-wheel drive. Different decades, but this is what makes Alfa Romeo racing so good.
Absolutely. It'll certainly be up to Carl to maintain his composure while Simon applies the pressure, just to ensure that he keeps that little bit of a gap, little bit of less pressure for him there. But Simon will also be under attack by Alfio here. He'll certainly won't let him go that easily.
Absolutely not. Can't take our eyes off these front 3 at the moment. The racing is absolutely fantastic. 4th position there is the Giulietta of McGoffin. And if you see the indicator lights come on, just like that, that's when he's utilising the ABS system. So don't be alarmed, he hasn't set off an alarm or anything, just using maximum braking capacity, and on go the hazard lights.
Yeah, so we were talking about that yesterday. He's definitely not trying to throw the other drivers off their racing line by doing that. That's an automatic response from the car.
Absolutely. A lot of modern machines have that, not just Alfa Romeos, but a lot of modern hatches, sedans. And is this going to be a wild lunge? No, Musumeci thinks better of it. I think just showing the nose, showing that he is still there on the tail of Grierson, trying to force the 777 into a mistake. They've been the top 3 on pace all weekend long, but at different times they've all shown that they've been fastest. Last time through, it was Mirabella, fastest lap of the race, a 2:19.7, 4/10 faster than Grierson, and Musumeci a couple of seconds slower that time through. But it certainly gained a large portion of time in turn number 1 braking zone alone, as you see a potential pass a little bit further down the field. That's the 84 of Pignataro having a look on the 65 machine of McKee.
We've seen a fair bit of... Oh, we've got Rick McGoffin spinning there. Lucky not to hit the wall.
So apparently this was a couple of laps ago, but he was able to recover the car. He has slipped down to the tail of the field, as you would expect with a hairy moment like that one. But nevertheless, he's out there, and if he stays where he is, will collect some points, which is he'll be pretty thankful about, because you do not want to spin, particularly at the wild and fast turn 5.
Absolutely. He might be reaching for a new racing suit at some point over the weekend.
Yes, I think so.
But now these two, we've got Richard McKee and Ray Pignataro there having a battle. So we've got the 147 Twin Spark and the Alfa Sud. They've been battling it out in the other races earlier this weekend, and battling it out here as well. So seems like the Sud has got a bit of legs down the straight, but in the back section of the track, the winding sweepers and hairpin turns, it seems like the 147 is best. And then we've got Grierson putting the pressure on Mirabella there. Looks like he might have a look down here, but might just be a little bit too far away at this point.
He'll get a good run out the final corner. You can see he's used a large portion of the inside curb. Who's got the straight line performance? It's pretty equal. I think the 707 might be slightly pulling ahead. It's going to be a interesting braking zone, but I don't think Grierson is anywhere near close enough this time. Mirabella elects to go slightly defensive there. That's going to cost him momentum through turns 1 and 2. And allow Grierson to stay in touch. With Grierson that far back, I don't think Mirabella really needed to half defend that move. He wasn't close enough.
No, he was a bit further in front. And look, Grierson has just set the fastest lap of a 2:18.31, which is 7/10 faster than Mirabella's fastest time. So Grierson's certainly making up some time on these last 2 laps remaining.
Who's it going to be? Who is your money on? If Grierson takes the win, it'll be the 3rd different race winner in 3 races in the Alfa Romeo Racing Series this weekend. But it's going to be easier said than done, in the words of the legendary Murray Walker.
Oh, he's having a dive under brakes here.
Another, but what a move! What a move!
Fantastic move there from Grierson. He's dived in under brakes and has made it stick.
We're hearing it's now the final lap of the race, so they've changed their mind. We're going to go and declare it at the end of this one. So Grierson will be chuffed that he made the move when he did. What a risky pass, though, around those never-ending right-handers. You very rarely see a move there, but he executed it to absolute perfection.
Yes, absolutely. And look, that's a car that you generally don't see making dives under brakes. But he had the confidence there to do it, and he made it stick. He pulled it off.
Certainly did. The 707, though, Mirabella now in second, but he's not going to let the red machine break away. Going to try and stay in touch around this tighter section of the course. Sector 3, certainly tighter than Sector 2, which is fast and flowing. But I don't think he's anywhere near close enough from the back of the grid. The 777. What a performance from Grierson. A remarkable drive, made his way up to 3rd on the opening lap, and then chipped away and takes the race victory. Superb performance, the 3rd different winner in 3 races. He punches the air. He is absolutely delighted with that, and rightfully so.
Absolutely, he'd be chuffed with that performance coming from rear of grid. Blown gearbox. You know, he spent half a day yesterday replacing that gearbox, so he would be absolutely chuffed with himself that he's gotten a race win now.
Yeah, just an achievement to be on the grid, let alone marching through and taking victory. The recovering Parkin is recovering up to, that is now 10th position. So the person who finished 3rd in race 2 yesterday, we saw spin off early on, but he's recovered reasonably into a top 10 position. Watch out for this machine, the number 33 in the Alfa Romeo factory colours from years gone by. Comes home in, actually made up 3 places on the final lap. So 8th position, a great recovery in the end then. As the Sud battle continues, the 84 machine of Pignataro in the Alfa Sud trying to make the move on McKee ahead. Is he going to run out of time? It's going to be a last corner dive if he's going to make it. No, not close enough on this occasion. The Sud is going to come home just shy in 13th position. But once again, a great battle between these two further down the field.
Yeah, look, we've had a few great battles this race, and there'll be a few more battles to watch out for in the final race, especially between Mirabella and Grierson off the front row of the field. You've got Musamichi in there as well, and McGoffin in the top 4. So they're definitely ones to look out for, and there'll certainly be Parkin making his way back through the field from 8th, considering that he did start in 3rd position at the start of this race.
So here are the results then in that one. Grierson taking the win. Brilliant performance from the back in the 777 machine, ahead of Carmelo Mirabella. Musumeci on the final lap was 2 minute 28, so 10 seconds slower than the 2 ahead and 7 seconds slower than his PB. So that's why he's 16 seconds back. Not sure if there was an issue there or just nursing the car home to 3rd. Nevertheless, he finished ahead of Bill McGoffin, Peter Tillett, James Ashby, Peter Axford, David Parkin recovering to 8th ahead of Brad Wilson, and David McKee rounding out the top 10. Pretty close at the tail of that top 10. Beyond that, Robert McKee, Richard McKee, the sod of Raymond Pignataro, and rounding out the field after a hairy spin at turn number 5, Rick McGoffin. Another great race there, Michael. Thanks ever so much for joining me once again.
My pleasure.
Awesome. Now, up next, we have race number 2 for these machines on the screen right now. Yes, we return with Australian Formula 4 after this break. Welcome to the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park here in South Australia. Australian Formula 4 is about to hit the racetrack. There was a race yesterday and it was quite an exciting encounter, won in the end by local Jimmy Physick, who beat home Blake Purdy. It was a pretty exciting affair, and now we can see the cars lining up on the grid for this second race, determined by the grid, determining the order by the finishing order of yesterday's race. Here is where we are racing, the Shell V-Power Motorsports Park. 18 turns, action zones aplenty. You could almost highlight the entire circuit. So much variety, so many different types of corners. Really long straight into a tight 90-degree right-hander. Can carry a lot of momentum through there, and there's always side-by-side actions through 2 and 3, and this is a great overtaking opportunity. It really falls away down into turn number 6. Under brakes, you can't even see the apex of the corner. It really surprises you. The never-ending right-handers that get tighter and tighter through the S, and then the blind turn number 13. Awesome corner, this one. Designed on the final corner of Oran Park, I understand. The now defunct Oran Park circuit in New South Wales. And then this is a very tight, a real great overtaking opportunity. Turn number 17. We've seen plenty of action there, not only this weekend, but over the years as well. So, opened back in 2018. Hard to believe it was 6 years ago. And it was 2019 where Formula 4 had its last race weekend. We've just seen, just prior to this coverage starting, that this car is being madly worked on. John Paul Drake, who won the Masters class yesterday, but unfortunately it's going to have to start from pit lane because pit lane has now closed. So they're madly, frantically trying to get this machine fixed and ready to go before the commencement of race number 2. Yesterday I had a chat with the man behind Top Speed, Cyril, who is key in bringing Australian Formula 4 back to the shores. Down here in the lane with Cyril from Top Speed, one of the organisers of the revived Australian Formula 4 Championship. Brilliant news to have Australian Formula 4 back in the country.
Yes, that's very good news for us. It was a real opportunity which have been put on the table by Motorsport Australia, which Top Speed cooperate with within the context of the organisation of the FDA in Sepang. And you know, Top Speed is the organizer of the Formula 4 Southeast Asia and Formula Regional and Formula 4 Middle East Championship as well, so we are not new to single-seater. And we thought that it was a real opportunity for this F4 Generation 2 Tatus car with Halo to be introduced here in Australia and to give local drivers, young, talented kids, an opportunity not only to discover that very cost-effective and safe car, but also a way to compete with that car which is used in Asia, in the Middle East and in Europe as well in national championships, and then score super license points, which is then an easier way for them to step up the ladder and at some point to go race overseas and join potentially more international F4 championships with Top Speed worldwide.
That's what I was going to say. It's really good that it is so closely aligned with those categories that you run overseas as well.
Yeah, it creates a real platform from Middle East to Asia Pac with the same car, which makes things easier for all of them for sure. And of course, AGI Sport, which is well represented this weekend, has already experienced the Formula 4 Southeast Asia and Formula 4 UAE Championships last season. And so they can talk about the product, they know how we operate, and I think more and more teams in Australia are going to see the opportunity for them to get young karters to single-seater and then to go race overseas within that comprehensive F4 single-seater platform which we operate in a very broad scale.
Yeah, absolutely. In terms of course, the category, good, strong field of youngsters, and then as well the Masters category as well.
Yeah, because it is what it is. We face some logistical issues, and all the cars, all the equipments arrived much later than expected. So it prevented us to organize pre-season tests for people interested in the category to come and jump in the car weeks ago. So it has always, everything has been a last-minute thing, I would say, but we have a decent grid, and it had become an opportunity not only for young drivers to come along, but also for masters to discover the car and to have fun that weekend. So it's at the end of the day, it's not a bad result, because in addition to the young drivers and the rookies, we have some masters here, and hopefully word of mouth will work, and more teams and drivers will join the series. The thing is that with round 2 being held at the Bend as well next month, together with Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia, I think it makes things even more easier for more drivers to join at the Bend. And after that, we have a calendar with 5 races, 2 more in Australia after the Bend in June, and the last one in Sepang. But for the first time after the third event, the 4th best drivers classified in F4 Australia will be selected and invited to go to attend the Formula Driver Academy Scouting in Sepang on 17, 18, 19 of September, which gives even more attractiveness to the F4 Australia this season.
In terms of the category, do you expect and hope numbers will grow going forwards in the coming rounds?
Yeah, obviously we have good expectations, but we needed to start somewhere, and the fact that it's been put together at the very last minute because of the logistical issues we faced put us in a situation which was not ideal in the first place, but with the numbers we have here, we have good reason to think that the grid will only grow by round 2 and all the way down for the rest of the season.
Awesome. Thank you very much, and thanks for bringing F4 back.
Thank you very much.
Great to chat with Cyril yesterday. Certainly pleased with how things are turning out in Australian Formula 4, and looking forward to a good few rounds later on in the year. This man was a late addition to the series this week, and he did remarkably well yesterday, coming home in position number 2. Another local South Australian driver. This is Blake Purdy. Down here in the lane with Blake Purdy, a name that you might be familiar with, raced S5000 last year. Bit of a change for you in F4 machinery this year.
Yeah, quite a bit slower than what I'm used to, but yeah, had 2 days to get used to it and getting grips with it slowly but surely, and yeah, been pretty quick today. Second in the timesheets, so that's pretty positive.
Absolutely, yeah. And in terms of the difference in how the car handles, I imagine, not so much straight line speed, but round the corners just as grippy, if not more.
Yeah, quite similar aero to the S5000. Definitely have to carry a bit more momentum since it has only half the cylinders. But yeah, it hasn't taken long to get used to, so yeah, I'm feeling pretty good.
I imagine you're doing the full season, your targets going forwards?
Only put the deal together like last week, so it's only for the first 2 rounds at the moment. So yeah, we'll see what happens. And
looking ahead to the rest of the weekend, how do you think the racing's going to be in these new F4 machines?
Definitely a lot closer than S5000 since the power's so far down. Definitely a lot closer and not much aero wash. But yeah, it should be good.
Awesome. Thanks very much, mate. Best of luck for the weekend.
No worries. Thank you.
Multiple-time S5000 podium finisher is Blake Purdy, so yeah, brings lots of experience to the fore. There he is in the white Nippies machine. Starting behind number 93, you can see a staggered start like they have in Formula 1, of course. So it's going to make for an interesting run down into turn number 1. Grid position number 6 vacant. John Paul Drake not out there on the grid, but the other cars certainly are. It's going to be fascinating to see what John Paul Drake can do, because he was by far and away the strong man in the Masters category yesterday. So 2 categories, or 3 really, because there's a rookie class as well with a couple of drivers in. But the Masters are for the seasoned veterans, the AM type category, I suppose you would refer to it as. I am Dan Sam McCarthy. Alongside me, as he was yesterday for race number 1, it's South Australian commentator Mark Nancaro. Great to have you alongside me
Welcome
again.
aboard again, and race 2 for the weekend for Formula 4. Exciting. It was terrific racing yesterday, and looking forward to a bit of the same. There's our staggered start, as you just mentioned, just like the F1 staggered start, and they're on their formation lap at this very moment. Unfortunately, John Paul Drake's still down in the pits. Looks like they might have an ignition issue or something there. They're fiddling around. The cover's still off the back. I think they put the cover back on that car. You can just see the car in the background there. So we'll go back to our grid. It'll be Jimmy Pissick, obviously took the race win yesterday on pole position. Then we go back to Blake Purdy in the Niffies Jam Motorsport entry. Some multiple Jam Motorsport entries in this field. Then we go back to Steph Gilmore in the second of the IGA Sport entries. Then we've got Seb Amadio in another one of the Jam Motorsport entries there. Nicola Stati in the AGI Sport entry. JP Drake, we don't think we'll see at this moment. Joan Chianti, the 15-year-old, in the Formula Race Academy entry, and Nick Filippetto in the Formula Race Academy entry, so back there in car 77. We go back to Mark Wilson there in car 7, alongside of him in Nathan Gotch. And at the rear of the field there, had a few issues yesterday going off track, was Mark Rosser. Actually got towed out of the kitty litter later on in that race yesterday, so he'll start from the back of the field. And another one of our local SA-based drivers that's come back from the now finished Super 5000 series. Just talking, interesting interview with Blake Purdy there, talking about comparisons of power from that particular series, going back to half the cylinders in these race cars. Not quite the power that they have that we would have been used to. And also deciding, or Blake Purdy is saying about the aero wash on the car as well. Not quite as much of that either. So a little bit more handling involved as far as the driver's concerned, and takes a little bit more getting used to, especially when you fall back from that other series.
Absolutely, as you say, exactly. Overtaking opportunities aplenty here at the Bend Motorsport Park. But saying that the aero around the corners is very similar. This onboard with Nathan Gotch, who comes out of position number 10 in this race. A great view through the halo, basically seeing what the driver sees. We're at driver eye level. So a great shot brought to us by Blendline TV. Got to thank Shannon's for the on-board vision here this weekend. That is really good to see. And we're being informed that the good news is Drake is going to make it to the end of the pit lane, but 66 Nathan Gotch is going to do a pit lane start as well. Gotch is starting on the racetrack, and it is going to be Drake that lines up at the end of the pit lane. Sorry for the confusion there, but the number 93 machine all warmed up. Tyres have been fully scrubbed on that lap, and pulls into the pole position. He won race number 1 yesterday in pretty dominant fashion. Took a couple of safety car restarts, timed them nicely, really controlled the race from the front. So Rosser a non-finisher yesterday, went off track, a big spin at the final turn, and got a collision at turn number 1. Revs are up, and we are underway. A brilliant start from Physic. He's driven these cars for a couple of years now, and you can see that experience coming to the forefront there. It's a bit tighter further back down the field as Sebastian Amadio looks up the inside and takes the position from Gilmore in the number 24 machine. So a good start from Amadio, up 1 position, and that's Stati in 5th. Of course, Stati finished yesterday's race in 3rd position, but dropped back a couple of places. A 5-second penalty. He was rolling at the start of the race. As we look on the Shannons on board, Nathan Gotch swings it around the fast left-hander, but further up there's a bit of action, a bit of a lock-up. That's the number 24 machine of Seth Gilmore, who won the rookies class yesterday, and that lock-up's put him wide, cost him momentum, and Stati having a look up the inside down the sweeping right-handers that make up this bend. Oh, big twitch, good save. Had to have fast handers there to catch that. Did Gilmore, and that's allowed Stati to close back on his tail. Amadio weaving, trying to get some more warmth into the tyres as he hits turn number 13 up the hill, and then it continues up to turn number 14 as well. And then from here, around 14, it falls away from you down the hill at 15, around the left-hander. And then as you swing right, it really falls away from you down the hill and into turn number 17. Stati's pretty close to the tail of his fellow blue and yellow machine. You can tell the difference with the halo colours. The Gilmore car has the traditional navy blue halo, whereas Stati has a much lighter light blue halo as they complete lap number 1. The margin out front, Physic 1.7 seconds from Blake Purdy. Amadio up 1 spot, but the big mover on that opening lap, Mark Rosser in that red machine a bit further back as we see a move for position. Stati taking 4th position at turn number 1. Nice, well executed move. Stati is driven in Formula 4 in Southeast Asia and also in the United Arab Emirates. It's taken a couple of wins in the Southeast Asia Championship, so knows these cars well, and really putting his experience to good use there down under brakes into turn number 1. A well-executed pass from the 15-year-old. Yes, 15, not 1, but 2 in this field.
Certainly is, with obviously Joanne Conti, the other 15-year-old in this particular field. Still going pretty hard there with Gilmore and Stati. Currently 4th and 5th on the track. We've still got a long way to go, still over 20 minutes. These are 25-minute endurance races. So we weren't too familiar. Here's 6-7 Mardio just in front of that pair. And Seb back into 3rd position. And Visick is in a world of his own already. He's disappeared down the track. So as we saw yesterday, for our race winner from yesterday. So as you said, Mark Ross has already picked up quite a few positions, started from rear of the field. Got himself buried in the kitty litter down there at turn 18 yesterday, so he's going to have to do it the hard way here in race 2. And the local South Australian competitor there, Mark Rosser. So the 15 car goes through there. That's the Stati car. As I mentioned, there were the 2 of the IGA racing entries, very similar limited. It's just the halos and the driver's helmets, which are actually the only different colour in those cars.
As they cross the line to complete another lap, as we see Stati making the move to Conti. He's had a good start, up to 6th position is the young lady, and keeping up at the moment with Stati. Oh, in fact, she's just lost the place that lap to Mark Rosser, and she's coming under attack now from Filippetto as well. So big battle here for 7th position. She's just about holding on in the 89 machine at the moment. Gotch at the tail of the 3, and here is those fantastic Shannon's on-board camera. A bit of a twitch on the exit there from Gotch, but easily caught that one. John Paul Drake is back on the racetrack. As we say, started from pit lane. He's already got past Wilson, and he will be quickly catching this group. As we say, he was the standout Masters competitor yesterday. So watch for that black and green machine to enter this trio. And Gotch is looking right down the hill that falls away from you. Each of these right-handers getting steadily tighter and tighter, and particularly this one. And you don't want to hit that big curb on the inside. Gotch losing a little bit of ground, although a mistake ahead there from Filippetto, just running slightly wide at the left-handed turn number 10. That'll affect his run around turn number 11 as well, and up the hill. So these 3 having a good battle early on in this one. Chiconte, Filippetto and Gotch, 7, 8 and 9. And you can see John Paul Drake in that last camera shot was just beginning to catch them. There he is.
You can just see him.
Exactly.
Just on the back there, to turn back. So he'll be one. There we go. You can see the Joker livered car just behind him, getting up behind these 3 that are having their own battle at the moment. So the IGA car to lead that trio.
Here we go, move for position. Stati, after the challenging start, makes his move now on Sebastian Amadio into 3rd position, where he finished the race yesterday. So a good move from him back up into 3rd position. and has quickly pulled a little bit of a margin. In fact, Amadio is now coming under pressure from the rookie in Seth Gilmore, and he's going to come under attack here at turn number 6. Amadio defends the move down into the hairpin. It really falls away from you there on the apex of that corner. You cannot see the apex until you're right there at the apex of the corner. A really tricky section of track is this middle sector. 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10, the never-ending left-handers. An awesome course here in South Australia, the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park, first opened in 2018 and has seen several international categories already. The Asian Le Mans Series, Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia, and it's brilliant that we can relaunch Formula 4 Australia here in South Australia, and it's delivering so far. Last lap through, Blake Purdy set his PB, but you may have seen on the screen it was Jimmy Physick with the fastest lap of the race. He's done a 50.2. His last lap of 50.3 was still 4/10 faster than Blake Purdy, despite his fellow South Aussie putting in his best lap of the race. They've cleared away from this fight for third, though. They are quite far ahead as Jimmy Physick just sets another fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute 50.1, 6/10 faster than Blake Purdy. And as we see, Statty now has moved into that third position, doing so at turn 1 last lap. Amadio is just about holding Gilmore at arm's length at this point. Gilmore is not close enough to make a move, and we can see John Paul Drake has caught the back of the train. John Paul Drake in 10th is now right on the tail of both Gotch and Chiconte, as we see a little bit further up, Chiconte defending on Gotch. Great racing between these two machines. What can Gotch do? Where can Gotch make an overtake? Where is he stronger? He'll be working out where Joanne is slightly vulnerable, and will try and make a move. Of course, Joanne raced round number 1 of Australian Formula Open in preparation for this weekend and did a fantastic job on debut, and certainly a good experience for her to get accustomed to Formula 4 machinery. Not quite the same Formula 4 machinery as what we have on the racetrack here today. Of course, previously, the previous iteration was the McGale chassis. This, the Tatis T421. I'll just break away because we have a move. Great run out the corner. Turn number 12 from turn number 13 is Seth Gilmore, who goes around the outside at turn number 15. He's just about going to make that stick around number 16. Fantastic move. Got to be ultra brave and really allow the person on the inside to give you some room. Great racing between the pair. Great move from the rookie.
Certainly was. So the rookie, as you mentioned, gets up and picks another position up. Mario there just dropping off the back. It was a good move there. Got himself straight up alongside the other car and straight past him. Already the gap between those two cars, between Gilmore and Amadio, already starting to open up. Front on look there at Nick Statty. The car in the background there is still Mark Rosser. And the other interest here is where John Paul Drake is. There he is, right on cue. I was just watching him on the previous lap there and getting up behind Nathan Gotch. So the other two are in front of him, of course, sorry, with Gotch and Giante, who are they battling it out for their position. Oh, Drake,
big look.
Drake, of course, started from pit lane, so he's just working his way around. Slowly but surely starting to get up a little bit closer behind Nathan Gotch there. He'll just keep peppering away over the next few laps to try and make some ground. So these other two. We had a look there, Drake, on the inside there of Nathan Gotch under brakes. Pisick has just posted the fastest lap again. So 151.12, that's our lead car, of course. And here's our Shannon's on board. So let's have a look at the moment. That's on board, of course, with Nathan Gotch. That's in that battle, as we were just talking about before.
What can he do?
Chiconte in front of him, and then it's Filippetto, I think, just in front of that car again. So
He's trying to make a move left and right, can't quite do it. And Chiconte is actually closed back onto the tail of Filippetto. So Filippetto made the move a couple of laps ago down at turn 1, but she is caught back up. So this is now going to become a quartet of machines. Brilliant stuff. Further down the field, this is the fight for 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th positions. And they've pulled away from Wilson behind in 11th. But a good race between all 4 of these. A good run here from Gotch. This is the best run Gotch has got on Chiconte so far. Chiconte this time forced to defend, but she doesn't defend enough. Up the inside goes the number 66 machine, but she's deep under brakes because she's gone up the inside of Filippetto. So defence turns into attack there at turn number 1, and she finds herself clear now of Filippetto, and Filippetto has wedged himself in between Gotch. So Gotch, unfortunately, unable to follow through, and now, as a result, is coming under attack from John Paul Drake. A real change of sequence, and here comes Drake. He might get 2 here. He's locked up. He's spun around. Oh, no. Ha ha ha, unfortunately, blazed on the side, and he won't be laughing about that one. That is no laughing matter in the Joker-inspired livery. Spinning around, hazards flashing, there they are, he's back, found a gear and drives away. But John Paul Drake was very briefly there in 9th, but he didn't want to run into the side of Filippetto, locked the rears, and around she went.
He's got it too hot there, and unfortunately, as you said, just locked them all up, just put an extra pressure on the brake pedal there. And this will give you a fairly good, there we go, and you can see there trying to get past two cars under turn 6 there. Gee, a bit of evasive action there from the on-board there, shown there in the Nathan Gotch car. That was fairly quick reaction time there.
It had to be. It really did have to be. So good work there from Gotch to allow both cars to continue without damage. But the bad news for him is he's an innocent victim and has lost a hell of a lot of ground to this machine of Filippetto. So the group of 4 has become 4 single cars now. They've really been separated on this lap due to that spin of John Paul Drake, but it's been a positive lap for Chiconte. She has moved up to 7th ahead of Filippetto, and Gotch remains 9th, but the gap between he and Filippetto ahead is 2.5 seconds. John Paul Drake crosses the line, but he lost a ton of time. He is now 7 seconds behind onboard Cameron Gotch. As we see Sebastian Amadio come over the hill, down the sweeping rights. I keep saying my favourite corners on the track. Physic just keeps turning out fastest lap after fastest lap. 1 minute 50 flat last time, 0.4 of a second faster than Purdy. Again, that last lap, who set his PB. The margin now out to 4.6 seconds out at the head of the field. Steady set his PB last time through, a couple of tenths slower than Purdy. Be interesting to see in race number 3 what Statty will be able to do in regards to those around him. I sort of was making a point before and then was interrupted by all the on-track action, but I was going to talk you through the new chassis. So this is the Tatus F4 chassis Gen 2, the T421 monocoque carbon composite chassis that was homologated back in 2021. It's the real common Formula 4 chassis in recent years, used all around the world. The engine is a Fiat Abarth engine, the F413T, the turbocharged 1.4 litre engine, produces a good 160 horsepower, which in cars this light is packs quite a punch.
So just looking there, Jimmy Pissick has just broken the 150 barrier there. He's just done a 149.87, so just getting quicker and quicker, and that gap between first and second expands a little bit further.
They were all setting PBs last night, top 5 all with a PB, so that says to me that the more you run these GT competition tyres, the faster that they get. They really warm up and get into the groove the later that the race goes on. Only 2 drivers didn't set PBs last time through, Mark Rosser and Chiconte. Everybody else did. So yeah, that really says to me that the GT competition tyre is certainly durable.
Certainly seems that way. Let's have a look at this battle. That's the 22 car. That's Seb Amadio. He's got Steph Gilmore just in front of him there. So he's just sticking to his guns there, Amadio. He hasn't really made too much ground up. That's 4th and 5th position on track in the shot there. That's Steph Gilmore, one of the few of the IGA racing entries here this weekend.
AGI, you're talking about
AGI,
the shops.
sorry.
Yes.
I'll get that right in a minute.
Yes, AGI Sport, not IGA Sport. As we see them come across the line another time, it looks like Physic may put Wilson down a lap before the end of this motor race. It's been a real dominant display from the number 93 machine. We sort of alluded to the fact that he's raced overseas in F4 competition in recent years. Last year, raced in the very highly regarded British Formula 4 Championship, took 2 race victories in that title on the way to 5th in the championship, winning races at Silverstone and Snetterton and getting a whole bag of podium finishes along the way as well. So if you're finishing 5th in a championship like British Formula 4, it shows the calibre of driver that the number 93, the driver of the car number 93 is.
Haven't seen too much of the first 2 cars on shot. They've sort of been in a world of their own. That's the 2nd position car at the moment. The Nippies entry there of Blake Purdy. And in that gap has now expanded between 1st, 2nd over 5 seconds. So obviously Pissick, as we mentioned, getting quicker and quicker. He went back to the 150, 1.4s in that previous lap. So slightly backed that one off there. So Blake Purdy still chasing him, but probably not too much avail at the moment. Still just under 7 minutes left on the time clock here for this event. Still 3rd position is the Steady car. Car on screen there is the 7th car there of Mark Wilson. They had a interesting moment in qualifying. That's another car that ended up against the wall on the qualifying session yesterday, so no major damage occurred there. So he's managed to live another day. Goes to show the excellent strength of the back wishbone suspension of those cars, because the concrete is not too forgiving around here, so they managed to not do too much damage in that 7 car.
See Gotch, after taking the evasive action a couple of laps ago, has caught back onto the tail of Filippetto, and in fact you can visibly see deeper under brakes down into turn number 14. Last time through, nearly a full second faster than Filippetto ahead. So he's going to catch him, that's for sure. Catching is one thing, passing another, as we see around turn number 17. Gotch looks the more comfortable of the 2 at this point in the motor race. So round the final corner, he's got a good exit, but I don't think it's good enough to slingshot using the slipstream and make the move down at turn number 1 on this particular occasion. But he's certainly knocking on the door. Actually, he has got a good toe. It shows how aerodynamic these machines are. Has a look, a big look, and number 77 Filippetto certainly saw him coming, but felt he was too far back and closed the door. And Gotch has to find another opportunity as we jump back on board with the Shannons on board the machine of Gotch. Brilliant vision here as he swings it around the fast left-hander. Can he fire up the inside at turn 6? No, not close enough, that's for sure. Slight different lines, you can see, really going for a late apex is Gotch, whereas Filippetto ran it in a little bit deeper in a more traditional racing line, I think you'd call that one.
So that's what we're looking at the moment. So down at far part of the circuit, heading down towards turn 11. There's a little kink in the road there. You can't really, on the track, you can't really see it from that angle, but they'll turn back in to turn 12 and head back up the hill. So we're still looking at the car there of Filippetto in front of Gotch, as we just mentioned. Carrying our Shannons on board here in this race. That's currently positions 8 and 9 on the track. And as you mentioned, obviously Gotch there is certainly caught Filippetto, but trying to get past him or get close enough under brakes is going to be the issue here. So we'll see how smart he is under brakes, certainly at this point of the track. As they're down at turn 17, not really too many passing opportunities there. back to 18 to bring them back down towards the long main straight. So it'll be flat stick all the way down to turn 1. So we've got just tucked in behind, looking for a bit of drafting there. And try and get up on the inside at turn 1. Pretty similar to what he did at the previous lap, not quite close enough. And once again, Filippetto skips away down through turns 2 and 3. Quite strong there. He gets a nice little break through that section of the track. So certainly, I think in a straight line, certainly Gotch has got plenty of straight line speed. There's no problems about that. But as far as braking capacity is concerned, it's very varied, certainly down through this section.
Yeah, absolutely. Agree with you there. Of course, Formula 4 has produced already from 2015 to 2019 in its previous iteration many Australian stars, even a Kiwi star, Liam Lawson, the current Red Bull junior driver. Didn't he do a magnificent job subbing in for the injured Daniel Ricciardo last year? He took multiple wins. Oh, big twitch there. That's going to make him vulnerable. Big twitch mid-corner for Filippetto. We've chosen the right car to ride on board with this race, haven't we? We're getting brilliant footage from the Nathan Gotch machine. Look at this, first time Filippetto has had to defend into turn number 14. This is the closest Gotch has been at this point on the track. With 2 minutes to go, plus 1 lap though. Time is ticking away. He's probably only got a couple more laps if he wants to make the move. So he's really got to think wisely. His overtaking opportunities are running out. But yeah, other drivers to come through this series. Superstars include Tom Randall, Will Brown, even Aaron Love as well came through this series. Here we go, move 4 position. That's Sebastian Amadio on Seth Gilmore. Is Gilmore suffering a problem there? Because Amadio just flew by and he's flown away.
It seemed a little bit too easy for my eye. I think.
Lapped car we're hearing, lapped car.
Lap car.
Apologies.
Okay. That's definitely a Seb Amadio. That's definitely the 22 car. Black car there was hasn't chosen too much livery on that car. It's just to see him in red and black coloured cars in previous series. So Amadio, and
there we are.
The 24 car there. So there's Gilmore there. So that confirms that. Confusion there with the lap car just getting in between. I think that might have been actually the Wilson car that was tangled up in that car, in that frac car there.
John Paul Drake's at his PB last lap. He's actually catching up to the battle of Filippetto and Gotch at a fast rate of knots, 2 seconds a lap. So I think he might catch them by the end of this race. And there's actually been a move off camera. Gotch up the inside. Moves up the inside. Does he make it stick? That's the question. No, runs in, locks up the front right, through the gravel, and back through comes Filippetto. So he finally made it stick, but couldn't slow it down anywhere near enough. And now he is under big pressure from local South Aussie John Paul Drake, who's recovered from that earlier spin. John Paul Drake winning the Masters class yesterday. And what can he do down at 17? He's having a look. He's having a big look, but thinks better of it. Pulls back in line. Oh, big slide from Gotch on the exit. That's going to affect his run all the way into turn number 18 and all the way down the pit straight as well. That's a crucial mistake, but he might just have enough of a margin. We'll see by the time they get down the end of this 1 kilometre long pit straight. Is he going to make a move? He's certainly close enough to think about it anyway. But no, Gotch has that just about covered. John Paul Drake closes in under brakes, swings it through the chicane and into the 3rd turn. As we look at Jimmy Physick at the head of the field, driving this with pure class at the head of the pack. Continuing to chip away, extend that margin. Another sub 1 minute 50 lap time last time through, and a 50 flat, which is a couple of tenths faster than what anybody else has done in this race. So that margin out to 5.4 seconds, just steadily chipping away as he commences the final lap of the motor race. 4.95 kilometres to go for the race leader Another good drive from Blake Purdy. Hasn't put a foot wrong and looks set, barring any issues, to bring the car home in a nice second position. Stati recovered strongly to finish in third. And race number 3 is determined on grid positions in the second qualifying session. And importantly, Stati will start from second. Blake Purdy will start on the second row in third position. No doubt about the pole sitter, though. It will be Jimmy Physick once again. We see a replay further back. It's John Paul Drake again. He's had the race from hell, really. It started badly, a pit lane start, and it's not got much better from there. A spin at turn 6 and a big off-track excursion at Crofty Corner, turn number 12. So not just David Croft being caught out there, but also John Paul Drake as well, as we can see Jimmy Physick coming into turn number 14 and 15. That is F1 commentator David Croft. He went to the Motorsport Festival and then on his way to the Melbourne Grand Prix stopped off at Tail and Bend, had a few laps himself, made a fool of himself at turn number 12, had a corner named after him, and then has gone around the rest of the world since. But anyway, we look at our race leader. Dominant performance once again from this man. Car number 93. Jimmy Physick makes it 2 out of 2. Superb performance. He takes the victory ahead of fellow South Aussie Blake Purdy, who comes home in the end 5.7 seconds behind. And then we look to the man who finished in third. A good drive from Nicholas Stati and a PB on the final lap as well, a 150.4. And the cars will continue to come through. Seth Gilmore at the moment, the top rookie, and he was coming under increasing pressure from Amadio, but he is going to hold on. 4th position for Gilmore, 5th place for Amadio. And then we look a little bit further back at Filippetto, who looks like he's going to hold on by any mistake in the final couple of corners. And in fact, he forced Gotch into a mistake. Gotch tried to make that move down at turn number 1, locked the right front up heavily, ran wide and had a quick tour of the gravel. He's recovered quickly, PB on the last lap, but it's going to be a little bit too little too late. That mistake costing him dearly. As he rounds the final corner, Filippetto is going to come home in 8th position ahead of Gotch, those two finishing 2nd and 3rd in the Masters class. And then John Paul Drake finishing a very disappointing 10th. I mean, you would say he's made up a place from where he started in the pit lane, but with those 2 mistakes, it could have been a lot better for him had he not made them.
He certainly could. So like you said, he could. He's raced him well. He's certainly done a lot of different things in that race, and cars now have completed and gone through the checkered flag there to complete race 2 there for F4, and as we saw the results already there, Jimmy Physick, Blake Purdy, Nick Studi, Steph Gilmore, Seb Amadio, Mark Rosser, Joey Chianti, Nick Filippetto, Nathan Gotch, as we mentioned there, JP Drake there in 10th position, and it's only Mark Wilson who will finish in the final position, which is position 11 on track, and he's also gone a lap down as well. So
just want to make a mention there, finishing in 6th position, Mark Rosser from the back of the grid after a issue yesterday, marched through the field to win the Masters class. So great performance from him in the bright red machine. That concludes Formula 4 for this morning. They'll be back on track later on this afternoon. The warm-up lap set to commence at 2:45 local time. If you're watching on the F4 channel, thanks ever so much for tuning in. We will see you later on this afternoon. If you're watching on Blendline TV, we're going to take a quick break and we'll be back after this with the SA prototypes. Jean-Paul Drake's going to have to make a hell of a... Yeah, right. Great action in that last race with Australian Formula 4. John Paul Drake was in the thick of the action in that one, and he's had to make a mad rush down the pit lane because he is starting on the front row of the grid for this next race, the SA Prototypes Championship. John Paul Drake, actually the reigning national champion of this particular category, but this is the South Australian Championship round number 2, and we can see they are already halfway around the track behind the Hyundai i30N safety car. So Mark Short, race 1 winner, will come out of position number 1 ahead of JP Drake. Then beyond that we have Ian Eldridge and Simon Gardner on the second row. Timothy Cook will come out of position number 5 alongside Andrew McKee. Philip Andreas will come out of 7th, and Phil Hughes in position number 8. It'll be a rolling start, as always in SA Prototypes. I'm Dan McCarthy. Alongside me is Martin Ancaro, who is there for round number 1 of this particular series. It's shown some good action already this year.
Certainly has, and we certainly had a very good first round. And this is now race 2 for the weekend for SA Prototypes. And on the front, of course, we saw a big win to Mark Short yesterday. That's the Prince-style race car, chassis car, the MSR car there, leading them around. John Paul Drake will still be highly energised after his previous F4 race, jumping into one car into another. Certainly, we saw Short very strong off the line at race 1 yesterday, and I will probably expect something fairly similar here. And there we go, and there goes the green, and they're away. And in fact, Drake was very strong off the rolling start there. A bit unlike what we saw yesterday. And now they'll fan out. It gives themselves some. Andrew McKee, you can see the gold and blue coloured number 13 just behind them in the F1 Minstrel. Was another one that started from further back in the field yesterday to try and pick up plenty of positions. So he gets himself up into 4th position in this early stage. So it's neck and neck at the moment inside the first few turns, and Drake will go through and lead the race going down into turn 6 down at the hairpin behind Mark Short. So Short not quite getting in his own way as what we saw yesterday. Certainly once he got himself in front, he really did scoot away. And there's the climb from up towards turn 7, and then through the dip it goes past the northern part of the circuit there, and then one of the fastest parts of the circuit right down the back and the eastern end of the circuit. So Short still chasing Drake here in this early part of this race, and a little bit further back looks like Ian Eldridge has got himself up to 3rd position. I just saw in the background there, just looking at the store race car. It's got a very decisive body shape on that car, so it's easy to pick out. It's a little bit lower than the other prototypes in this field.
McKee briefly took 3rd, but had to slot back in the end behind Eldridge, and it's a bit of Noah's Ark style, 2x2 early on in this race. As we can see a little bit further back in 5th position where he started, that's Cook in the Golf Tribute liveried machine. Listen to some of these cars roar down pit straight. They sound absolutely awesome, all with slightly different tones and noises, but all as good as each other as the Short machine fires up the inside. Our race 1 winner moves up the inside of John Paul Drake, runs a bit wide though, and that allows Drake to respond around the outside at turn 2. They're going to be side by side into the bank turn number 3, and Drake retakes the place, but it could be briefly because the number 16's got a great run out at turn number 3 and fires up the inside at turn 5. Great racing. He then has to go defensive into the next corner, the hairpin. John Paul Drake trying the cut back, went out wide, cut back to the inside, but the acceleration of the number 16 machine means he cannot retaliate and reclaim that position. Great exchange between those two, and it really shows that if you make the move at turn 1, you lose the place, you can respond and retake the place at turns 2 and 3.
Short with a lot of capacity car. They're only 1 litre motor in those Prince race cars, compared with the Drake Wolf car there with 1.6 litre. Slightly different configuration. Actually, the Prince car is a chain-driven car, motorcycle-based race car. There's like a few of them in this field. So, like I said, even though these are all prototypes, they'll run different gearing and different capacities in this field, different body styles. There's Andrew McKee there on screen at the moment, currently running in 4th position. Andrew running in the Wolf F1 Minstrel, which is another completely different spec again. So that also has the larger capacity motor. It has the 1.6 litre motor in it. To do all the hard work yesterday, I had to start from the rear of the field to get through a few numbers. And he certainly has done that. So just behind that's Simon Gardner. That's the normal race car. It's the big wide prototype. It's got the big aero package on the back of that car too. It's got probably the biggest aerofoil in the field there. That gives you a great look there at the head-on shot.
Keep making the move and making it stick. So moves up a place there on Eldridge and moves into the podium positions. Great pass there, down in towards turn number 1 and made it stick and is already pulling ahead. Fastest lap of the race last time through for Short, 1:47.6. That's nearly 3 seconds faster than anybody else on the racetrack. He's been in a league of his own so far this weekend. Drake, that was the first time anybody really has taken any kind of a hand to him, really shown him put a real fight against Short, I should say. But unfortunately, just a couple of laps in and through went Short. And is pulling a margin at a vast rate of knots, as we see the number 13 machine, as you say, overtaken number 19. Behind that, Gardner is in 5th position, Cook in 6th, and Drewas in 7th, and rounding out the field, Philip Hughes in 8th position. It's been a change, I believe, because I think Cook was in 5th, so Gardner in the last couple of laps has taken that place and moved into 5th position. So that's happened off camera. Round number 1 saw victory shared between a few different drivers. Race number 1 was won by Mike Lauke, who's not here this weekend, and Lauke looks set to win the round, a couple of firsts and a second, but a mechanical issue in the last race cost him.
He didn't quite finish the meeting there, did qualify the quickest, quite considerably, and looked pretty strong in the first couple of races. Unfortunately, didn't finish off the round there, but he certainly would have been a strong part of this round. Not here this weekend in the flower mills. Then she's got the bright sunflower on that delivery of that car. Not here this weekend. Andrew McKee, who actually took the round out there in the end. So, and then currently car on track is in 3rd position. So John Paul Drake didn't have a very successful first round either. He had a few issues earlier on in the event. So he didn't get too many laps in at all, so that was another one that the car that did fail to finish that round.
A second and a first, and then 2 DNFs to end the round. So he came out of the opening round 8th position in the points. So he's behind Paul Trengrove, who's not here this weekend. He's behind Ian Eldridge, Thomas Hughes, Sam Rashid, Philip Andrewas, Mark Lauke, and then our championship leader, Andrew McKee, who's recovering in this one, as we say, made his way up to position number 3. But this is the closest battle on track between Gardner and Cook.
Tim Cook there in the golf-livered on-demand entry there. Just running back just behind Simon Gardner. Gardner, long-time race driver in this state. He's had a lot of different race cars over his career, that's for sure. So certainly plenty of experience as far as that driver. He's in the Norma M20 race car. That's the 2-litre car in this field. In fact, there's only the two 2-litre cars in this field, and the other one, of course, is Phil Hughes, who's running in the Pilbeam at the rear of the field. Well, they're the high, those 2 particular cars I just mentioned with the high capacity motors. A little bit further back now. Let's have a look at the head-on shot there. See John Paul Drake, McKee, Ian Eldridge. There's Simon Gardner. It's the 54 normal race car there. And he's been looking in his mirrors for quite a while. He's still got Tim Cook chasing him around. Tim running in the 1-litre Wolf Thunder, so that's another smaller capacity car, so a lot lighter in weight. They're all carbon fibre, those Wolf Thunders in that particular model, so it's nice and light. Currently just skipping around down through that section of the track. There's Andrew McKee there in third position. Mark Short all of a sudden has opened up a 14-second gap between first and second. That's a bit what we saw yesterday. John Paul Drake in second position. He was chasing. He's actually under a bit of pressure at the moment because he's got his eyes well and truly glued on the side mirrors because he's got Andrew McKee in the 13 car just behind him. And Ian Eldridge just behind McKee. So all these drivers have been looking forward and back at the same time to see where all their competition is.
Yesterday was a real day to forget for the championship leader McKee, but he's back on form, back on song here in race number 2, marching from 6th on the grid, currently sits 3rd, and he's now behind the reigning national champion John Paul Drake, but notably he is bringing Eldridge along with him. So the 3, 2nd, 3rd and 4th on the road. And to be fair, Gardner and Cook are not that far behind either. So it's a really close battle in the midfield, really. 5 cars evenly spread, not too far apart, about half a second each. There's a big look there for McKee on John Paul Drake on the exit of turn number 1. I can't get over how long that number 54 machine looks. Looks like a stretched limousine.
Certainly one of the biggest body cars here, or is the biggest body car in this particular field. Just talking about Gardner and Cook there, they've just done PBs on that race lap, so that's go to show why they've just caught up with Ian Eldridge a little bit there, just in front of him, of those 2 cars. So all of a sudden things are just starting to close up a little bit. It's John Paul Drake and Andrew McKee there. They're heading down towards turn 10 to the back of the circuit, and under brakes there, it all gets really close under brakes there. Andrew McKee just behind Drake, and then they'll head up towards turn number 13.
He seems to close up under brakes, but John Paul Drake gets the power down a lot smoother, a lot nicer, and he pulls away in the traction zone. So it's interesting, the ebb and the flow. I'm not sure if maybe McKee's going in too deep, and that's what he's getting on the power there for later, and allowing John Paul Drake to pull away, but it's pretty noticeable. Every braking zone the 66 closes. It's not the normal effect that you see where they close and then they pull away. It seems really apparent and really clear what's going on. But he's got a good run into the final corner, and he'll be looking to line up a pass. Now again, he looks close going into the corner, and then on the exit, the number 66 machine pulls away. So he's actually looking in the rear vision mirror now of Eldridge instead. This is a cracking battle, really close racing from 2nd all the way down to 7th.
Certainly Gardner and Tim Cook have caught that other trio in front of them as predicted, and they've done PBs again also on that particular race lap. So they are gaining ground, and all of a sudden 3 should become 5 between obviously position 3 down to 6. That's all starting to close up, and the driver that's holding them all up here is John Paul Drake. Still looking at Andrew McKee, still chasing. And there's Simon Gardner in the 54 car with the 3 car of Tim Cook in the Wolf Thunder just behind him. Oh, he gets nice and close there too. He's quite strong down that back part of the circuit, but he's just not quite strong enough. That's got a heavy capacity motor in that normal race car that Simon Gardner's in, so and the car's going to be much stronger in a straight line speed. Obviously, the much lighter weighted Wolf Thunder there of Tim Cook. Now, here he goes underneath him there, and back inside the stadium section there, down to turn 15, and he manages to get through and finally picks up that position in front of Simon Gardner. It's taken him quite a few laps to pepper away there, but he's finally done it. And Simon Gardner didn't want too much to do with that. He pulled out there and had another little bit of a look down into 17. In fact, nice little bit of pace. Gardner will be much stronger here down the straight. He should be able to make a little bit of ground. He should be fairly close to him under brakes going down into turn 1, and that's exactly what he's done.
fact, he's ahead before the braking zone is the power of the number 54 machine. So poor Cook did all that hard work, really had to make a real dive, a real well-executed pass, and then with the straight line speed of the number 54 machine, just blasts back past. Of course, as we said, the National Series also, many of these competitors race in the National Series. Round number 2 of that. Oh, a lock up there for Eldridge. He stays on the road though, holds position. But round number 2 of the series is here at the Shell V-Power Motorsports Park in just a month's time when Super Trofeo Asia and Australian Formula 4 return to this racetrack. So very much looking forward to that, and really looking forward to having the national sports prototypes category back out there, because they really delivered last year, and we're seeing exactly the sort of racing that we saw last year in the National Championship, but here in our local state category, because they are still nose to tail. John Paul Drake just about holding them off at this point in time. Eldridge looks like the fastest of this group at the moment, right slap bang in the middle. Oh, big mistake there by McKee, got all crossed up out wide on the curb, just about kept it in the right direction, but Eldridge had to back out of that. I think he was going to line up a move, but the sideways McKee came back across the track and he had to pull out of it. Oh, now it's him. Oh, sideways.
He's finally gone. He was threatening to do that a couple turns before, so I think the pressure got to his head there a little bit. He was fairly busy in the mirrors there. He had and Eldridge absolutely right up his rear there, so don't think there was any contact. I think he's just spun on his own. Just sheer pressure there.
But look, it's affected, of course, Eldridge's run around turn, on the exit turn 17, around turn 18, and on the pit straight, meant he was a sitting duck. Was there contact? I don't think there was. I think Eldridge is having his own moment, and then, yep, there's no contact.
He's done that completely by himself there, McKee, so he's just come out a little bit hotter on the other side there at turn 17, and that's what happens when you get a bit heavy on the brake pedal there. It'll just spit you out the other side. So it's been a good drive from Simon Gardner, hasn't it? Gee, he's really being very consistent, gets himself up into overall 4th position on track. And I think we're starting to see the best of this normal race car. We haven't really seen the best of the race car. Of course, it's a fairly new project for Simon Gardner for this series. But he's certainly starting to squeeze a bit more horsepower out of that car. And of course, there's a fair bit of experience behind the wheel there as well with Simon Gardner himself. So certainly see him progress through the series.
Well, he was 4th in yesterday's race, 3rd today, just improving race after race. And speaking of improving race after race, another dominant display by Short, taking another race victory in the South Australian Prototype Championship. That's 2 dominant performances. Yes, this is on for second. Drake forced to defend, brakes pretty late. The 54 is going to be looking for the exit. He's got the exit. Really nice executed manoeuvre, but it's not quite good enough. John Paul Drake is just about going to hold on. A really mature drive from him to come home in second place, ahead of Gardner, as you say. A really strong performance from him. Eldridge comes home a disappointing 4th. I reckon he had more pace to show there, but was a little bit unlucky late in that race. And then Cook rounding out the top 5. The most disappointed of the lot, though, is going to be McKee, who sat right up the pointy end, but a costly spin sees him come home in 6th position, just 3 seconds ahead of Andreas. And then the Philip Hughes car did not take any real participation in that one, failing to complete a lap. So that is the results up there on the screen. 28.4 seconds. He was in a league of his own. The fight from 2nd down to 6th was enthralling. A fantastic battle. John Paul Drake showing his experience, using his wise head, and came home in 2nd, putting that disastrous Formula 4 race just behind him. Really good drive from him. Simon Gardner coming home in 3rd position, just 0.3 shy in the end. Then we had Ian Eldridge, Timothy Cook, and Andrew McKee, who his championship lead's going to be looking a little shaky now after a couple of disappointing races. 2 6th-place finishes for him. He finishes ahead of Philip Andrewas and then Philip Hughes, as we say. The non-finisher in that one in car number 34. Once again, the sports prototypes putting on a show for us, and I'm sure every single one of those people enjoyed that.
All those folks up there on the top of the sky. There we go. Give us a wave. You're on camera. There's a few that have heard us up there, and gee, what a great viewing point that is, up right on top of the main complex building here. And we can see coming up next, they're getting ready for the trophy series for the Hyundai Excels, which is coming up very next, and won't be too far away. So got a lot of heavy support in that category, so no doubt there's a few family and crew members up there getting ready for that series.
So yes, we'll be back after a very quick break. Hyundai Excel trophies will be back on track in just a moment. Hyundai Excels out there on the race circuit for the second trophy race of the weekend. And look at that, after having a half rollover earlier on in the Masters race, the Gallia machine has been patched up slightly and is back out there on the racetrack. That's a great news
Hardly
story.
a scratch on it.
Exactly.
Yeah, it looks pretty good, Nick.
The grid coming around the final corner, so we're going to quickly run you through that grid, Mark.
Here we go. So, pole position, of course, will be Nick Scaife from his win yesterday. Alongside him, how about Isaac Sparks getting on the front part of the grid in the TSM Motorsport entry? And we go back to another couple of hard charges. You've got Jacob Curry in the Speed Vision entry. That's another one that's made up plenty of ground. Aaron Oliver started on the second part of the grid, or position 2 on the grid yesterday in the Penrite Alls entry. He goes back to position 4 on the grid here. We've got a delayed start also happening here. There's been a little bit of confusion about grid positions. We'll run through the rest of them. We've got Darcy Hine in the High Speed Excavations entry. Shane Nowicki in the Mish's XL Garage entry. Another one of the Mish's XL Garage entries there. And Fletcher Lewis in the 56 car. We've got the Peter Page Hyundai car there. Car number 20, Matt Tatani. And then we go back to the speed parlour entry to Adam Curry. Brodie Dominic got inside the top 10 in the previous race in the Robilla Racing entry. He'll finish in car 22 in position 10. Got Jake Gallia in the second of the Grunter Racing Team entries in car number 11. And then Curtis Hinks in one of the 2 GH Hawley's cars here this weekend. Tabitha Ambrose in the Marcus Ambrose Motorsport entry, of course. Daughter of, and then we go alongside Cruz Frost in the Rye Industries entry. Braden Coe the all silver car back there, car 18 of Aiden Brand. Then we go back to the Warren Mining entry there of Jack Wallace. Jordan Johnson in the 49 car, the Hampstead Auto and Dyno entry. We go back to car number 77, the youngest driver in the field, the 14-year-old driver there, Jack Zirk, the Port Lincoln based teenager there. Good to see him on board here, only his second race meeting. Also fairly new to this series, Jacob Leggs, who did complete all the series last year as well. Another 17-year-old in the field. Then we go back to Chase Gorsel. Emily Cacavelio is also on debut here this weekend. We wish her well. Ethan Whitehead, and towards the back of the field, the Sam Woodland in the TCM Race Services entry. Then we go back to Graham Hinks in another one of the GH haulage cars. Ollie Patterson in the camel-livered car back towards the back of the field. Then we go back to Cass Hoare for the Scotch Race Fuels and Oils entry. And Adrian Gallia. Obviously, car 11, we just mentioned, had that little slight rollover in the previous race back in the field. Then we go back to Aine Morrison in the 10th Gear Motorsport entry. Aaron Baker also on debut here this weekend in the 96 car. And most importantly, at the back of the field here, we've got Jackson Sullivan. And our pole sitter from the previous race, Joel Johnson, at the rear of the field. He's just got Bailey Perryman behind him. Well, that's interesting.
I think that's a glitch because Joel Johnson is there on the front row.
No,
can't be in 2 places, can it?
I wasn't sure why he was there. He should be up the front of the grid. So that's exactly what we've got there at the moment.
We're hearing because it's been stopped for so long, they're going to have an additional formation lap, and then we should be all set to go. So a little bit of a delay. But what a weekend Scaife is having so far this weekend.
Very strong in the Masters class so far for the weekend. Running both classes here this weekend. And he gets himself up alongside Joel Johnson this time around, if that's the case. Let's have a look at this track again as we go down just out of the side of the town. You can see Taylor Bend just down the Dukes Highway. Once again, 4.95 kilometre circuit at 18 turns. It's a really testing track for these little 1.5 litre XLs. And it's very busy. Only a lightweight car. So once they get down to turn 1, just like in that footage there, they fan out, trying to get themselves track position to get down into turn 2. And then there's the left-right combination and down over the crest of 4. And then there's big passing opportunity down to the hairpin at turn 6. And up the hill they go, up to turn 7. It's the consecutive right-handers there, 8, 9, 10. Then they straighten up, little kink through turn 11. Then they come up, tightens right up at the blind corner here at turn 13. That's a big opportunity also for this group through that section of the track. Back inside the main stadium complex, 14, 15, 16, and that very tricky turn 17, the penultimate corner on the circuit, and they scream up towards turn 18, which is quite a wide apex corner to send them home down to the finish line. Of course, we're here at Tail and Bend. Track originally opened in a great meeting we had here in 2018. It's hard to believe that 6 years ago. Just on a formation lap here. So we got a little bit confused with the graphics there, but this definitely looks like Joel Johnson up the front of the field. That's exactly where he likes to be, and as we saw in the race yesterday, he is a really typical front runner. Once he gets out and gets to the front, he will just skip away, and he wasn't dominant performance. His qualifying session yesterday, he was virtually a second quicker than his second car on the qualifying, so that shows you have the speed that car is carrying through the meeting, and we've seen it many times before.
And he won by over 10 seconds in the race as well. But what a battle it was for second between Scaife, Sparks, Jacob Curry, Aaron Oliver, and Darcy Hayne as well was right in the thick of the action. It was a brilliant scrap for second position, possibly the highlight of yesterday's racing. They were changing at almost every single corner. But there was no doubt about it. Joel Johnson just skipped away at the front of the field. The question is, can they go with him today, or will they find themselves once again just fighting for the scraps in position number 2? That all remains to be seen as the cars come into the final couple of corners. Good to see Burson Auto Parts supporting the Hyundai Excel Trophy Series. Of course, they're also sponsoring our track map on Blendline TV.
They are the main sponsors of this round this weekend for Excels. So good to have them on board. They've been a long-time supporter of this category now for some time, and see Burson back on board here this weekend. It's Buddy Perriman. He's at the rear of the field. That's the 28 car. And one of the southeast-based competitors there.
Here they come then into position. This is an update from race control, race duration. It will finish at 11:28 plus 1 lap. So that is about 15 minutes from now plus 1 lap. So it's slightly shorter just because of the extra formation lap due to a couple of confusion with grid positions and things. Nevertheless, everyone is now in the right order. Everybody is in the right grid slot. That means we wait the green flag at the back, and then we will be all set to go looking at the lights, and then we will be off and away once they go off. We can hear the revs have risen. It's just moments away now from the start of this race. Who's going to lead them down to turn 1? Johnson or Scaife? Or could it even be someone from the second row of the grid? With number 30 Sparks and number 27 Jacob Curry. There's so much experience and so much talent in these first 3 rows on the grid. Oh, great initial launch from Joel Johnson. Scaife looks like he's going to tuck straight in behind to get the slipstream down towards the first turn. But the 2 cars from the second row of the grid are going to go side by side, either side of him. Sparks to the inside and Curry to the outside. And Scaife might find himself demoted to 4th. Who's going to be the bravest down into turn number 1? The answer is the one on the outside. Jacob Curry swung it around there at full speed, and I think he might have prevailed in doing so. But further back down the field, it's 2, 3 wide. Great start from Tabitha Ambrose. I reckon she's made up a couple of places in that black 199 machine. She started from 15th. I reckon she moved up a couple. Totani's stuck on the outside here. You don't want to be 3 wide on the outside at turn number 5. You're going to end up in the grass. They end up only being 2 wide in the end, which certainly saved him. Further forwards, it's on. Aaron Oliver in the Pembrite machine. He's trying to make a place on the number 25 of Nowicki, who started strongly. Up front, though, Joel Johnson has bolted. Second place is Sparks. Third place is Jacob Curry. And the man who started in second has been demoted to 4th. and that is Nick Scaife. So bit of reshuffling behind the race leader, and it's the number 30 that made the best of the starts from that second row and moves up to second place. But there's a train behind, a real train. 5 cars fighting for second, and then from 8th backwards, it's a never-ending train of Hyundai Excels. We've got 32 cars in this Excel category alone. Add that to the 19 in Masters. We've got well in excess of 50 Hyundai Excels here this weekend as the number 62 looks to make a move. That's Wallace, and he's made it stick on is that number 86? It is, who's run wide. Gravel excursion rallycross style sliding through the grass. And here's a replay of an incident down at turn number 5. Tabitha Ambrose.
Ambrose has got damage on the front corner of that car.
And 64 Frost.
That's Frost in the Roy Industries car that got pushed out there as well. So a bit of damage occurred to both of those race cars, so hopefully they can carry on. Just a bit of cosmetic damage there. So we were talking before, Isaac Sparks, what an improved driver he's been in this series. Once again, gets that great start. It's all Johnson at the moment, and there he is on a head-on shot, and there's the 30 car of Isaac Sparks, and he's going to be under attack there from Jacob Curry in a moment. Scaife still in the fray there. So the top 4 that we saw from the previous race in that order, and the Penrite oil entry just behind him, that's Aaron Oliver.
These are the same 4 we saw scrapping for second throughout yesterday's race. Puncture. Front right puncture for the number 64 machine. So Frost has had to bring it into the lane, unfortunately, after definite contact with Tabitha Ambrose. Anyway, we saw damage to her machine, and I think there might have been a couple more involved. And that's often the case down at turn number 6. Totani is all over the tail of the High-Tech Oils and Winds sponsored machine of Lewis, and they are also on the tail of Dominic, the 22 green and black machine. So as we say, there's a 5-car scrap for second place, but beyond that, a really good scrap at the tail end of the top 10 as well. High quality racing in Hyundai Excel trophies, as we have come to expect. We said, didn't we, really highlighted this one and said that's going to be full of action this weekend, and they have delivered in spades.
A few wheels just getting dropped off of the back turn there. Everyone's got through there fairly cleanly. Got a few of the young guys there right at the back of the pack there. 7 car there of Jet Zerk. He's only a little moment of contact between Curry, and he got turned around, and Hine actually made contact with the front of him, so he got himself all hooked up sideways there, and Hine there was actually the innocent victim there.
Aaron Oliver took evasive action, hard stage right to stay out of the way of both cars. Will probably lose the place as a result, but not as many as what Jacob Curry lost. Fortunately for Jacob, he was knocked back in the right direction by the car that hit him initially in Haynes, so it enabled him to just pluck a gear and continue on with his race. But I saw the arms waving. There's probably a particular finger that was being shown as well.
Oh, gee, very animated in the driver's there, Jacob Curry. Look at him shaking his head.
Yeah.
You can see that. He's very animated, so he's very upset about something. This could be the reason why. Let's have a look.
So Hayne comes up the inside, taps his rear left corner, hits him again, straightens him back up, but yeah.
He wasn't so innocent there after all. He's actually he's gone in too hot there on the inside of Curry. No wonder Curry's shaking his head. I reckon there'll be a bit of smoke coming out of the ears there.
Unfortunately, there's a bit of smoke coming off the left front wheel as well. The tyre, the bodywork is rubbing on the tyre. Hopefully he can keep going and finish the race. But Jacob Curry has got to get his head back into gear. We can see he's animated, he's frustrated, but that frustration is costing him places at the moment.
Oh, great lock up there from that's Fletcher Lewis there. The High-Tech Edge's wins entry there. Let's have another look at it. That's the Hinks car.
That's weird.
So what's happened there? That's one of the 2 GH All these cars gone off there for some strange reason.
Just seemed to stop turning and dribble off the road out wide. That was a really strange one. But Curry looks like he's now regrouped. He's gone from looking in his mirror to looking back ahead, which is good news because he's certainly got the pace to match it with the best in this race. But he's got to get past Dominic before he can start looking ahead at Nowicki in car number 25. But yeah, on that replay really showed the great evasive action from Aaron Oliver once again, staying out of the way of both.
There's a big cloud of dust there. What was that from?
One of the cars ahead, maybe Nowicki. Oh, Scaife running wide there.
Again. I think he might have done it twice. See, he's full of steam here, Jacob Curry. He wants to get past Brodie Dominic here. He's really trying to outworry him. There's Hine. Scaife behind him, so that's another pairing there that are trying to sort themselves out.
Oh, Oliver's in a bit deep. That's going to leave the door open to the 83 machine of Hayne as we look. Oh, dear.
There's a moment. And we've got Hayne Morrison there, the 983 car, and the Camel car there, which is Ollie Patterson.
Yeah.
So a couple of young guys there getting themselves all tangled up towards the back of the field.
This is the kind of racing that we're used to in Excel's. Tabitha Ambrose has rejoined the circuit, or maybe she's been just nursing the car around, but nevertheless she's gone a lap down. A shame for her. Tortani is in a big scrap in the fight for 11th position with Gallia, and it's going to be Gallia that is leading into turn number 1. But the Peter Page Hyundai sponsored machine is looking left and right at the moment, and down into the banked turn number 3. Can't do too much about it. Jacob Curry is still hounding the back. In fact, he's got past 22 Dominic, has he? No, Dominic fights back, but somehow the Windsor High-Tech machine has got past both of them somewhere around this course. Oh, there's a big lock-up, but they...
Adam Curry there, that's the Speed Vision entry.
It is.
Geez, he's come from the clouds too, so he's now on the back of his teammate there. So yeah, that's a strong drive from the 59k. Adam Curry gets himself inside the top 10. Gee, Brodie Dominic, you reckon he's been busy in that driver's seat? He's driving very defensively, trying to get through there now. Curry. Oh, a bit of a brake pinch there for Dominic. Here they come. Fletcher Lewis, another young teenage 16-year-old driver, leading that pack. The car 56 cars. There's a lot of young guys here. Brodie Dominic in the same fray. All got heads full of steam, that four. Trying to sort themselves out. Here's another group of young guys. You've got Zirk and Jacob Lengs there. And just behind there, I think that's the Jordan Johnson Hampstead Auto entry.
Another replay, another accident as we see the grey machine alongside car number 86 of Colwell. Yeah, good spot.
Brand there getting pushed out wide there. The old silver bullet machine there.
Well, hasn't this been a frantic start? We're just about catching our breaths and we're halfway through the motor race, so real frantic start.
Here's some young guns, Dan. Have a look at these two guys.
They're all young guns.
14 and 17-year-old. A little bit more mature. Jordan Johnson there. Jacob Legg's driving the Scott Stevenson Excel there. Still got the SMS livery on that car. Oh, right on Zirks. Look at that.
Bump drafting.
Doesn't get much closer than that. And he'll pull out here and try and get up on the inside down there at turn 1.
Been watching a bit of NASCAR at Talladega by the looks of it as they go down into turn number 1. 61, as you predicted, does pull out, pulls to the inside. Lengs takes Zirk, and Zirk might lose another one. In fact, they both might lose out to the number 49 machine of Johnston.
Oh, contact, and he's hip and shoulder, fair bump, play on. He's given Lengs a fair bit of shoulder there just to push him off the track.
And Lengs has fallen back as a result. 3 positions lost. Might even be a 4th position as they go side by side around turn number 5. Up the inside comes 45 now. They're changing almost metre by metre. Oh, I think there's damage. I think there's a puncture maybe on the 49 machine front left. The one that made contact, and
it is down.
It's a shame. And so that's taken two of those contenders that were fighting at the front of that pack out of contention. The other one being that 161, pushed down a couple of places, but a real shame for Johnston. The contact with the 61 machine leading to a front left puncture.
Right line, green car 213 on debut this weekend. Emily Cacavelio. Wish her well. She's looked pretty strong so far. We can't miss that car on track. It's like a lighthouse beacon out on the shore there, that car. We certainly won't be able to miss that.
No, and we certainly can't miss this at the moment. 4-car scrap for second position, as we saw yesterday. And it's Sparks that's defending into turn 17. Scaife will look for the exit. Scaife's got the exit because Sparks has run 2 wheels through the grass. You don't want to go too wide into this corner. We've seen in supercars, Feeney and David Reynolds came to blows here last year on the final lap of the race. They're going to be 3 wide as they come across the line this time through. Oh, this is fantastic. Hyundai Excel action. We're going to make it 4 wide.
4 wider. Here we go.
Fantastic. As the far inside is Aaron Oliver. He's defending from the 83 of Hayne. Who's going to yield? Who's going to give in here? We can't continue this into turn number 1. They all sort themselves out. So now it's Oliver, it's Hayne, it's Scaife, and then it's Sparks. Sparks was at the head of this queue 2 corners ago.
See how quickly things change in these races. Aaron Oliver gets himself up in overall the second position now. Certainly, look at Nick Scaife all over the back. The high-speed entry there of Hine. Now here we go again. They're going to fan out again on the inside of 6 there. And the 83 car will it's a squeeze through, but he went a bit wide on the exit there, so he'll push Aaron Oliver on top of the hill out wide there to turn 7. And have a look at Scaife. Look at him trying to follow through. He's just waiting for one of these young blokes to just make a mistake. Oh, got a little bit unsettled there, Hine.
Oh, you don't go too wide around there, but they've made it work. This is awesome. Scaife now got the inside for turn number 12, Crofty Corner, and he's made it work. Oh, they're going to be 2 wide now into turn number 13 as well. They've been 2 wide for nearly half a lap. Here we go, turn number 13. Oh, there's contact in a straight line. Oh, how they both kept it facing forwards, I'll never know. That was wild. Around turn number 13 they go. And number 30 is in this as well. Who's going to give way here? Surely Aaron Oliver has the high ground, the inside line. They're still side by side around turn number 14. And finally, Scaife pulls in behind. This is sensational racing, and now number 30's got the run down the hill towards turn number 17, but Scaife's attacking back. He's attacking back on Aaron Oliver, who defends hard into turn number 17.
Gee, there's all happening here. As you would expect. Sparks being very patient too in the 30 car. Watching these in front of him. I was having a look at that contact between Oliver and Scaife there, and the huge turn of the head on the right-hand side from the driver in the Penrite car, Oliver. He had a massive look across when that contact was made, as you would.
Here we go, down again
Here
on
they
the
go,
run to
fan.
1. We're hearing this is the final lap of the race as we see Sparks back up the inside of Scaife. They both go 2 wide. Scaife leaving great racing room and holds on as a result. Great clean race in between those two, but they're losing touch with these two that we're looking at now. The 83 of Hayne and Oliver have just skipped about half a second clean. There's more straight line contact. Oh, dearie me. Scaife's been in the thick of the action the last half a lap in the straight lines, let alone the corners. And they're 2 wide around turn number 5. Sparks surely won't go the long way around the outside at the hairpin. We'll have to slot back in behind. Oh, what do I know? What do I know? Sends it around the outside. Oh, this is remarkable. He's made it stick. He'll now have the inside for turn number 7, turn number 8, and turn number 9 as well. A fantastic manoeuvre from Sparks in the number 30 machine. And yes, he's made it stick. He's made it work. Scaife falls back to 5th position. And closing in behind them is Nowicki, who's stayed out of trouble so far in this race, but with all the action ahead, now finds himself right in the thick of the action. Aaron Oliver is now ahead of Hayne in the fight for second position.
Scaife a little bit wide there too on that turn. Just caught that in the background. Do his chances any good at all?
No.
And around they come. No worries about Johnson. He's ready to look at the checkered flag in just a moment.
He is so far ahead, it is not
Here
funny.
he is,
Here
right
he
on
is.
cue. And he'll take it, he'll make it 2 out of 2 so far for the weekend. Just down into turn 17 at the moment.
Yep.
Massive gap. That's a massive gap as far as Excel Racing is concerned. 15 seconds between first and second. That is an enormous win. That is a spanking.
Absolutely.
That is a big win in this class.
But to be honest, I'm not that surprised with the chaos that's been unfolding behind. He's just been chipping away 2 seconds a lap all by himself. Here they come.
Here they come.
Aaron Oliver looks like he's going to take second and does so ahead of Hayne. Behind that, we have Sparks Scaife just holding off Nowicki, who set his PB lap on the final lap. Lewis in 7th. Curry, a disappointing 8th ahead of Dominic, and the other Curry rounding out the top 10. Tortani just behind in 11th position. What a race in Hyundai Excel trophies.
Jack Wallace actually got a position there, just got in front of Aidan Brand on that last lap. Zirk back there in 17th position. He'd be loving that because he's picked up about 4 or 5 spots there as well, so good race there. Perryman, Cowsall, Gallia ended up finishing 22nd position from the rear of the field.
Well, that's not too bad considering a couple of hours ago that car was on its side. So, yeah, not bad performance at all from Gallia, as you say, in that Castrol Perkins tribute machine. You can see one of the mirrors is facing the wrong way, I think. There, that looked a bit weird. Anyway, that's a good result. Nevertheless, cars continue to come through in a...
96 car, that's the Baker car. That's also a new car for this series. Ian Morrison, who got himself tangled up a little bit earlier on. Just going through, and that's Curtis Hinks. Shot, that's the second of the GH haulage cars there, and I'm not sure what's happened to Ollie Patterson. He was another one that got tangled up mid-race as well in the yellow Camel car, and doesn't look like he's managed to finish, so that's the end of that. So official results, look at the margin there, 17.1 seconds between first and second. That's a hammering in this class. So Johnson from Olo, Darcy Hind, Isaac Sparks, Nick Scaife, Shane Nowicki, Fletcher Lewis. He's going to be a talent too. We'll keep a close eye on the future races there. Jacob Curry, Brodie Dominic, Adam Curry to round out the top 10 there. Then we go back to Tarney, Jake Gallia, Braden Colwell, Jack Wallace, Aidan Brand, Jackson Sullivan on debut. Then was mentioned there, Jet Zirk, Emily Cacavelio, Jacob Lings, Bailey Perryman, and at the top 20. Then we go back to Chase Gorsall. They're a long way back. Andrew Gallia did a pretty good job in the end. Ethan Whitehead, we didn't mention too much there. Cass Hoare, Aaron Baker on debut, Ian Morrison, Curtis Inks, Ollie Patterson. Right down the back of the field there is Sam Woodland, and position 30, car number 49 there is Jordan Johnson, who finished with a flat tyre there towards the end and didn't manage to finish that race. So that's a wrap there on that very busy commentary box here, because there's a lot of lips flapping here.
Absolutely.
It's been very exciting. So we'll come back with Mark Cars Australia and Invited for their endurance event coming up very next, and we'll be back with that very shortly.
Welcome back to the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park here in South Australia. We've had to turn the air conditioning on in the commentary box, so we got a bit hot and bothered in that Hyundai Excel trophy race. Oh, that was monumental. That was absolutely fantastic. They'll be back on track later on this afternoon. In fact, they finished proceedings here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park, 3:50 local time. Make sure you, if you're going away, going shopping or something, make sure you come back for 3:50. That will be one you will not want to miss. Up now, though, we have the 50-minute MARC Cars Australia and Invited race. We are hearing, though, there's going to be a slight delay. There's an Excel that they are just recovering out there on the course. You can see right at the back of the shot the yellow machine with the door open. So that's come to a halt just on pit lane entry. So they're just going to tow that off, and then we will get things underway. They're just getting a tow truck to the venue now, or the location now, I should say. So in the meantime, we're going to continue to catch our breath, and we're going to take another quick break. MARC Cars Australia and Invited Sports Cars heading out there onto the racetrack for this 50-minute race. It was pretty exciting yesterday in the fight really for around second, third, fourth positions. So really interested to see how it's all going to shake out in this one. But in the end, the race winner quite comfortably was Jackson Shaw. As we say, it was the fight for second between the next three. Jeff Taunton, Adam Hardgraves and Mark Pierce in the invited Lamborghini that really excited things, particularly in the midway stage of the motor race. Beyond that, and rounding out the field, we have Jonathan Crossing in the MARC Cars Focus, Sunhill Volra in his Porsche 997-2 Cup car, and then John Morris in the GT3 spec GT3R Porsche. So a bit of variety. So 4 MARC cars and 3 invited sports cars that make up the 7-car field. So there's a couple of classes, and as well they have a 5-minute mandatory pit stop time. We'll come to that a little bit later. For now, we'll look at the iconic Tailem Bend circuit, the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park, made up of 18 turns with a million action zones, as we saw in that last Hyundai Excel race. Every meter's an action zone in an Excel race. Turn number 1, it's tricky. It's such a fast straight. You really have to get it slowed down for turn number 1. But it's a great sequence of corners, 2 and 3, side by side. And then the run down into turn number 6. Turn 3 is a crucial exit because it can set up a move down here into this hairpin. Then we go around this fast sequence of corners, and it really does make up this fantastic lap of the Bend Motorsport Park. We're going to have to come off that because we are about to go green. 2 MARC Mustangs on the front row, and it's Taunton that makes the better start in the green machine. A brilliant launch from the number 95 car, and he's going to lead them into turn number 1. Our race winner yesterday, Shaw, slots into second, and the Lamborghini of Pierce looks like he's going to be shuffled back early on in this motor race, as we see the 134 car of Morris going through at the back. Oh, nearly run into the back there, I think, of Sunhill Volra. Had to run a little bit wide to take evasive action. Fortunately, no damage done. Play on, says the ref. Hardgraves looking up the inside of Shaw, but he's nowhere near close enough. Shaw runs slightly deep, but Hardgraves not close enough to capitalise on that position, that's for certain. And it is Taunton that leads. Shaw in second, Hardgraves third. They've spread themselves out on this opening lap of the race, but it's the MARC cars quite comfortably ahead of the best invitational car, which is Pierce. Pierce himself at turns 1 and 2 was in a battle with the MARC Focus of Crossing, who now sits in 4th position. Pierce just about holding on in the invitational class, but I don't think for long. Sunhill Volra's got the inside. Can Volra make it stick? Yes, he can. And he's going to be followed through by Morris, is he? No, not quite. As they head down into turn number 14. Morris looking strong early, though, compared to Pierce, not using all the road at all. I don't know if that's a deliberate defensive line or what, but not using anywhere near all of the tarmac on the exit of turn number 14. Here comes Morris up the inside, wants to outbrake him, but can't do so this time through. I think it's only a matter of time. He's got a good run out of 17. 18's not really an overtaking opportunity. Maybe down the run on pit straight. Nice exit. But I think the Trofeo might have a bit more straight line speed, the Lamborghini Super Trofeo, and it does. So Morris is going to have to late brake down in towards turn number 1. He's got good brakes on that GT3 car. He's using them to good effect. Fires up the inside and makes it stick. So change of position. Morris up to 6th. Pierce drops down to position number 7 on the road. Taunton, no doubt about him, he's leading 2.4 seconds ahead.
Already in this early stage of the race, so quite a convincing lead at this early stage. So we've got a long, long way to go. Mark Pierce there little bit further back than what we saw him yesterday. See, in fact, he's in the final position on the track at this very moment. Certainly, car doesn't seem to have as much pace as it did yesterday. So, come back. There's the crossing car coming through Volra. There's John Morris in the nice GT3 Porsche there. So 2 Porsches at the back of the field there, sorting out their own positions. No problems about the MARC cars there. Already in a word of a bit of a flick of the headlights there too. Just a bit of a warning to maybe the Volvo there that I'm probably thinking about going past you about this point.
Look at the size difference between these 2 Porsches, the older spec 447 and then the 134, the new, more modern machine. Look at how wide it is in comparison. Of course, the front car is a Cup car, former Carrera Cup car. The one overtaking it is a modern, or pretty much modern GT3 car that fires up the inside and takes the place. But look at the width difference. It's quite remarkable how these sports cars are growing almost year upon year, model upon model.
Certainly a great comparison. And then the aero on the back, look how wide that wing is on the back of the more modern GT3. So got a massive big aero package on that. And in fact, he's now started to gap Volra there as he goes down the main street over the crest. Jonathan crossing there just in front of them in the 34 car. So still just over 41 minutes left on our clock here. This is a 50-minute endurance event, in case you weren't following this coverage yesterday. And there will be a pit stop available for 20 minutes in the middle section of the race. It is a compulsory pit stop. 5-minute pit stop available coming up a little bit later on. It was interesting pit stops yesterday. Everyone decided that they're all going to come in at different intervals. John Crossing was actually the last of those to make it in. He just snuck it in before the pit gate closed, so he was lucky to just sneak that one in.
Yeah,
there was certainly a couple of other interesting moments also in those pit stops as well. Hargraves got a little bit caught out. He went a little bit early and actually stopped in the pit lane before the exit, so that was a bit of a controversial moment there also during that race. So anything's possible.
Didn't get penalised for it. We'll come on to that in a minute. We'll just talk us through this pass. Morris up the inside at turn number 13 on crossing. Not a traditional overtaking point at turn 13, but Morris starting this race very strongly and is very quickly pulling away not only from the MARC car of crossing, but also his rivals in the invitational category in Volra and Pierce. On the left-hand side, the red squares are for the MARC cars and the grey ones are the invitational. So we just saw Morris get 4th position from crossing there on the turn number 13. But yeah, coming back to the point you were just making, Hargraves came to a stop. You got to do a minimum of 5 minutes in the lane. That's from pit lane entry to pit lane exit. The number 20 machine, whether it was him or the team, came on the radio and worked out you're going to be well under that 5 minutes. So what he did was he just slammed on the anchors, stopped in the middle of the fast lane, and the Lamborghini had to take evasive action and go around him in the working lane. He spoke to the stewards yesterday. They let him off on that occasion, but he was basically warned and said, look, please don't do that again. So Hargraves will be well aware of that, but I'm sure the team will be well aware and they won't be sending him out quite so early this time. But it's fascinating to see how the different teams approached it, but very close in pit stop times, most of them 5 minutes 7, 5 minutes 8. I'm sure today they'll be shaving 5 or 6 seconds off that and really getting close to that 5 minute window.
Yeah, I think they should have sorted that out by now. So.
Yeah.
The car there of Jackson Shaw, the car on screen at the moment, currently in 2nd position. And Hargraves there in the local search entry just going through. There he goes. Can't miss that car on track too if you want to get some advertising on that style of car. It certainly does stand out on the side of the doors of that race car. Adam Hargraves been around in this series for quite some time as well. There's some of him and certainly Jeff Taunton, a couple of the stalwarts certainly in the group.
Yeah.
Certainly good to see them here at the Bend here this weekend. Just down to turn 1 there for Adam Hargraves. Currently in 3rd position on track. And I just see that it looks like John Morris has got in front of crossing car as well. So that's another position change. So one of the Morris, the first of the invitational class cars, gets him over to overall 4th position on track. Was chasing down crossing there for some time, so him has made that particular move. But still a long way back off of the Hargraves car, which is the car currently on screen. Time-wise, yeah, Morris is not going to match Hargraves' time at the moment. A little bit quicker, obviously, in the MARC cars, so those top 3 MARC cars will certainly skip away in their own little world here during this race.
Here is our race winner from yesterday in the TFH Hire sponsored Ford Mustang. This is a Mark II Mustang, so it produces 615 brake horsepower at 7,000 RPM, dry sump, Motec management system, Bosch M5 ABS system, and a paddle shift gearbox. That was the one of the big changes between the original MARC car, which is a sequential shifter into the flappy paddle gearboxes, and then this is the even later, the Gen 3 iteration of the MARC cars. This only debuted late last year. I think the Adelaide 500 was one of the very first events, and Hargraves was in that, in the MARC car that we see on the screen. We got all 3 iterations of MARC cars on the racetrack, because further back crossing in that Focus MARC car, that's a Mark 1 machine, so that's 550 brake horsepower. I'll talk about that a bit more when it comes on the screen, but for now we see Jeff Taunton leading the way, and doing so pretty comfortably at this point in time, consistently faster than those around him. Well, just as I say that, I look up, and for the first time it was Shaw last lap that was the faster of the 2. 51.1 from Shaw, 51.4 from Taunton, but prior to that, Taunton had been steadily extending the margin lap upon lap, and both of them around a 1.5 seconds faster than the number 20 machine of Hargraves behind. But some really good action so far in this one. The big charger so far has been Morris in the 134 machine. Now, yesterday we saw that Shaw took the race win, but towards the end of the race, Taunton was coming back at him a little bit. And I said to you, I thought that it was just Shaw bringing the car home, cruising to victory. But based on the pace we're seeing so far in this race, maybe Taunton found some speed late in that race, and he's certainly taken that into the first stint of this race. A real sort of change from what we saw in the opening stint of yesterday's race, where it was all Shaw with the forward momentum.
Yeah, absolutely right. Certainly Taunton with a lot more pace here today, and it certainly has been shown. 152.2 on that lap, so he's just backed it off a little bit, and there's Shaw in the background, so starting to make a little ground. In fact, that gap has narrowed a little bit between first and second on that lap, so got a fair way to go yet. Just under 35 minutes in this race, so there's the pit stop window, which has just been opened for the compulsory stop. So it'll be up to the drivers to work out who's going to come first and when they want to come in. We saw them at various intervals yesterday coming in, some a little bit early, some quite late in the piece. But we'll certainly see that happen over the next 20 minutes here. 5-minute stop, as we were talking about before, Dan. Those that weren't too familiar with what was happening yesterday. So there's John Morris car on track on screen at the moment, the 134 Porsche GT3.
You're right about Shaw being quicker on that last lap, 1.4 seconds faster than Taunton, so the gap down to 4.2 seconds. If he keeps that momentum up, he'll be on the tail of him within just a couple of laps, 3 laps, if my maths are correct. As we look at the car on the charge at the moment, and it is the Shaw machine, the TFH Hire sponsored car. As we say, they're certainly getting involved in local racing in supercars, sponsoring Erebus Motorsport, and Todd Hazelwood as well in Trans Am. So really jumping on board with motorsport. Really good to see.
Todd Hazel were now competing in the Trans Am Series, of course. He had the first 2 rounds of supercars with Erebus, and probably under slightly controversial circumstances there, to say the least. But he actually bought that sponsorship along with him, and has carried on that sponsorship in that series, and now part of this series.
Let's listen as they come by.
Outstanding cars, aren't they? As they scream down the fastest part of the circuit here. Under brakes down into turn 1 once again. I've gone through, and our lead cars have actually completed 7 laps. And Hargrave's back there on screen, currently in 3rd position in our MARC cars.
We just heard the MARC car fly by on pit straight. Let's do the same. We heard the roaring V8. Let's hear the flat 6, the GT3 Porsche, come down pit straight.
That's a pretty cool sound.
Symphony of noise, isn't it? We've got V8s, we've got flat 6s, and then we've got the V10 in the Lamborghini as well. Something for everybody in MARC Cars Australia and invited sports cars, that is for certain.
I'm just looking at that gap between first and second there, Dan. That is closed quite considerably on that lap.
Yeah.
That's so
2 seconds.
If we can find just to see where Jeff Taunton and Jackson Shaw are on track, because if we get a head-on shot, we'll be able to see that gap certainly close up. Still looking at John Morris at the moment, but certainly the hard charger here is Shaw.
Absolutely.
And so this is going to be interesting as far as calculations come into, as far as pit stops are concerned. So it's an interesting point when you close that gap this close to having a compulsory pit stop.
Exactly.
See how they come out the other side of that pit stop.
We raised the point yesterday. Do you pit early and try and do an undercut in clean air, set some fast lap times, and try and jump them that way? Because as we know, in these fast machines, MARC cars, it can sometimes be difficult to make an overtake. This track, one of the easiest, the way the bend is, big braking zones into slow corners off fast straights. This track is one of the easier ones in Australia to make an overtake, but nevertheless, overtaking by just pitting early, putting in some good fast laps faster than your rival and jumping them that way is an easier way to make an overtake. But we'll see what Shaw does, whether he goes and tries to do it on the racetrack or once he closes in on the tail of Taunton. Does he come in, or does Taunton respond, see Shaw coming, and he's the one that does the undercut to try and stay ahead? Of course, they can alter tyre pressures, bring them back down and sort of reset them, and that may help Taunton if he comes in first to try and stay ahead. It's all about strategy, and it's going to play out. Taunton being held up there by the Pierce Lamborghini. We saw Pierce fighting for a top 3 spot, or top 2 spot, didn't we, yesterday? But struggled late on in yesterday's race, and struggling once again in today's race. Fastest PB lap, anyway, last time through for John Morris. Actually slightly faster than Hardgraves ahead, but he's nearly half a minute behind, or nearly 20 seconds behind, I should say. So, oh no, yeah, it is nearly half a minute behind, so a big chasm of a gap between those two. He's going to need more than half a second a lap to catch that up.
2 lead cars just wasn't sure get past that lap. Mark Pierce Lamborghini there will hopefully be fairly obliging there and just step aside there at 18, and that's what he's done. And in fact, it's probably held Shaw up slightly there as well. The gap certainly has increased there on that lap.
He's come in. Shaw's come in.
Shaw's actually come in, and that's the reason why the gap did increase, because he's actually backed that right off. So, and Pierce has done the same thing. He's actually followed him in.
Yeah.
So they're the first 2 to come in for their compulsory pit stop for their 5-minute stop.
Heard the new MARC car go by. Different engine in that machine compared to the other 2 iterations of MARC cars, so hence the different tone. This isn't actually styled on any particular car, unlike the others where you got the Mustang, the Focus, or the Mazda 3. This they just call the MARC GT. It's designed to look like a European GT car, and the European GT car, it does look.
Has a bit of a BMW look about it, doesn't it?
BMW, Mercedes, there's a couple of, it's German looking then, isn't it? Yeah. They've done a great job with it, that's for sure, and it's already performing as strongly as the Mark II machines, and aren't they purpose-built race cars? We've seen them lap around Bathurst so quickly, and so many other venues, of course, but I always think of Bathurst when I think of MARC cars. Of course, MARC cars do get their own invitational category at the 12-hour, particularly in recent years, some strong numbers in there. As you can see on the right-hand side of that shot, we've just changed camera shot, but they were the two cars in the pit lane. They've been in now, there they are.
There they are again.
For a minute and a half, so they've still got 3.5 minutes in the lane.
Nice little bit of heat haze there in the background, going to show that there's a nice bit of warm sunshine out there, more so than what we saw yesterday. So this is going to make for some great racing with these perfect conditions.
Heading for a top today of 23 degrees in Tailem Bend, I saw this morning on the weather app, and we're already at 19.1. And we haven't even hit midday here. Oh, I apologise, we just have. It's 5 past the hour, so we have hit midday. But yeah, we expect that to continue to soar. The weather been spoilt, really, haven't we? Considering it's May, we're less than a month away from winter. 23 degrees today. The weather could not have been any better.
It's been very dry in this state over the start of this year. I think we've had the driest April for 101 years. I think it was reading through the stats through the week. So it's been normally this time of year, as you mentioned, quite cold, and there's usually a few showers about, but we've seen none of that this weekend. Perfect conditions. Daniel Volra there, really model Porsche, 997 Porsche there coming through. He's currently 6th position on track and running second in the invitational class. Mark Pearce already, the other invitational class car already into his compulsory pit stop. He's got the track space all to himself down there, down the back of the circuit. You can see he's really in a world of his own as he turns back up and heads towards turn 13.
Of course, Sunhill Volra, the recently elected Motorsport Australia CEO, so really cool to have him racing this weekend. Loves to get that Porsche out and compete around the racetrack, but he's doing a nice job at the moment. Of course, taking that position of the incredibly long-serving Eugene AROCA, who did so well for Motorsport Australia. Sunhill actually made a speech at the Victorian State Series presentation dinners that I was there for in Victoria late last year. He wasn't yet elected at that point, but because of his interest in grassroots racing, he said, I really want to put a lot of my effort into really helping grassroots motorsports, and we're seeing that himself competing here this weekend. But he clearly has a love for that entry-level motorsport, which is great to see that Motorsport Australia, the CEO of Motorsport Australia, loves his grassroots racing as much as we do.
This it certainly does. So it's still just this, the two that are pitted there, Shaw and Pearce, are getting near into their time frame there in pit lane, so they'll be coming back onto track very shortly. We want to see Taunton, Hargraves or Morris now up in the 3rd position with obviously with the Shaw car into pit lane. So either of those they're on their 12th race lap at the moment. So there's going to be a decision made here with our lead cars who's coming in for their compulsory pit stop next. And I wouldn't think that'd be too far away.
No.
We saw John Crossing. He was the last one to come in yesterday. That's the car on screen at the moment in the Ford Focus.
Speaking of this car, so this is the original Mark I car. Ford 5-litre V8 Coyote engine, 550 brake horsepower at 6,800 RPM, so a few less RPMs, shall we say. Coast Innovations, billet dry sump, again ABS system, but that being a paddle shift, unlike this one. This one being a paddle shift, unlike the original iteration, the stick shift that we saw. But there was a bit of an option. You could actually take the pedal shift here if you wanted to. So we see that Shaw and Pearce have made it back onto the racetrack. Volra and Taunton have come into the pits, so they've been in for 20 seconds and 10 seconds respectively. So Taunton nearly was putting a lap down on Volra because he is a lap ahead So very interesting there. We can see the pit stop times. They certainly came down from yesterday. Shaw 5 minutes 6 seconds, and same for Pierce. So they've certainly shaved a couple of seconds off their pit stop times from yesterday. But this is the battle. We saw that Shaw was quickly catching Taunton late in that first stint. This is where the race could potentially be won or lost. These flying laps after the pit stop. What was Taunton doing while Shaw was in the pits, and what is Shaw going to be doing lap time wise while Taunton is in the pits? Can he jump his fellow MARC Mustang driver in Jeff Taunton? We're going to find out in about 4 minutes time, because only one of the compulsory 5 minutes has been served. So going to have to sit tight for a minute, see how it plays out, look for any slight mistakes that could cost Shaw any sort of time. But the last official timing margin we saw was 2.2 seconds. However, we do believe Shaw was held up, I agree with you, a couple of tenths when lapping that Lamborghini at turn number 18. So I reckon it was probably 2.5, maybe 3 seconds when he did pit. So fascinating to see how that's going to play out. John Morris now has also come into the pit lane as we hear the V10 scream past us down into turn number 1 that time. Doesn't this look absolutely fantastic? And we should stress, this is a Lamborghini Super Trofeo Evo 2, and this is the kind of car that we will see when Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia comes back to the Bend Motorsport Park in less than a month's time.
Can't wait for that. Geez, they put on a terrific event here last year. Gee, that was super exciting. And yeah, those Lambos, there was no messing around in that race. It was full on.
Certainly was, certainly was. And we saw quite a few local Australian teams as well enter, which is really cool to see. Quite a few well-known Australian names, David Wall and a few others. Oh, Shaw. He's lost a wheel. He's got no front left wheel. What's happened there? That's very strange. It's not like he's changed the wheels in the pit stop or anything. So for half an hour into the race, the left front wheels decided it wants to go and explore the backside of Tailem Bend. It's departed the vehicle.
Turn 9 or 10 down there, right down there far end of the circuit. That's not where you want a wheel to extricate itself there.
No, not
It's probably
at all.
fairly fortunate. And all of a sudden that car becomes a tricycle.
It's bottomed out. You can see it's bottomed out on the front left side, and it's done a bit of guard work at the top, but there's no doubt that Shaw will be Shaw will not be performing the undercuts.
Not now.
No, not with 3 wheels on his wagon. There is the wheel.
It's out in the grass there, right up against the concrete barrier. I think it's actually may have even hit it.
Oh yeah, I reckon that's gone absolutely miles. You can't even see where Shaw is. What a
Remember,
bizarre
the car
incident.
load would have been all on that side of the car, so it would have thrown the wheel well and truly out to the right, the left-hand side of the car there. So not too sure where he's actually parked or how far he's parked off the track. They might just leave him there for the moment.
What baffles me, though, is you don't change your tyres in this category. No. Oh, and the brakes are catching fire on the grass now. That's not good news at all. So the hot brakes on, as you say, the very dry grass, as we've had a little rain here in South Australia, is caught the grass alight. So we may need to see a safety car called if that gets any worse. I remember the Speed Series down in Tasmania earlier this year. It was almost every race, if a car went off, the exhaust would touch the grass and off goes a fire. We saw that as well in China, didn't we, during the Formula One session? So it seems to be a theme of 2024.
And there it is. Yeah, that's going to cause a bit of a situation there. They're going to have to, I would suggest, call a safety car intervention here.
The 3 cars in the lane are set to depart in a matter of moments. Taunton, he must be travelling down the lane. Same with Volra, and they are about to hit the 5 minutes now. So expect them to be exiting the lane. I think we're staying green just while these pit stop sequences continue. That's my theory anyway. 5 minutes 3 for Volra. That's the lowest we've seen. That's a very good pit stop time. They've timed that very nicely. Only losing 3 seconds compared to what you can at minimum. So great stop from Volra at 5:09 from Taunton. That's pretty slow, but fortunately for Taunton, doesn't have to worry about Shaw anymore. So that's the reason why they could probably take things a little bit more cautiously, err on the side of caution, and take an extra few seconds. You don't want to, when you got a lead, a comfortable lead, you don't want to throw away a victory just because you tried to push the boundaries and failed at doing so.
Here's the replay. Let's have a look here.
Whee.
Oh, there she goes. And there it goes.
Oh, that's gone off at a vast rate.
High speed down through that section, and that's...
That wheel's gone all the way down to the wall on the the GT circuit.
Yeah.
That's gone absolutely miles. That's phenomenal. That's probably travelled 500, 600 metres or more. That is quite incredible. Look, though. Look on that screen, Mark. 4 minutes, 58 seconds. Oh, dear. John Morris has not done the allocated 5-minute pit stop time. He's done it too short by 2 seconds. That's a big mistake for John Morris.
Yeah, that's not good at all. He'll be penalised for that. So we've got crossing into for his pit stop as well, and he is the last one, is what we saw yesterday. So he's come in at the late part of the pit opening there.
Oh, no, I've still got Hardgraves to go. Hardgraves still
hasn't come in either. And that's the car on track on screen at the moment. So he hasn't done his pit stop either. We've got, obviously, there's the Shaw car. We've got a fire crew out there. We just caught that on camera, so they're out there to sort that little bit of a grass fire underneath that car.
That's great, because we've solved 3 problems there. The wheel solved itself. That's nowhere near our racetrack. That's on the GT circuit. The car itself has been parked well out of harm's way. Great heads-up driving from Shaw to do so. And then the fire marshals have quickly made a trip around the backside of the circuit and put out the fire. So as a result of all 3 of those, we are able to continue under green.
Keep on rolling.
Exactly right.
That's great news. We've got just over 16 minutes left here in this race. Hasn't taken too long, has it? We've got through quite a few minutes here.
Hargraves has to come in this lap, surely, or else he's going to be over the pit stop window, and does so. There we go.
There we go, right on cue there. And he'll be the final one. There's Jeff Taunton back on screen there. So that will put him actually back into the lead of the race.
He's actually currently 2 laps behind, because it's 5 minutes in the pit stop. He's 2 laps down, but that will get things. Once things play out, he'll be back on the lead lap and leading the race, we believe, unless he's made some gigantic error off camera or something like that. But I am very certain he will take the race lead, and he's going to put John Morris, the person who's directly behind him on the road at the moment, down a lap. So it's funny how, with the 5-minute pit stop windows and strategies, how weird that the mid part of this race can be, because that is 3rd place, lapping 4th place currently.
And Jeff Taunton has just done that.
Oh, running a bit deep, but makes it still.
There should be no issues there. And down the hill they come, down to turn 13. In fact, that's the main straight there. That was turn 18. And away he goes. He usually opens her up there, and the wind. Look at that. So Hargraves has just got into his compulsory pit stop there, and just stuck it in, because they've just closed the pits there. So that's got him in the nick of time. So just waiting for John Crossing to make his way out. He's nearly finished his.
Yeah, Hardgraves came in at the last available opportunity. If he went around again, the pits would have been closed by the time he got back around, and he'd have been dealt a severe penalty. This is the MARC cars and invited British sports
no
cars.
British
No
here.
British at all. No, the MARC cars and invited sports cars with no British. It's their last race of the weekend, their 2nd encounter. Beyond this, every other category has its final race after the lunch break. So we've got Alfa Romeos up at 1 o'clock local time. Beyond that, we've got MGs, Circuit Excel Masters, the headline act for the weekend. Formula 4, bit of a different looking grid for the next one, race number 3. Beyond that, SA Prototypes. That was some brilliant racing in that second race in the fight for second position. And Circuit Excel Trophy put on what I'm calling the race of the weekend so far, just a few minutes ago. So certainly going to end with a flourish of activity. F4, SA Prototypes and Circuit Excel Trophy. Looking forward to those. But plenty of action here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. If you are watching around the circuit or tuning in on Blendline TV, make sure you stay tuned because there is so much more to come here at the Shell V-Power Motorsports Park. Just a few minutes drive from the centre of Tailem Bend. It's a nice little town right on the edge of the River Murray, a beautiful part of the world down here.
It's been really the building of this track has actually certainly brought the community alive down there in Tailem Bend.
Yes.
And certainly has done a lot of favours, certainly for local business.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's certainly been a huge positive for that community. Tailem Bend itself is only a small country town of about 1,600 people, so it's a pretty tight-knit community down there. Quite a few pit stops down the main drag. There's a nice little bakery down there in the main street too, which has been helping us with some of our lunches during some of our meetings out here.
And the pub as well is absolutely fantastic on that main strip on the left-hand side as you go down the road, and it literally overlooks the river.
The Riverside Hotel.
Is that what it's called? Is it? There
is.
you go. I didn't actually know what it was called, but yeah, they do some lovely meals down there. That's for sure. Sounds like you've been as well.
I certainly have.
Yes.
I've actually stayed there.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Anyway, we see Taunton on the racetrack. He is about to retake the race lead because Hargraves has got 40 seconds left. In fact, this could be quite tight. A lot tighter than I expected anyway. 30 seconds left for Hargraves. Taunton might only have a 5 or 10 second lead here. Certainly
they're going to be very close.
I think so.
We're certainly at the end of this compulsory pit stop here for Hargraves. Just about ready to complete that. And Taunton's now heading down towards turn 18. Interesting here.
It's definitely going to be Taunton that is going to lead, but the margin's going to be a lot less than I thought. There's 5 seconds left, 4 seconds left, so right at the bottom of that shot we should see the cars exiting the pit lane. There's the 5 minutes. 5 minutes, 1, 2, 3, there he is. So he's done 5 minutes, 4 seconds, so that was 5 seconds shorter than what Taunton did. And so he has gained 5 seconds there. It's a bit weird on the screen where the bend finishing line is, the timing line. It still says that Taunton is leading by 4 minutes. Sorry, Hargraves leading by 4 minutes and 48 seconds. That will flesh out and sort itself out when they come back around next time. But we can assure you that Jeff Taunton now leads the motor race.
He'll be up behind. I think he had crossing in front of me. I think he went through. Hargraves should be behind those cars. There's our lead car, which is Jeff Taunton. There we go. Oh, hello, what's going on with there? There we go. There's the margin. The sweeping camera shots there.
Showing the vast nature of the Bend Motorsport Park. It's a massive facility, of course. Not only this, the racetrack of 4.95 kilometres, but later on in the year we got a state round in November that'll again be shown on Blendline TV, and that covers the full 7.77 kilometre layout. You see Hargraves lapping, crossing, but 7.7 kilometres, the full layout. And it goes all the way down the back section of the course where Shaw's front left wheel is somewhere out there. Yeah. But as well, of course, they've got the karting circuit down at this end of the course. I'm sure we'll see it at the back end of the shot. So we've got that down there as well. The karting / drifting circuit / rallycross as well, just to the left-hand side of the shot there. And then, of course, as well, we have at the other end of the complex not only the dragway, the very newly built dragway, but also the off-road facility as well. There is literally everything at this place. Circuit racing, karting, drifting, drag racing, off-roading, and then in the week as well, you can come down, get driven hot laps in Ford Mustang. I was lucky enough to have a lap.
Experience packages.
Exactly. I was lucky enough to have a lap in a Mustang, be driven around a couple of hot laps. Fantastic experience. Well worth the money, that is for certain.
So just keeping a close eye on the Morris car. They're currently in third position on track, running in the invitational class. Taunton from Hargraves. As you mentioned, that time has sorted itself out, so now we've got them in correct order on our timing monitor there, which is just the screen just there on the left-hand side of your viewing screen.
That's only because the timing line is at the start of the pit lane, so when they exit the lane, they have to do the full lap back around for it to reset. So that's just the way it is. That's the same at most racetracks, to be honest. As we see at Pierce, PB lap last time through, so that Lamborghini is running strongly now, a 1 minute 52.1 in fourth position, and is quickly catching Morris. But I don't think he'll be able to do so. He's going to have to unlap himself, I think, from John Morris, and that's no easy task.
Gee, that Lamborghini's time has improved quite dramatically there. That car was struggling over the 2 minute a lap mark. So that's a massive improvement there from the Pierce Lamborghini. So it's really come out of the clouds there.
Certainly has got past Crossing and Volra already in this second stint, so really good performance from Pierce late on in this motor race as they cross the line to complete lap number 18.
7 minutes remaining here. Let's get towards the end of this endurance event here for our MARC cars and invited sports. So all cars have gone through, and that we're all on the same, or they've all gone through. So a couple that are a lap down, of course, Pierce, Crossing and Volra. And of course the three MARC, also the other three cars of Taunton, Hargraves and Morris all on the same lead lap. So they've really split apart there during this race. Margin between first and second, 15.6 seconds on that lap. It's probably not as close as what we probably thought it was going to be.
They're pretty much matching each other at the moment. Yeah. Low 52s, 52.0 for Taunton, 52.2 for Hargraves, but unfortunately with the left front wheel of Shaw departing company, I think that's where the action was going to be, the battle for the win between Taunton and Shaw, and we were really robbed of that, unfortunately. It's interesting that it happened on the lap after the pit stop. I find that interesting, but as I say, there's no pit stop. You're not allowed to change the tyres. The only thing you're allowed to do is bring the tyre pressures down in your pit stop. And obviously that wouldn't cause a loose wheel. So I'm sure there's more to that tale. I'm sure the various news sources around the nation will be getting onto that one. But a really good performance out front from Taunton. The gap between Hargraves and Morris, that's the closest at the moment. You just saw it at the bottom of the screen. 5 seconds, and another second and a half Morris took out of Hargraves that time through. The margin is now just 3.5 seconds. This is on. I didn't see this one coming, that Morris would be closing in on Hargraves the way he is at the moment. But with 5 minutes to go and about 1.5 seconds a lap, it's going to come right down to the final lap.
It looks like it's going to pan out that way. So there we go. You can see the interval times there down at the bottom of our screen. So that just clarifies what you were just saying there, Dan. So we're keeping a close eye on that Morris car as the GT3 comes through. Got the big orange kangaroo imprint down the side.
Yeah, it looks good, doesn't it? Very quintessentially Australian, of course. It reminds me a bit of Qantas.
The Qantas Porsche.
Yeah, the Qantas Porsche, exactly right. Exactly. With a bit of a nod to the Golf livery at the same time. It's quite a really... got tail happy out there. He's pushing hard, is John Morris. He's pretty much matched his PB last time through. Oh, no, sorry. I'm looking at Pierce there, who pretty much matched his PB. About a second lap slower last time through this PB, Morris. But he can see that Hargraves machine now in front of him. He can visibly see himself catching corner after corner, metre upon metre. He is reeling him in. He's almost got him held on a leash and he's pulling the MARC car towards him. This is going to go right down to the wire. What are the lap times going to look at the end of this one? That GT3 car is visibly closer as they come around the final corner. I said it might go down to the last lap. I think it might be done and dusted in the next couple of kilometres.
I think so.
1 minute 53.5 for Hargraves. 1 minute 51.5 for John Morris. So 2 seconds that lap. The margin now 1.4 seconds. Oh dearie me, Hargraves is going to have his work cut out with 3 minutes to go. But passing in these machines, is quite difficult. Bit of another twitch there on turning for the 134 machine, but he caught that nicely. I think might have lost a couple of tenths there, though. But it's going to be fascinating. Where do you think the Porsche is particularly strong compared to the MARC car?
Well, they're certainly stronger in a straight line, I would have thought. But then their brake packages on Porsches are pretty strong as well. Certainly see that down this back part of the circuit. So they have the climb down to the consecutive right-handers down the northern part of the circuit. Let's have a look here under brakes down through the dip there as they come out of turn 10. And we'll have a shot here. We'll have a good look down at the preceding turn. It gets nice and handy under brakes there.
Yeah, I think it's the error of the GT3 car. If it was a Cup car, I think it would be a different story. But the downforce of the GT3 machine, traction control, all sorts of aids that you want is on that Porsche, and that's why he's able to reel him in the corners.
Oh, he's reeling him in, all right. Look how close he was there. Right under brakes, absolutely right on Adam Hargraves' hammer at the moment. And it's going to be game on here, I would suggest. Oh, headlights ablaze here. So he means business here, John Morris, to get up to overall second position on track. And down they go, very awkward part here. Down through turn 18 and 17 beforehand. Now it's going to be the sprint down to turn 1.
Yeah, the MARC car's definitely stronger in a straight line.
Yeah.
But watch around this next section. The turns 1, 2, 3, but particularly down the back section. The problem for Morris is he's a lot stronger, but at the wrong parts of the racetrack. The overtaking opportunities at the end of the long straights are not where he's close. He's close here. Turns 3 and corners like this, but he's got a good run out of 3, around the kink of 4, into turn number 5. But again, in a straight line, he's lost that, and it means he's not close enough under the overtaking point that is the braking point of turn number 6. He'll be fast again on the exit here and around turn 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 and 12. But again, they're not overtaking opportunities. So he's clearly faster, but in all of the wrong areas.
The wrong areas, correct. And we'll picked out there, Dan. I think probably, so he's pretty strong till about this point.
Yeah.
Very heavy braking down through this section when they head down to turn number 13 there. Down the crest they come. Very heavy on the brake pedal here too.
This is where he gets closest, and then from here it's pretty straight, and he's going for it.
Inside, and has he done it?
He's in deep. He's in too deep. Oh, cut back for the number 20. Good move back from Hargraves. Great race in between the two of them. Morris knew he had to send it. He knew that was his best chance, but he was in a bit too hot, a bit too deep. He's probably going to do the same again here at 17, is he? No, not close enough on this occasion. But he's forced Hargraves into a mistake. The pressure is mounting on the MARC car's driver. An unforced error there at turn 17, but this is where the MARC car comes into its own now in a straight line. We're hearing reports this is the final lap of the race, so he's only got 18 corners to do it. He's a lot closer this time into turn number 1. He's going to have to be so deep under brakes, but again, the straight line speed of the MARC car means he doesn't even have to defend into turn 1. But he's so threatening at this section of the track, turns 3 and out of here. on the run around turn 4 and 5 and into turn 6, but I think his best chances are in that final sector when he's really close up behind the tail of the MARC car. This is a fantastic battle for second position on the road. Morris has already got the invitational class, and of course Hargraves already got second in the MARC cars class, but it's all about bragging rights. You want second on the road outright, don't you? Although they're in different classes, you don't want to just let him through. They're racers. They want to win. They want to beat that next person on the road, and we're seeing that now. This is where the Porsche is good in all the aerodynamic sections. The Porsche GT3R grips to the road like glue with all that aero on the rear wing.
Here
and
he
here he goes.
See something what he did in the previous lap?
Surely not there, no. But that's going to affect his run potentially into 14 as we break away to see this car go into turn 17. The question is, did Morris have another lunge at turn number 14? Nevertheless, we'll look back at that in just a moment, because Jeff Taunton, what a drive from him, taking the win and the round overall in MARC Cars Australia. Second yesterday and the victory today. And no, Morris is not going to do it. He's ran out of time. He gained quickly, but he didn't have enough laps to do it, to make it stick. Oh, it's going to be close.
Hargraves was a little bit wide there in the final turn.
I thought he'd almost thrown it away, but he just about takes it. The margin in the end, less than 3/10. Speaking of throwing it away, the number 34 machine all by himself, crossing on the final lap, has looped it on the exit of turn number 13 by the looks of it. Easily done. Run wide through the grass and she'll spin 360 on you, no problem at all. Back to the inside of the racetrack.
Finished up in overall 5th position on track, a 3rd in the MARC car class, so we'll get on the podium after all.
Oh, he's off again. He's off again down at turn number 17.
Here's the replay. Oh, he's trying a little bit of drift tactics there. I'm not too sure what's happening there. He's got it all crossed up.
And then with all the dirt on the tyres, he's gone into turn 17. Just as we cut away to the replay, we saw him firing off again. So he's just turned his forward focus into, or MARC focus, into a four-wheel drive machine on the final lap of the race. A 2-minute 13.8. Not a lap that he's going to be particularly fond of. And in the end, he only just beat Sunhill Volra at the line. So those two mistakes nearly cost him dear. He just about held on there. But yeah, lots of action in the closing laps. It sort of simmered out mid-race, but towards the end, great battle for second between Hargraves and Morris. Here was the other replay, so he just cut away just as he went off the circuit, in far too deep on the dirty tyres, couldn't get it stopped at all, and even took a tour of the gravel trap that time. That was probably an even bigger off, that one.
It's going to be a clean up there. That's going to throw plenty of gravel on the surface
there. Yeah, you're correct. You are correct there.
So not ideal.
No.
And that completes the last race for the MARC cars, and results there obviously Jeff Taunton, Adam Hargraves, John Morris in that order. Then the cars that are lapped down, Mark Pearce, Jonathan Crossing, just beating home Sunhill Volra on the last little bit of that motor race. And unfortunately the wheelless Jackson Shaw parked up down the back of the circuit, and he'll fail to finish this race. Oh, there's a bit going on in that small field.
Yeah, well, absolutely. I mean, they're going to have to go for miles. It's going to take them about 25 minutes to go and recover that wheel. I reckon it's travelled that far down the backside of the course. We're going to take a quick lunch break here for a few minutes. But as we say, so much action on the other side of the break. Alfa Romeos, MGs, and Excel Masters. Following that, we ramp it up with Australian Formula 4 race number 3. Can Jimmy Physick do the clean sweep? We will find out later on. SA prototypes beyond that, and then the real highlight package category, particularly in race number 2. I'm fascinated to see what Hyundai Excel trophies will do to finish off proceedings this afternoon. So, as we say, we've got a quick lunch break here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. We'll be back in a few minutes' time, 1 o'clock local, when racing will get back underway. We'll see you back on the Blendline TV coverage very shortly. We've just hit 1 o'clock local time here in Adelaide, but we're racing will resume in just under 10 minutes time. So we'll be back at 10 past 1 with the blend line coverage. So stay tuned, there is plenty still to come. Alfa Romeo race number 4, followed by MG and invited. Beyond that, Excel Masters, the Australian Formula 4 Championship, race number 3 of what's been a cracking weekend so far. SA Prototypes at 3:20, and then to round off proceedings, Hyundai Excel trophies. Make sure you stay tuned for that one. That's set to be an absolute cracker. So yeah, bear with us. We're about 7 minutes away from cars rolling off the outgrid, so not too far away. We'll be back on the Blendline TV screens very shortly. Welcome back to the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. Race number 4 for the Alfa Romeos, about to commence their final race of the weekend. They've put on a real show for us so far this weekend. I expect this will be no exception to the rule. I'm Dan McCarthy. Alongside me for this one is Charlize Grierson, the daughter of the man who won the very last race from the back of the grid. Great performance from your father.
Yeah, it was. It was quite interesting, really, pulling out a gearbox yesterday and getting it in over, pretty much over the afternoon, and great run, yes, third.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So yes, he'll start from pole position in this one. Should have things a little bit easier, fingers crossed. He'll start alongside Carmelo Mirabella, another race winner, and starting in third, another race winner already this weekend in Alfio Musumeci. Beyond that, we got Bill McGoffin in fourth position, Peter Tillett in fifth, James Ashby, Peter Axford, and David Parkin, who was sitting third before a spin in that last race. Brad Wilson in 9th, David McKee 10th, Robert McKee 11th, Raymond Prignataro in 12th, Richard McGee in 13th, and Rick McGoffin in 14th, as we see the green flag about to be waved at the back of the grid. And then we will look at the lights to commence race number 4 of the weekend. Here we go, front row and second rows of the grid. Couple of different model Alphas in those rows, but there are 2 GT V6s on the far side of the screen, and it's the GT V6s that have made the better start on both rows as they roar down towards turn number 1. The best start of the lot is Musumeci, who's got a phenomenal start and might even take the lead from the second row of the grid as they roar down in towards turn number 1. Oh, it's close. That's close. Mighty close. But the 2 Alfa Romeo GT V6s just about stay out of each other's way. And they are now 1-2 on the road. Musumeci runs a little bit wide. Grierson, nice run on the exit of the corner. These top 3 of each won a race so far this weekend. There's bragging rights. Who can take a number 2 race win this weekend?
As you were saying, it definitely is bragging rights between these 3. You should hear them in the pits. Constantly going on. But no, it is, they make some of the best racing.
Oh, there's contact there. 707 into the door of your father, Grierson. As they exit the corner, 707 takes back that position number 2. So a bit of reshuffling in the pack, as you say. They have a bit of a laugh and a joke, and it's a real tight-knit community down there in the pits, but on track they're getting the gloves off.
Yeah, no, it's a great community in that sense. They literally leave everything on track. You go out, you do your business on track, and you come back and you have a laugh and joke and debrief with everyone about it.
Here is that move that we saw down at turn 6, so pretty far up the inside, and then about mid-corner there's just a little rub between the 2 of them. Right front into left rear, and I'm not sure if you've got the puncture. Yeah, the 777 a puncture, and has come stopped on the side of the road at turn number 10. What a shame. It was such a good performance early on this morning, but that contact bringing your father's race to a very early end.
Yes, it is a shame, but as you said, it's racing. It's the way it goes, unfortunately. These guys, they leave everything on track and they give it the absolute all. And it's a contact race. It's going to happen.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, well said. Yeah, absolutely. It is racing. Everyone here is our friends, but unfortunately that kind of thing can happen. Just a racing incident down there at turn number 6. One red SV6 is a GT V6, I should say,
yeah,
has been replaced by another, because a great first lap from Parkin.
Yes, Parkin is an amazing car. It's often doing quite well, and he's always been a front runner. I know that he was having a couple of issues as well during practice on Friday. Obviously, he's been able to resolve them. So he's definitely one to look out for.
Absolutely, yeah. Had a spin in the race earlier on today after running in third position early, but a great recovery already from the tail end of the top 10 up to third on the opening lap of the race. You said to me just prior to the coverage commencing, Axford not making the start of this one, a gearbox problem?
Yes, he had a gearbox. He's had a gearbox issue. He's actually not having a very nice sounding noise when he's in third gear, which unfortunately can be common for some of these Alphas. But so there's only one 105 in the pack now, which is James Ashby, but he's representing those Group S cars quite well.
Yeah, absolutely. You make a bit of a point there about the different classes. So the different colours on the left-hand side of the screen are the different classes. So red being Class A, green being Class S. So that's the single car remaining in this race. There's quite a few in the blue class. That's the twin spark Alphas. Many of the 147s are those twin spark Alphas.
Yes, 147s. They are good little cars, and as Michael, who was commentating on previous races, was saying, if you want to get into Alpha racing, they are the car to go. They're quick, they're cheap. Yes, you're not going to be up at the front runners, but you have your own competition within, because we do class racing. So there's always a good opportunity for points and stuff like that, if that's what you're wanting to get, or if you just want a weekend fun.
Absolutely. You might be saying at home, but that's a 147 there on the screen, the number 707. It's not a twin spark, it's the 147 GTA, so a bit more performance, and therefore is in a different class. As it crosses the line, it's pretty tight between these two. They've been up the front all weekend long. Who's going to prevail in this one? They've really put a show on. I particularly remember in race number 1 yesterday. Last time through, it was Mirabella who was fastest. They were 2 minutes 21.5. 0.4 of a second faster than the race leader. So the margin has come down from pretty much 1 second to just over half a second. A big loose moment for our race leader, Musumeci. He ran wide, got 2 wheels through the grass, and through goes the 707 of Mirabella. We saw last lap, gained half a second, put the pressure on, and Musumeci cracked under that pressure, making a mistake, and through goes the 707 machine.
Yes. It is, these boys, they love it. They give it their all, and as I was saying, they leave it on track.
Yes,
it's the best part of it. We travel several hours to come down here, and this is what we come for, is this kind of racing and the excitement of it as well.
Absolutely, yeah. It's not a state category, this one. A lot are this weekend, but this certainly isn't. People travelling from all around the country, and you get to drive at some great racetracks around the country as well.
Yes, we do. So we do obviously now can say we've come to the Bend, but we also race down in Winton for Festival Speed. We also do Sydney Motorsport Park, and before it was closed down, we were racing at Wakefield as well. So we are able to, different tracks suit different cars. We're finding that a lot of these twin spark cars, whilst they may not perform at SMP or Winton, they're really performing here. They're quite quick here, which is what us Group A and different class guys aren't quite used to.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's fascinating how that sort of thing works. Oh, big understeer from the number 10 of Wilson there. And then behind him, not 1, not 2, but 3 McKees.
Yes, it's one father and 2 sons. They all come racing down together, and it's great. They give it their all as well. And then we've also got another father and son. We've got Rick McGoffin and Bill McGoffin. Bill drives the 2012 Giulietta, and he's currently running in 4th, and Rick runs a 156 twin spark.
Yeah, there's not too many of those out there. Is the 156s? He had a big lose early on at turn number 5, a real scary moment. Got back on the road in the number 26 machine. He's out there circling nicely at the moment, just outside the top 10 PB lap last time through. 2 minute 36.5 for him. So good times being set out there by all. A lot of PBs last lap, but notably fastest lap of the race for the race leader Mirabella. Fastest lap, really good stuff. So taking the lead and now trying to bolt away. We're just talking about the 156. It's up the inside of the number 65 machine. Oh, I can't quite do it there. It was really tight racing, and the Alfa Suds in there as well. So 3 different types of Alphas all in the same piece of tarmac.
Yes. No, Ray, he likes being at the back of the back. He likes it. It's quite funny for him. He has to stay there because he can't remember half the track. He doesn't know the track.
I'd have hoped by now, after doing 4 races, he'd be a little more familiar with it. But
well, he gets around and then he forgets. He has 1 minute memory loss. Oh, that's what he's been telling me. So.
Oh, there you go. As we see the racing on further back, as we say, racing all the way through the field. This the fight for 10th position, 10th, 11th and 12th positions on the racetrack, all within 1 second at the end of the last lap. And the 156, the number 26 emblazoned on the side of the vehicle, is looking like the aggressor at the moment. McGoffin, where can he make the move? Where can he make it stick? But the Alfa Sud is right there. Of course, Alfa Sud's a very popular race series back in their own right, a one-make series all around the world back in the day. And great to see one out here at the Bend Motorsport Park. That's the number 84 machine at the back of the shot. And good to see such a large number of Alfa Romeos make it here this weekend.
Yes, definitely. It's definitely a growing category and a growing car, really. A lot of people, you think Euro cars and you think, oh no, that's too complicated. Don't want to mess around with them. Too many sensors, too fancy. But then you raise some of these older ones, and even the twin sparks, like the twin sparks and whatnot, and they're quite simple. They're actually quite simple mechanically. But then again, it's also a car, so cars in general don't like to be too simple. But no, it's great to see so many guys come out and have a good time, put on a show, even if it's just a support category.
Oh, good run.
Yeah.
Really good run down the straight. He tried this move last time, did McGoffin, but he couldn't quite make it stick. Can he do it this time? He's already got the move done, I think, before they get to the braking zone. Who's going to be last of the late breakers? It is going to be the 26 machine who takes that position into turn number 1. So moves inside the top 10. And now can Pig Nataro follow him through in the Alfa Sud, just at the tail of the trio. Good racing from these guys. Yeah, a couple of wheels through the grass there.
Yeah. I am finding that a lot of the cars are liking to go through the grass and not stay on track.
No, that's one of the things about this Bend Motorsport Park facility. Of course, many new circuits have a lot of tarmac runoff. Not this one. It's old school. It's a challenge. Lots of grass and gravel to really punish you if you do make a mistake.
Yes, it is a very unforgiving track, I'm finding, especially with the technicality of the corners and triple apexes and whatnot. But yeah.
As they head down into the bottom section of the course, 26 is bolting. McGoffin's made that move and is pulling away from the 157 and the Sud behind, which is very good news for him, not so good for the other two. As we cut to the race leader, seeing a couple of 5-second penalties appearing on the screen, including for McGoffin, who's just made that move and now being dealt a 5-second penalty. Generally 5 seconds is for a jump start or an infringement of that kind, so either maybe rolling at the start or in front of his grid box, but either way, not good.
No, it's very rare that we actually see penalties, because these boys like to stick to the rules sometimes. But then again, they also like to bend them to their advantage. As we can see on the screen here, we've got Bill McGoffin in the Giulietta. It's quite a quick piece of machinery he's got there, and the most modern car on the grid today.
I was going to say, yeah, absolutely. I think there was a couple of Giuliettas at the start of the weekend, but now just the the one. I could be wrong in that, but we have lost a couple over the course of the weekend.
Yes, we have. There was another Giulietta, a 2013 QV. There was a silver one on the Friday practice day, but that was never entered. That was just to kind of get it out there a little bit.
I see.
But yes, no, this Giulietta is one of the quickest Giuliettas I've personally seen, and it handles really well for a front-wheel drive car.
And it's catching up with this. It's now going to become a fight for second. So Musumeci last time through 26.9, 5 seconds slower than these two behind. So I'm not sure if Musumeki's nursing a problem or whether there was a mistake on that last lap, but there's no doubt about it. Parkin and McGoffin are there. If there's another mistake, they will no doubt pass. So once again, it's two GT V6s fighting on the racetrack. And yeah, I reckon Musumeci isn't quite running as fast as it was early on in this race. Parkin absolutely flying as they take turn number 17. It's just over 5 minutes left of this race still to go. So plenty of action still in this one as they exit the final corner. Nice couple of corners to end the lap for Musumeci, and it's given him a bit of breathing room as they start the final lap. I'm just hearing now in my ear. So final lap of the motor race, 4.95 kilometres in length as they head down. Oh, look at that skrilling under brakes, all sideways, but gets it turned in. Does Musumeki's trying. Certainly improved his lap on the last one, 2 minutes 23.2, but that's still 2 seconds slower than those two behind.
Yes, it is. He's considering it's a GT V6 with a 2-litre turbo in it, you would think he'd be running a bit faster. But no, he was complaining earlier about not feeling too great. So I'm wondering if he's gotten a little bit of motion sickness and that's why he's not running up speed. But at the same time, that's on you. You get overtaken.
Oh, speaking of overtakes. Yeah, the 33 had a big look there. Just looking, there's more and more 5-second penalties appearing. It's like chicken pox on the side of the screen. Everyone seems to be getting it at the moment. So hopefully these two don't get any 5-second penalties, and it's a nice, clean race to the finish between the number 5 and the number 33. Who's going to win this battle? Not only for second outright, but for class honours victory in Class A, with these two magnificent GT V6s. Iconic cars. Of course, they did race back in the mid-80s in the Australian Touring Car Championship. Alan Jones and Colin Bond steering them, I remember, in the nice yellow livery back in 1985, 1986, around that time. But our race leader is coming home. Just a couple of corners to go for Mirabella. What a drive. Been consistent all weekend long. Not taking all of the race wins, but has certainly taken the fight to the Class A cars and has taken race number 4, his second of the weekend. Great drive from Mirabella. A dominant performance in the end. Look at that, it's daylight to the two GT V6s behind. Where are they? Here they are. Musumeci is going to hold on by the skin of his teeth. Pretty tight there at the end. Just 0.6 of a second the margin. Parkin doing everything. Another PB on the final lap, but it wasn't quite enough. He comes home in position number 3, and 4th place McGoffin. Second in the grey class, that is of course the Class N, and notably 4th outright as well. Great performance from him. And then Ashby coming home in position number 5. Brilliant performance from that machine.
Yes, he's. I personally haven't seen him out racing before, but from what I have been watching over the course of the last 3 days, these 105s are good cars.
Yes.
They are quite quick. Yes, you may not be up front, as I said, but sometimes with some of those drivers that are up the front, it's quite hard to keep up with them. But no, those 105s are quite good. And I was talking to Peter Axford, who had the gearbox issue and couldn't run it in the final race. And he said they're amazing. They just handle really well.
They look good too.
They look good as well. And I was saying they look like you don't need to do too many if you wanted to go into aerodynamic modifications, you don't have to. Yeah.
It's on further back. This is a fight for just outside of the top 10. 11th position between McKee and Pignataro. Who's it going to be? The Sud just doesn't have the acceleration out the corner, unfortunately, the poke. And it means, I think, that barring any mistake, although there is a bit of understeer, it's going to be a bit of a drag race to the line, but the horsepower race is won by McKee. He holds on. The margin, absolutely nothing in the end. You could have thrown a blanket over them quite easily. The margin was, in the end, just 0.4 of a second. Another great race from the Alfa Romeos. All four absolute crackers. Thoroughly enjoyed that one. And we will see the results in just a moment. But here we are. So Carmelo Mirabella taking the win ahead of Alfio Musumeci. David Parkin coming home in third. Bill McGoffin in fourth. James Ashby winning his class car number 98 in fifth. Beyond that, Peter Tillett, Brad Wilson, Robert McKee, David McKee and Rick McGoffin rounding out the 10. And then the final two finishes, Richard McKee, Raymond Pignataro. Your father, unfortunately, not finishing after contact on the opening lap with the eventual race winner.
Yes.
And then Axford failed to make the start of the race. Thank you very much for joining me. That was another entertaining affair, wasn't it?
Yes, the Alphas always like to put on a show, as I was saying. But thank you. It was great having you.
No, thank you very much. Up next, we have some more classic cars, MG and invited British sports cars, and we'll be back with them in just a matter of moments. We are back at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park, and look, we've got an on-board camera on the number 72 machine of Phil Chester, who dominated race number 1, but failed to even show up on the grid to start race number 2, so coming all the way from the back of the field. To be honest, he was 8 seconds faster in qualifying than any other car. He's got a good chance of winning this race even from the back, so these are going to be some magnificent on-board cameras brought to us by Shannon's. I'm really looking forward to seeing what Phil can do from the back of the grid.
Yeah, it's going to be some pretty interesting car shots there. We see lots of passes, certainly inside the first lap here.
Yes.
So it gives you a great look inside the car. That's a terrific race car too. It's a fully modified race car, but he's going to be at the rear of the field. Let's have a look to see who's at the front of the field. So Mike Traffin, who won the last event, car number 1, in position number 1. Alongside of him will be Kim Cole in the Rover Tomcat. Then we go back to Jason Holmes in the MG ZR, and Paul Vanel also in a ZR Series car 2, back there in 4th position. We've got Vince Cucuraro in the GB galvanising entry, then Jason Edwards. Then we go along to Dave Baguette, Jeffrey St. John Cox in the Triumph TR7 V8. Murray Stevenson in the 61 car, he's in a ZS 180. And Dave McKigan, as we mentioned, the only under 2 litre sports sedan. He's not actually running for any points. Gary Gibson in the all-orange GT6. And Anthony Rolgerbrecht in the little convertible MGF there, car number 48. Then we go back to Danny Koyama in the MGF. There's all MGS in this part of the field. Local South Australian driver John Illingworth, also in an MGF in the 86 car. Greg White, who had quite a bit of considerable damage after the incident in the previous event. He's lines up there in position 15 on the grid. And I don't know whether we'll see anything more of Trevor Dunford. We'll have a look at him in just a moment. Go back to Dave Hopper, South Australian driver. Chris Gidney, who couldn't finish the last race. And John Mackham, also the same in the MG Midget. Not too sure whether we'll see him make a return or not. And as we just saw the in-car camera footage there of Phil Chester in the Monty-Power MGB GT V8, and we'll be seeing him from the rear of the field with that camera footage. Looking forward to seeing that whizzing past a few cars. They'll be doing that fairly quickly, I would have imagined.
He's got a few cars to overtake, though. A great field of MG cars. What is round number 2 of their national series. Round number 1 taking place at Sandown in February. And great to see these cars back on track. It was Phil Chester that won all 3 races that round and started this weekend on the same foot, but didn't take the start of the last one. And that's allowed the reigning champ, Michael Trathin, to really close in on the championship points, and might have even actually just about taken the championship lead. They're pretty much equal on points coming into this motor race, so looking forward to seeing how this one plays out. Chester, despite coming off the back of the grid, is one of the favourites for this race, remarkably. But very different machines on the front row of the grid, and then 2 similar ones on the second row.
First time that Kim Cole's seen the front part of the grid all weekend as well. He was back in position 3 on the previous grid, so now he's got no one in front of him. So, well, he didn't have anyone in front of him on the previous event either, because remember, Chester didn't take any place anyway. Yeah. So, but he'll certainly be a lot further forward here. So there'll be the Tomcat and the MGB screaming down towards turn 1, the first 2 cars. Jason Holmes was tucked in behind them, and away we go. So start off here for the last race of MG and Advisory British here for the weekend, and straight away we're inside the car here of Chester, and look at him.
Left and right.
Yeah, it's pretty busy there. Looks like Heinrich Street on a Saturday night there. Very, very busy. And he's got to try and get past. Look left, right. I can see the head moving around, looking in the mirrors to see which direction he's going to take. Around the outside there of Murray Stevenson. Get past him quite comfortably. He's just running in a modern class car this weekend as normal. Of course, the highly modified open class is what Phil Chester is in here this weekend. You can hear the rumble there. Big V8 underneath that hood, pumping away, and there he goes, another gear change. Now we'll try and split the next pair. Oh, there's not much gap there. Closed up in front of him. Closed up again.
It's like a video game, the way he's breezing past everybody, and they're not moving. They're all set to very easy, and he's just flying past left and right. He could have got even more places on the pit straight, but had to settle back in behind because they were 4 wide, and he couldn't find a gap. It was like the freeway on the way back to Adelaide. All the lanes being taken up by some lane hogger in the right lane, going about 85 kilometres an hour. But Chester is making good headway now. Now they're all line astern, and that means he can easily just breeze by either left or right. And look at this, doesn't it sound absolutely fantastic as he goes up through the gears on the run to turn number 13. Not normally an overtaking opportunity, and not on this occasion, but he'll get a good run, and could make a couple more places even before the end of this lap. He's made good progress. He must be inside the top 10 for sure on this opening lap. I'm looking, I can see John Cox just a couple of places up the road in the white Triumph. So he was around 7th position. So yeah, I think he's on the verge, if not just inside the top 10 as he blasts past 1MG and is now on the tail of the invited Corolla. So we should say there is one under 2 litre sports stand. There was meant to be a few more, but the single machine out there now, the one McKinnon, number 52, the Toyota Corolla. The race leader though, the reigning champion, Trathen leads, and he's now being followed by another former champion, the 2-time champion of Holmes, who's really closed the margin on that lap. So really good stuff from him. He's been pretty strong this weekend, but was beaten by Cole in that second outing. Here we are, Chester. Well, how far did he get up the field? The answer,
he's
P5.
in fifth position. He's about to go past Paul Vernal there in a blink of an eye, and there he goes. It's gone straight past him. So now...
And now onto the podium. Oh, that is phenomenal. He just moved past the man in 3rd position like he was standing still. And that man, Cole, finished 2nd in the race earlier today. He's might even get the lead by the end of this lap. We said he's one of the favourites starting from the back. We probably sounded silly to most people, but he's making it look so easy, and he's got a chance at taking the lead at the end of lap number 2. That 72 machine is in a different, not even planets, not in different planets, in a different solar system, a different universe. It's just unstoppable when it's running.
He's got Jason Holmes in front of him. He's trying to chase down the lead car, Mike Trathen. So all of a sudden he's just going to have to back off a little bit and try and drive a little bit defensively. Obviously got a much faster car behind him. I don't think he's going to make it too easy there for Phil Chester. But once we get him in a straight line, it might be a different story.
I was going to say, he's not going to make it easy, but it's not exactly, I don't think, going to be too hard either. In fact, runs a little bit wide there at turn number 14. The in-car showing the car stepped out sideways mid-corner. He slightly missed the apex there as well, but he's got a reasonable run. Is he going to go defensive down into turn number 17? I don't think so. I think they both know it's only a matter of time. Love the helmet design on Phil Chester. Look at that palm tree, sunny beach. Wouldn't mind being there right now. It looks like a lovely place. It does actually. There's a theme going on. You can see what sort of holidays I like. Yes, we can see them come across the line. There goes Chester. He might even get Trathen, before turn number 1.
He will.
Look at that.
Quite easily.
Well, incredible from Phil Chester. Back of the grid to the front of the field in 2 laps, pretty much exactly. 10 kilometres it took him to go from P20 to P1. Fast lap of the race last time through. Let's see in clear air what exactly that MG can do.
Giving a close eye, Dave McKigan there, giving the triumph of Jeff St. John Cox a bit of the hurry up. Just sort of go out a shot there, going around turn 1. Got some of the classic style cars coming through, the invited Triumph GT6 up on the inside of the 83 car. So that's Trevor Dunford. So he did make the field.
260 is going to get them both.
Jason Edwards.
Great exit in the soft top. But yeah, just made that look easy. Got the momentum. The other two are fighting their own battle.
Oh, there's a moment. I think that might be the Triumph there. I think that's the white Triumph.
It's John Cox for sure.
He was in that group. Let's have a look when he comes back over the crest there. Am I wrong?
Yeah, we
I
both thought the same thing, but I don't think it is, actually. I think that's further back down the field than it is. So it's not John Cox at all. Apologies to his family and friends watching at home. It's not John Cox at all that has spun around. We'll see who it is in just a minute. We are focusing on this battle. All different MGs and invited British sports cars, but they are very equal on performance.
Jason Edwards making his way through the field fairly quickly there. Picked up plenty of positions in that scuffle. They're down the eastern part of the circuit at the moment, that group. 9th, 10th, where are we? Gibson, so that's 10th, 11th, 12th and 13th position on track. A full group of MGFs there. A slightly modern car, well they're not as modern as they used to be, but certainly the convertible MGFs there. Certainly plenty of them around. I actually raced a state series of MGFs going back quite a few seasons ago. There's still a few of them that have still around from that old series.
Yes, this is the Triumph GT 6 Mark III, running a bit wide, the 67 car. That is immaculately presented. It looks phenomenal, doesn't it? But unfortunately, it's not looking so good at the moment because it's going backwards down the field. This is brilliant. Towards the tail end of this field, they are fighting for more than sheep stations. They're fighting like their life depends on it at the moment, scrapping. But it shows the strengths and the weaknesses of each car. It looks to me like the number 61 machine of Murray Stevenson, as you say, a South Aussie local in his ZS 180. He looks particularly fast in a straight line, and we are seeing that on the pit straight right now. Pulls alongside a fellow MG and will make the move down there under brakes. Broke that little bit later, and that's enough to take the position. As we can see, the sports sedan has come into the lane. The number 52 of McKinnon had troubles, received a penalty post-race in race number 2, and has now come into the pits with clearly some sort of mechanical drama. I was saying, what can Phil Chester do in clear air? Well, he's answered my question. 2 minute 9.8 or 6 even. 2 minute 9.6, and that is 10 seconds faster than anybody else on the racetrack. Incredible.
As you would expect. Murray Stevenson there, keeping himself busy. He's got, I think that's the Danny Kiyama. Oh, no, actually that's the Vogelbrecht car,
yeah,
I think, in front there.
Yeah.
So he's chasing down hard there, trying to get himself up into position 11. So he's actually made up a couple of spots in that lap. Got a bit of fire in the belly of the veteran driver there. He's got pretty keen to pick up a few spots.
He's lost a bit of ground though in this tight, twisty section of the course, but once it gets onto any form of a straight, it just absolutely roars. 2.5 litre naturally aspirated engine. It absolutely motors in a straight line, and look at that already. He's caught straight back onto the tail of the number 48 machine of Vogelbrecht as they go into turn number 14. It's caught out quite a few drivers this weekend, not only in MGs, but in various different categories. Seen a couple of incidents there, a couple of accidents. But so far in this MG race, no incidents at turn number 14, which is good news. It's such a train, isn't it? From really 8th backwards, or 9th backwards, I should say, from Dunford back to the back of the pack. There's about 10 cars within 10 seconds. It's really tight back there. Really good to see. John
McAdam there and John Illingworth at the back of the field. John Illingworth has dabbled in a few types of different race cars over his racing career. Most in pre-production there for a while, and was in Group N racing there for a few seasons. And one of our, I think he's now a retired police officer.
Well, it's a big move up the inside. Can't quite see who that is. So far to the left, it was outside the camera shot. But further back, John Makem, as we said, came to a halt in race number 2 earlier on today.
He's got to let Illingworth go straight through. Had a good look at the mirrors there.
He did, didn't he?
You can see the head tilting down, looking in the revision mirror to see where John Illingworth was.
It's one of the things with convertibles, you can see exactly where they are looking at all times. And yeah, as you say, looking all the way through the braking zone in that right mirror, potentially opening the door if a lunge is coming, but a lunge did not come. So Maycomb holds on to that place, but great to see this car back out there after a mechanical issue earlier on today.
Yeah, so that's been rectified fairly quickly. Murray Stevenson looking for a pass here.
Oh, look at the size difference.
Dave Bagent there in the midget.
It's quite literally David versus Goliath out there, isn't it? It's quite phenomenal. The midgets against Godzilla almost out there on the racetrack in comparison size-wise. But look at the midget through these corners. Just absolutely bolts away, but we'll have nothing. There'll be a 50, maybe even 60 km/h difference on this main straight. The straight line handling is so different between these two machines, and they're just behind the MGB GT as well of Bagent, I believe it is, in the number 64 machine.
Dave Bagent's in the midget.
Oh,
and
yes,
he's got Trevor Dumford just in front of him. That's the MG GT, the blue car there. You can see it just going through there. Trevor Dumford, one of our local MG stalwarts here in SA. That car's done a lot of laps at a lot of tracks, not only here in SA, but it's been certainly...
I just want to make this announcement. If you are around the Bend Motorsport Park facility and you want to go on the grid, well, here is your chance. Go down to the Welcome Centre at 2:15, about 20 minutes time. Meet at the Welcome Centre, free for all spectators. You can go onto the grid of the final Australian Formula 4 race this afternoon, but you've got to make sure you get to the Welcome Centre by 2:15 if you want to go on the grid for this afternoon's Formula 4 Australia race. As I say, free for all spectators at the venue. As we look back at the on-track action, he's outbroken himself, the number 61 machine of Stephenson, very, very wide. Just keeping it out of the gravel, and in fact, has that car stalled? Nope, he's found a gear.
All good.
And he is back underway.
So Murray Stevenson back up underway there after going a little bit hot into turn one there. So a couple of the MGS a little bit further back in the field at 76 there of Dave Hopper. Dave's another one that actually came from the original South Australian MGM F Series going back probably 10 or 12 seasons ago now.
Yeah, right.
So he's still continuing. He's still got that race car.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's still cutting laps here at the Bend again here this weekend. He was also a part of round one of the SAMG Series here back in March.
And they'll be back later on in the season as well. But yeah, this is a round of the National Series, and it's really produced some great racing up and down the field. But no doubt about our leader at the moment, the gap out to 17.5 seconds, and probably in the time I've said that, he's extended it to 18.5 seconds. He's out there in a league of his own, another 5 seconds faster than anybody else last time through. And we probably don't have too many more laps to go, so these guys towards the tail of the field, if they want to make their moves, they need to make them soon. And the number 15 of Kiyama is all over Vollebrecht, but where is he going to make the move? They're very similar machines, these two. One's got a roof and one doesn't. That's about the only difference between them.
Exactly right, they're exactly the same.
Same colour even.
Well, that's what you call a typical British racing green, isn't it?
Exactly right. Exactly a colour I know very well. As they head down into
64. Dave Bagent's the one in the midget there, trying to hold off of the steaming hot MGFs there up behind him. He's actually got 3 of them behind him. So this positions 10 down to 13 there. They're all having their own little race back a little bit further in the field. Lightweight capacity cars there, so there's not enormous amounts of power there. See Bagent there having a good look at the mirrors there to see where the rest of these MGs, here they come. They're going to spread out and they're going to swamp him here. Oh, it squeezes up a bit tight.
That's so far to the inside. Surely didn't need to be that far to the inside, because then you're in everyone's blind spot. But Kiyama has made it work, although runs ridiculously wide at number 3 and number 4. Stera there running wide, and that opens the door for the machine behind the 76. car, and that's Hopper. Great battle between these three at the moment.
All exactly the same race car, so it just comes down to driver skill here at the moment.
Had a big think about it there. I thought we were going for a send and a half, but couldn't quite pull it off. As we see, the number 15 machine looks sponsored by Blendline TV.
I was just about to mention that. So got the Blendline TV decal down the side of the car there.
We're hearing 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go. Oh, no, they've just changed their minds. We're going final lap this time.
This is the final lap.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
last time here for MG Racing and Sedan. Well, the sports sedan's finished. So it's just back to the MGs now and invited British to finish off their last lap. And we've been watching this little group's 10th down to 13th. And nothing has changed too much there. Everyone's had a bit of a dive, but nothing's really changed. So there's our race leader from the rear of the field. And car number 72, the Victorian there, Phil Chester. And once again, as I mentioned before, a multiple winner in the National Series. And his name is mentioned many times over many years there.
5-time champion.
5 times, thank you, Dan. I can't count past 5. So the Monty Power entry gets down towards, and there's the in-car footage there.
He's lapping cars. It's quite remarkable. Started from the back of the grid, and he's lapping cars on lap 8 of this motor race. Well, the races he's finished this year, he has won 5 out of 5. Unfortunately, a big 0 in race number 2 has cost him dearly in the championship. He's now locked in a title fight with both Trathen and
He's pushed
Holmes.
Gee, was that he's directed him out the same way. Interesting, he put the finger on the light switch there. He must have the lights on, because I actually did see him switch them on.
He comes out the final corner, and he is going to cross the line in a dominant display. He's cruising across the line, in fact. Brilliant performance from Phil Chester. 2 out of 3 this weekend, doing it from the back of the grid. Not the only person to do it from the back of the grid this weekend. Of course, we saw Simon Grierson come from the back of the grid to win earlier on today in the Alfa Romeo category. So that's the second come from the back win of the day. And the reigning champion, Michael Trathen, as he always does, collecting bucketfuls of points by coming home in second place ahead of Holmes. A bit further back, we're looking at the car in 6th position. That's Paul Vernel. He's done a typical staying out of trouble performance. Always Mr. Consistent is Paul, and he'll be pleased with 6th position as he crosses the line. Thanks to the officials on the way through as well. Always a gentleman racer.
And there's the Tomcat there of Kim Cole. He'll finish up in 4th position, just in front of Vernel that we just mentioned. And there's the Triumph there of Jeff St. John Cox. We thought he might have had an off-track excursion earlier on, but that wasn't the case. So he will finish the race. So great to have the MGs on board here as a part of this South Australian Motor Racing Championship here this week, and that is their final race for the weekend. We do thank them for bringing them on. There's been some pretty good racing from this group this weekend, so really good. And they have travelled far and wide. They've come from a lot of Victorians involved here in this series. And they're just planning to come through and to finish the last few cars off. Trevor Dunford coming through in 9th position.
Bajent's having to defend heavily there into turn number 17. He's run wide. He's opened the door for Kiyama, who's going to fill that gap going into the final corner.
And he'll get him too.
But will there be a cutback again? No is the answer. Good move. Great racecraft from the number 15 machine, who steals that position at the line. 10th place, took 3 places on the final lap of that race. Brilliant end for Kiyama, beating home Bajent by just a couple of tenths of a second. Then it's Hopper Stevenson after that off-track excursion down at turn number 1 in the number 61 machine, who was running strongly just inside the top 10 until that mistake. But a good race in MG Racing and Invited British Sports Cars. towards the front in that one, not too much action, but outside the top 10, it was just action aplenty.
Plenty going on there. Really the battle of the MGFs there. So that's the last couple of cars to come through there. Got John Mackham, John Illingworth just behind him. So that's the recut. So it's Chester, Trathon, Jason Holmes, Cole, Vanel, St. John Cox, Vince Cucurato, Jason Edwards, Trevor Dunford, Danny Kiyama. They're the top 10 there. We've actually got through these lists pretty quickly. So then we'll go across the line. The midget there of Dave Bagett, Dave Hopper, Murray Stevenson, John Mackham, John Illingworth, Anthony Vogelbrecht, Gary Gibson in the Triumph who went down a lap. We lost Dave McKigan, and I think the two non-starters there were Greg White and Chris Gidney there also failed to finish the previous event.
Correct, yeah.
So that is the full wrap of that last race for the weekend. Just to take note, if you want to go for a F4 grid walk, it's free for all spectators, but you must meet at the Welcome Centre at 2:15. That is 10 minutes away.
Yeah.
So if you want to do that and get down on the grid with these race cars, get down there right away, and we'll let you have a wander amongst some very nice, fancy open-wheeler race cars down there before their race.
Absolutely, yeah. Make sure you head down into the Welcome Centre immediately, because 10 minutes until they close that off for the grid walk. So make sure you get there before 1:15. Up next, we have Hyundai Excel Masters on the grid. And then following that, it will be the Formula 4 race. So Hyundai Excel Masters will be on after this break. Circuit excels on the track for their third race, the Masters, I should say, for their third race trophy, which put on an unbelievable show earlier on the trophy class. They are going to finish proceedings this afternoon. Very much looking forward to that. So, yeah, they will finish off with a bang, I am sure. But for now, we've got the Masters, and it's been the dominant force that starts from pole, Nick Scaife.
So Nick Scaife on pole, who has been the dominant force in the Masters class here this weekend. Alongside of him will be Sean Panowich, Kim Anderson and Brian Smith are the top four there. Sort of been in that order right through the weekend. Then we go back to Aaron Semler, Vaughan Colwell. We got Adrian Gallier in the Castrol livered car, then Rob Zonetti in the Evolution crash repairs entry. Kevin Lynch from position 9 on the grid. Then we got Graham Hinks in the GH all-inch entry. Darren Swain in the AE electrical entry. Nathan Green in car number 9 there. Graham Hewitt in the Black Ball racing entry. Chris Stark. Andrew Young is an omission. He won't be there. The car's already on the trailer. And car number 100 there is Sean Berger on debut here this weekend. And the one that's been at the back of the pack all weekend will be Dale Annette in the 58 car, the Bondi Home and Garden Centre, just going through there on screenshot. And he'll be at the back of the pack. So we might have lost one or two here. Andrew Young car was on the back of the trailer fairly early there. So we won't see any of the orange and black Chrysler inspired car in this race. But the rest of them look like they're just about all there. Masters for their last race here for the weekend. It's been dominated by Nick Scaife in the yardstick landscape entry up the front there in the 44 car. So a couple of others. So going back to, there's the course cars that's following up. There we go. There's the yardstick landscape entry there. Marvellous Plus also on board from Salisbury and Mount Barker on board that car. Got the number on the roof with his signature name underneath, a real NASCAR style look about that car. It's a bit like Sean Panage with the big 39 on the roof. A lot of the Excel drivers have had a bit of inspiration from NASCARs, I believe.
Yeah, they've all got it, haven't they?
Brian Smith has done the same.
Yep. Of course, Brian Smith, the so far only champion in the Masters category. Last year, the first time we split the two up. Masters for the more veteran campaign is the elder statesman of Excel racing, you could say, whereas the younger generation are in Excel Trophy. So they split last year, and it was Smith that won that inaugural championship, and he leads the series after round number 1.
And we're away. I was just keeping an eye on Kim Anderson there because his last start was a bit average. He's away a lot cleaner this time around in the 42 car, so he got away nice and clean. Didn't make that mistake twice. Sean Panowich straight to the front, and he's got himself a nice little gap. He'll put himself a nice little gap between him and Nick Scaife down to turn 1, and they all fan out here and they try and sort their order out. So they do it every single race. Only a small car, so there's plenty of track space for them. Gallier in the 11 car on the inside there of Kevin Lynch. And Vaughan Colwell very wide there. He's right out on the curbing. In the 86 car, just behind you can see the green and white coloured car. So these two, that's Rob Zonetti, Adrian Gallier alongside of each other. And then the next pair is Colwell and that's Aaron Semler in the golf livered car.
Here we go, up the inside. The car that finished the last Masters race on its side has made a place on car number 29, Zonetti. So great move there, and could be followed through by the number 86 of Colwell. Colwell notably seems to have lost a couple of places on this opening lap and has a bit of smoke coming out the back of the car down the hill. I'm not sure what that might be, but certainly a little bit of smoke from the tail end of that number 86 machine. Yeah, it's definitely some smoke anyway.
Yeah, we're very wide at the first turn, the Colwell car, so not too sure there's an issue there. It's definitely, might be a bit of tyre rub. Well, he's our lead cars. Oh, it's game on here early. So it's Panowich and Nick Scaife there. And holding on there, Panowich and the complete doors and windows entry.
Similar to the last race, Panowich made the better start and made the most of the opening couple of corners, But from there, it really was advantage Scaife. He took the lead, I think, on lap number 2 and just waltzed away with the race victory in the end. So it looks like, again, Panowicz has made the good start, but it's all Scaife at the moment as the big train of cars comes down the hill. And here comes 29 returning serve. Zonetti lost the place at turn 6. He takes back position number 5 at turn number 17. A well-made manoeuvre there to move up inside the top 5. And Gallia determined to take that one straight back. Colwill following in hot pursuit as well. And Zanetti, the big mover of that first lap, up 3 places.
He was changed of place up the front here by the looks of things, and Scaife up on the inside. And like we've seen him in previous races, once you get him in front, it's going to be very difficult to run him down. So short Panowicz, and he's been in this series really right from the very start. And things have changed a lot since those days. I can tell you what, they have become such a professional series. So we go to Scaife. We head back into the lead. Here's the next group. It's the 29 car of Rob Zonetti in 5th position. Adrian Gallagher just behind him trying to apply the blowtorch there. For Colwill around the inside of 6. That's where you want to be. If he can sneak up on the inside and don't outbrake himself, he should be all good there. And he's done that. He pushed Gallagher a little bit too wide there.
I don't think he pushed Gallia at all. I think Gallia just understeered off all by himself and ran wide. So an unforced error there for the number 11 machine. But
there's that smoke again from the back of the Colwill car. Did you pick that up there, Dan? I was probably just keep a close eye. It looks a little bit denser than what it was the previous lap. So I'm not too sure what's going on there. No doubt the stewards will be keeping a fairly close eye on that. You might have to get the meatball flag at the ready.
Fingers crossed that is not the case. No. And he can continue because he sits comfortably inside the top 10 at this point in time and is fighting for position with Zonetti.
There's a whole check replay here. Let's have a look. Oh, tighten right up. Gallia he got pushed. You see it. Really just sort of out-braked himself there and went out wide over the top of the curb.
Certainly
came back on track fairly quickly. So not too much damage done. So it's Zonetti, Colwill and Aaron Semler in the golf-livered car just behind them. This is for 5th, 6th and 7th position. It's probably where the interest lies at the moment. Puff of smoke at the back of the Colwill car there on the gear change. So we're just keeping a close eye on that smoke. Now, all of a sudden, Colwill just backs off a little bit there. He's got a golf colour card right behind him there down to turn 1, so this will be a challenge. Absolutely no doubt about that. So, Semler on the inside and really late on the brake pedal there. Not sure how they come out the other side. They're out of shot.
So look at Hewitt, who's put together a good consistent weekend in around the top 10 in all of the races and sits this one bang on 10th position. So right in the midfield pack where we've seen so much action in both Masters and Trophy, and particularly around this machine, the 142 machine. Oh, there's a big run ascendant, around he goes.
Darren Swain there, nice bit of stunt driving there, straightened it up straight away. No problems there, but there was that could have been not very good at all. If that car had dug in, there could have been a barrel roll. So he's very, very lucky to pull that one up. Good evasive action there from Nathan Green, who was sitting right behind him at that very moment.
The Martini liveried machine just had a slight nose there. Thought he would have the inside line and that the outside car would let him go, but the 142 of Swain took the apex as he normally would, unaware that there was that slight overlap. And obviously contact was inevitable. Lucky to get away with that as lightly as they did, particularly the 142 machine of Swain, to get it back facing in the right direction. And it's play on, but that might be looked at by the stewards because that was quite a moment and could have been a lot worse.
So and Eddie just holding on Vaughan Colewall here. So the two green and white machines coming back inside the main complex there. They're probably so Eddie's not letting him get past. This is not a really good ideal passing opportunity here. Or will it be? We're about to find out. Oh, Colewall on the inside there. No, I don't think he's going to get it done there at 17, or will he? Or Samler tried to sneak through. Now the three abreast going down to turn. Oh, it's game on. I knew that was going to happen. They were just going to run out of room. There was no room for three cars there, so there had to be contact. And that's what turn 17 does to you. It just tightens up on the exit. And there's the absolute prime example of exactly what three cars abreast does there.
We thought we were going to see that earlier on in the trophy, and somehow the Excel trophies got away with it. Not on that occasion. It was a case of the people on the inside and the outside didn't know they were three wide. Only the person in the middle did, and they couldn't get out of it quick enough. And as they all sort of end up trying to find the same piece of tarmac, inevitable contact, and send each other into each other, and around they go.
Here's the replay.
So yeah, up the inside. Up the inside goes the number 86 machine. And then on the exit, the golf cart.
This is the problem. See how tight it gets here? Oh, yeah. You just run out of room. And that's exactly what's happened there. There's just not enough room on that exit of that turn.
I think they'd well and truly exited the corner. It was down the straight, just a case of not knowing they were three wide. But the Starkini car trying to recover from their moment a couple of laps ago, and making a bit of progress up the field on the inside of green in the Jaguar liveried machine. So a few of the tribute liveried XLs all on the track together, and green's lost a lot of ground there in the last couple of corners to the cars ahead. Not sure if there's an issue there, but yes, the Starkini. Oh, he's lost it, he's saved it, he has. Oh, that was a tank slapper and a half, just about caught it. Good catch. It's tricky to do once they start to get sideways on you. Weirdly, it's if in doubt, power out in an XL being front wheel drive, and that's exactly what he did, and was able to save it in what was quite a wild moment there.
Looking to save that one. So Chris Stark there. Only his second race meeting too, new to this series. Very clever livery on that car. He's done a great job of, it was basically an all-white car at the first round, but they've certainly added a bit of a touch-up since the first round. The Starkini livered car. There he is. Beautiful job. Just beyond Graham Hewitt now. So now he's going to throw out the challenge to Graham Hewitt, the Black Ball Racing entry. Another long-time stalwart in this series as well. Not his original car he started with. He had a massive accident out here a couple of years back and wrote the original car off, and it's game on. Kim Anderson here getting in front of Brian Smith, and I guess he gets back into third position. Brian Smith just got in front of him momentarily there. So that position goes back to where it was. So the two blue machines,
who were second and first in the championship respectively after round one. Second for Anderson, Smith the round one winner, and Anderson's had to do it the hard way this weekend. Ooh. And there's a bit of a lock up there for Smith. They're fighting hard for third position. Anderson is just about holding on at the moment, but he's having to really use his nous and his intellect, his racing intellect, to keep the 99 car behind as they head down the hill. This is great racing between these two, but their rivals have bolted. Scaife, fastest lap of the race last time through, 25.1, just 7/10 clear of Panowicz, and then a massive 9-second gap to these two, who are really getting stuck into it in the fight for third position. The time's running out. We're well over halfway through this one now. And the number 99 machine, the reigning champion and current championship leader, well, he's had to play a bit of second fiddle so far this weekend. He's not been used to that in the last year or so. And he's had to play fourth fiddle a bit this weekend so far. But Anderson showing him at the moment that he has enough to keep him at bay. But Smith is throwing everything at him, and he's got a good run, a really good run, around turn number 16, down into turn number 17. He's going to try the long way, but I think he'll cut back to the inside on the exit, will he? Yes, that's exactly what he's going to do. He's going to try and get the power down early, but he couldn't quite execute it how he'd envisioned it, or how I'd envisaged it as well, as they go around turn number 18. As we say, laps are running out, but Smith hounding him left and right all over the road. Anderson pulling to the right hand side to try and break the toe. We're hearing 2 laps to go, so just under 10 kilometers in length before the end of this race. He goes defensive into turn number 1 and then comes back, drifts back towards the racing line. Got to be careful. You can only make one defensive maneuver, and that will be that'll be pretty much on the border of that rule, I reckon. I think that was just about the side of legal for Anderson. But yes, once you commit to a defensive move, you cannot jink back another way. But he's doing everything he possibly can to keep Smith behind him. As they head down in turn number 9, Smith going to the inside again. Anderson defends, doesn't alter his line this time, keeps it to the far left-hand side of the circuit to keep Smith at bay, and is doing so very, very smartly at the moment. This is great clean racing between these two machines, the Air Everywhere car and the High Beam machine just behind it. Both really nicely presented Excels. Where is he going to make the move here? What can he do? He's lost a bit of ground around that fast section, but visibly gains into turn number 11 and then around the right-hander at Crofty's corner as they head down the short little back chute before turn number 13. This is the closest he's been so far this lap. Is he going to have a crack at turn number 14? Let's see. I don't think he's quite close enough this time through. No, thinks better of it, but it's going to go down to the final lap of this motor race. These two fighting for third position. The top two, Scaife and Panowicz, are in a league of their own in this one. They're 3 seconds a lap faster at the moment as these two battle away for third place. Once again, defensive from Anderson. Here comes Smith. Oh, there's maybe even a little bit of touch there in the braking zone. Smith throwing everything at him.
Certainly did. This is for, obviously, third and fourth position on track. Smith's tried everything, hasn't he? He's got up alongside him. He's rubbed panels. He's tried to out-worry Anderson. This is their last lap as well.
Oh, checkered flag, I saw.
Checkered flag. Okay.
So that's come out a lap earlier than anybody of us expected. Checkered flag came out 1 lap earlier than expected. Scaife taking the win and setting the fastest lap of the race on that last lap. A 2-minute 25.1. Panowicz coming home in second position. Anderson third and Smith fourth. I'm seeing on the timing screen Lynch, car number 23, plummeting down the totem pole on the left-hand side. What has happened there?
Yeah, Lynch has dropped off there. We lost
P10 in the end.
So he did manage to get through. There he is there. That's the green and black machine.
I think he was running 5th, wasn't he? Just behind those two. So dropped 5 positions. He's waving to the crowd. Doesn't seem too frustrated about what happened. But, the 23, not exactly the... sorry, not 23. Lynch, number 60. Not exactly sure what happened there. But there are the results then. Nick Scaife taking the victory. A dominant weekend from him in Excel Masters. We'll see him back again later on this afternoon in Excel Trophies. He beat home Panowicz, the margin, the closest it's been all weekend, 1.3 seconds. Kim Anderson gaining championship points on the man who finished behind him, the championship leader in Brian Smith. Beyond that, Adrian Gallia finishing a lot better than he did earlier on today on his side, that's for sure, coming home in 5th ahead of Vaughan Colwell, Robert Zanetti, Christopher Stark, Nathan Green on his return to the series, picking up 1 place on that final lap as Kevin Lynch dropped down the timing screen. Beyond that, Graham Hewitt, Darren Swain was certainly in the thick of the action in that one, coming home in 12th position ahead of Sean Berger on debut. A good result for him, 13th head of Dale Annette. Our non-finishers, Semler, and then our non-starters in Hinks and Young.
Yeah, we lost Aaron Semler there on about lap 5. Not too sure where he disappeared to, but he got a bit mixed up in a few incidents in that race as well, so obviously some issues there. Well, we've got our final big one for the Formula 4 coming in just a few moments, and we'll have a short break and we'll get stuck right into that for their big final event.
Yes, Australian Formula 4 is back after a 5-year hiatus. We are back here in Australia with this sensational open wheel series. We've had 2 races already this weekend, and they've both been won by Jimmy Physick. I'm Dan McCarthy, and I'll be talking you through this Australian Formula 4 race as it goes on. 25 minutes plus 1 lap here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park here in South Australia. About an hour's drive from the Adelaide CBD as you see the cars exit the lane and make their way around to the grid. Now with Australian Formula 4 returning, we have to thank Top Speed, who've been instrumental in making that happen. They run the series in the United Arab Emirates, and they also run Formula 4 in the Middle East as well. And they are the key people behind bringing this category back to the shores of Australia. I spoke to the man behind it, Cyril, earlier on in the weekend. Down here in the lane with Cyril from Top Speed, one of the organisers of the revived Australian Formula 4 Championship. Brilliant news to have Australian Formula 4 back in the country.
Yes, that's very good news for us. It was a real opportunity which have been put on the table by Motorsport Australia, which Top Speed cooperate with within the context of the organisation of the FDA in Sepang. And Top Speed is the organizer of the Formula 4 Southeast Asia and Formula Regional and Formula 4 Middle East Championship as well, so we are not new to single-seater. And we thought that it was a real opportunity for this F4 Generation 2 Tatus car with Halo to be introduced here in Australia and to give local drivers, young, talented kids, an opportunity not only to discover that very cost-effective and safe car, but also a way to compete with that car which is used in Asia, in the Middle East and in Europe as well in national championships, and then score super license points, which is then an easier way for them to step up the ladder and at some point to go race overseas and join potentially more international F4 championships with Top Speed worldwide.
That's what I was going to say. It's really good that it is so closely aligned with those categories that you run overseas as well.
Yeah, it creates a real platform from Middle East to Asia Pac with the same car, which makes things easier for all of them for sure. And of course, AGI Sport, which is well represented this weekend, has already experienced the Formula 4 Southeast Asia and Formula 4 UAE Championships last season. And so they can talk about the product, they know how we operate, and I think more and more teams in Australia are going to see the opportunity for them to get young karters to single-seater and then to go race overseas within that comprehensive F4 single-seater platform which we operate in a very broad scale.
Yeah, absolutely. In terms of course, the category, good, strong field of youngsters, and then as well the Masters category as well.
Yeah, because it is what it is. We face some logistical issues, and all the cars, all the equipments arrived much later than expected, so it prevented us to organize pre-season tests for people interested in the category to come and jump in the car weeks ago. So everything has been a last-minute thing, I would say, but we have a decent grid, and it had become an opportunity not only for young drivers to come along, but also for masters to discover the car and to have fun that weekend. So it's at the end of the day, it's not a bad result, because in addition to the young drivers and the rookies, we have some masters here, and hopefully word of mouth will work, and more teams and drivers will join the series. The thing is that with round 2 being held at the Bend as well next month, together with Lamborghini Super Trophy Asia, I think it makes things even more easier for more drivers to join at the Bend. And after that, we have a calendar with 5 races, 2 more in Australia after the Bend in June, and the last one in Sepang. But for the first time, after the third event, the 4th best drivers classified in F4 Australia will be selected and invited to go to attend the Formula Driver Academy Scouting in Sepang on 17, 18, 19 of September, which gives even more attractiveness to the F4 Australia this season.
In terms of the category, do you expect and hope numbers will grow going forwards in the coming rounds?
Yeah, obviously we have good expectations, but we needed to start somewhere, and the fact that it's been put together at the very last minute because of the logistical issues we faced put us in a situation which was not ideal in the first place, but with the numbers we have here, we have good reason to think that the grid will only grow by round 2 and all the way down for the rest of the season.
Awesome. Thank you very much, and thanks for bringing F4 back.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's great to chat with Cyril, really kind of generous with his time yesterday. And we can see from the onboard, Nathan Gotch, he'll start from just outside the top 5. He'll start from 7th position in this race, and he carries the onboard camera, the Shannon's onboard camera for this race. I actually had a chat with him, and as well the AGI Sport team owner Adam Gotch yesterday as well. Down here in the lane with the Gotches. Now they're pretty essential in this category at the moment. So Adam, talk us through everything that's been going on behind the scenes to make this possible, the revival of Australian Formula 4.
Yeah, look, we've been working on the return of Aussie F4 for at least 6 months now. We've been on the road since August last year. We did Asian F4, which then moved into the UAE F4, and it was a natural fit for us, for Australian F4 to return with the new Tatus car here. So here we are at the Bend, and we've got a 5-round championship this year, and we're looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's pretty cool to have the category back. Got a good championship ahead, for say 5 rounds, finishing off in Malaysia.
Yeah, that's right. We'll finish off in Malaysia. The Ferrari Driver Academy will be a few weeks after that, and then we'll start Asian F4 at the same circuit, so it's a good fit for us.
Absolutely. And Nathan, you're one of the drivers this weekend. The cars, of course, they've changed since F4 was last here in Australia. Talk us through the difference in the car, the chassis, etc.
Yeah, so this one's a Tatus chassis, much closer to a Formula 3 car, to be honest. It's got a bit of a good floor on it. It's a very light car, floating disc brakes, which makes it a much better brake pedal. So feels very similar to F3, just a little bit down on the power. Awesome to drive. First time I've driven an Anger, first time at the Bend, and yeah, I'm just getting used to it, but it's really, really awesome bit of gear.
How do you think it'll be for racing, particularly around the Bend? 2 rounds at the Bend, the first 2 rounds. So yeah, how do you think the racing's going to be within the category? Yeah,
it's going to be close. It's going to be really close. The guys at the front are, within a second. The Masters classes are getting closer and closer now that we've done a few laps here. Big long straight, you can get a toe down there, so you can have some fun down into turn 1 for sure. I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be awesome.
Awesome. Just going back to you, Adam, a lot of cars that you're running this weekend must be pretty manic for you at times.
Yeah, we're running 7 cars across 2 teams, so there's a lot of moving parts involved, and but it's we've run 6 before, so we just add another one. So it's all good.
Great to catch up with them yesterday, and really cool to have them a part of the series. Mentioning there, of course, that the first 2 rounds of this season taking place at this circuit, the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. And then beyond that, we visit other parts of the country, Sydney Motorsport Park, Queensland Raceway, and then finishing at Sepang in Malaysia. As part of going international and really taking it on overseas. So I was just talking about this circuit. We've got 6 races here over next month, 2 down, 4 to go. The final race of this round here right now. 18 corners make up the Bend Motorsport Park International Circuit, 4.95 kilometres in length. Nearly 1 kilometre long is this very straight down into turn number 1. A tight corner. You can go too wide, as we can see in the top left corner of the screen, but it's a really hard braking zone down there. This is a great overtaking opportunity. I've seen lots of overtaking passes being made this weekend so far, and I expect that'll be no exception in this final Formula 4 race. 7, 8, 9 and 10, the ever-increasing tightening right-handers, and then the blind crest that is turn number 13, stalled on the final corner of Oran Park back in the day. Then what I call the stadium section, 14, 15, 16. Great place to watch the cars up close at this circuit. Turn number 17, always an overtaking opportunity, always a place where you see plenty of action. We saw it in the preceding race in Hyundai, some action at that corner. The lap record, John Magro in a Dallara F3 car. Interesting that Nathan Gotch is saying that this handles like a Formula 3 car, but just without the power, and that's what makes this Tatis chassis so good. We see Blake Purdy, who's finished second in both of the races so far this weekend, but he'll start from third in this one. There's 2 qualifying sessions yesterday. One determined the race 1 grid, and the finishing order of that one determined the grid for race 2. Qualifying to determine the grid for this race. So we've got a bit of a shuffled up order in comparison to what we have seen so far. So it's going to be our first 2 races winner. I should word that a little bit better. The winner of races 1 and 2, Jimmy Physick, that starts from pole position in his machine. It's an AGI Sport 1-2 and a South Australian 1-2 with Nicholas Stati, another local, alongside him on the front row. So Stati, first time starting from the front row this weekend, and then Blake Purdy from third. And then beyond that, we have Seth Gilmore, the rookie, in 4th position. Sebastian Amadio in 5th alongside Mark Rosser, who won the Masters category earlier on today. Nathan Gotch, who we just spoke to, starting in 7th alongside, or not starting alongside, Joan Conte. We're hearing she failed to make it to the grid in time and will start from pit lane. JP Drake won race 1 in Masters, but he had to start from pit lane after he failed to make the start, and then had not 1 but 2 incidents out on the racetrack. He'll start from 9th, ahead of Nick Filippetto and Mark Wilson, who rounds out the field. I'm Dan McCarthy. Alongside me, as he has been all weekend long, is Mark Nancaro. Thanks for joining me, mate. Looking forward to this one.
About to go to the final race here of Formula Ford. I guess we'll be chafing to the bit for this all weekend, so see some of the spectators had a great opportunity to do the pit walk down there, and they've all been cleared off, and we are ready to go here. Absolutely. And here comes these cars now, just on their formation lap, just bringing them around.
I said just before incorrectly, Stati was from South Australia. Stati is from Western Australia.
I was thinking the same thing.
So it's 1 and 3, the South Australians. In fact, 1, 3 and 5, in fact. Stati, as we say, from Perth. People at the top can see themselves on the big screen. That's the viewing deck at the top of the Ben Motorsport Park complex. Yes, give us a wave.
Yeah, that's a lot of the Jam Motorsport crew there.
It is.
Have a look at all the Jam T-shirts and hats up there. And they should be, because I've got plenty of cars involved in this particular field. In fact, 3 of them. So they've been busy also, not only with this category, also the prototypes here this weekend as normal. So it's a big crew on board in those garages for the weekend.
And the garage is where they're located is just about 200 metres behind where we are, just behind to the right-hand side of this current camera shot. So they are very much locals, to say the very least. But their best car starts from 3rd. It's an AGI 1-2 on the grid. Jimmy Physick has taken the first 2 in dominant fashion. He's got somebody else alongside him, though, at the start of this race. As we've seen in the first 2 races, like Formula 1, staggered start grid. And that does allow a little bit of margin. But in the second race, Staddy made a poor start. And we're looking to rectify that one in this particular race. It's going to be a fascinating 25-minute plus 1 lap encounter, but can anybody stop the number 93 machine? We are racing.
And Pissick there, probably not as quick as he would have liked to have been off the start there. Not what we've seen in previous races. But Statty was very clean. You can see he's just all right behind there in second position and already keeping right on the tail there of our Pissick, who's been our race winner for the first 2 races. Looks like he's going to have a bit more of a challenge in the early part of this race. Blake Purdy got away clean as well.
For the second time in 2 races, Amadio has made a place off the start. He's immediately gotten past the rookie of Seth Gilmore, so he moves up into 4th position as we ride on board with Gotts through the fast left-hander. Just ahead of him was the red machine, that's Mark Rosser. But already, after making the place and taking 4th position, Amadio coming under immediate fire from Seth Gilmore, who'll be looking anyway down the bottom end of the course to try and retake that 4th position. As we say, a not great start, bogged down and allowed Amadio through. But the top Masters competitor, Rosser, is sitting there ready to pick up the pieces if any one of them makes a mistake. He's bolted. He has left his fellow Masters competitors a long way behind on the opening lap of this race. Running the number 81, of course, number 81 these days associated with another Australian in Oscar Piastri, of course, who's having a good weekend over in Miami. And that's where a lot of these youngsters want to take their careers, of course. We've seen it blossom people already in the past in this Australian Championship. Liam Lawson came through the Australian Formula 4 Championship in its previous iteration. So it just shows that the talent that can come through this category. Oh yeah, that was running wide.
Statty very wide there. He's actually a little bit under pressure with Blake Purdy and the nippers actually right behind him. Sticking to his guns there, Blake Purdy.
Seth Gilmore trying the outside on Sebastian Amadio, down on the run to turn number 1. He's broken late, he's pulled across and he's got the move. He hasn't run wide. That was a really nice executed pass from Seth Gilmore. We've seen that already this weekend. He might be a rookie, but he's certainly not showing it. Showing he's got experience well beyond his age, that's for certain. And Mark Rosser is really buying into this. This is the best we've seen any Masters competitor drive so far this weekend. He sits in 6th and is looking to overtake Sebastian Amadio on the racetrack down into turn number 6. A brilliant start for Rosser.
So he's the meat of the sandwich there, the Amadio, with, I think that's Gilmore or Stardy. Just he's in front. Oh, it's Blake Purdy, is it? No, it's Stardy.
Yes.
So I'm just trying to pick out which car. All these gold and blue coloured cars there. There could be a little bit confusing. Certainly no problems with picking out Seb Amadio's car, the all black car there. So while he's trying to concentrate and keep in the car in front of him, he's got the car behind him, and there's Purdy there.
So yeah, here we are for 2nd position, Statty and Blake Purdy. Statty is done a bit of F4 competition during the summer months in Australia, racing overseas, won a couple of races in the Middle East Championship, performed very strongly over there and competed in the very, very competitive UAE Championship where they have over 40 cars, an incredible field, and he was very, very often in the top quarter of that field, so good experience for him. Blake Purdy, on the other hand, a late addition to the grid, not too many laps coming into this weekend. Former S5000 competitor, though, taking to it like a duck to water, and he's having a bit of a look, a bit of a sniff down into turn number 1, but nowhere near close enough this time by. These two evenly matched in the last race. Statty had to come through the field a bit more last race, but once he was in clear air, he was matching the pace of Purdy, and I said that these two would be equally matched, and we've seen that already in this one. At the front of the field, though, Physic, fastest lap of the race last time through. Big lunge here from Purdy from quite far back. He fills the hole that was left on the inside, but around the outside, Statty's kept the momentum, and he's gonna hold the place. Great racing between these two youngsters. Statty at just 15 years old, really showing what a talent he will be in the future. Look out for that name in years to come. just 15 years of age, and showing how it is done, how to hold position without forcing another driver off the track or anything like that. It was clean, fair racing between these two youngsters, the West Aussie and the South Australian, really fighting hard early on in this race. Already 2 laps being completed, but all this fighting is allowing Jimmy Physick to skip away out the front of the field as they go around turn number 16 and down the hill to turn number 17. Just as you get to turn 17 though, it goes back uphill. You can brake a little bit later than what you think, and that's one of the challenges of this course. So much elevation around the 4.95 kilometre layout, and the GT competition tyres doing their job at gripping the cars to the road as well as they do. There we go again, Physick, another fastest lap, a 50.3 now. And these two behind continue to fight away. Where is Purdy stronger? Where could he make the move on Steady? He had a big lunge before at turn number 6. As we look further back, John Paul Drake is right on the tail of Filippetto and Gotch. So John Paul Drake's got a lot of green all around the nose cone. Green mirrors for Filippetto. Gotch is the completely black machine where the onboard camera is mounted to. So there you can see the Joker-inspired livery, number 1 for John Paul Drake. Weekend that started so strongly for him, as we say, taking the race 1 win in the Masters division, but race 2 and this race so far have been very different. Here we go, a move for position. That is Ciconti, the 15-year-old lady recovering from her pit lane start, and a nice move, a well-executed manoeuvre on the inside of Wilson for 10th position down at turn number 17 last time around. So she moves up inside the top 10. You can see the colours on the left-hand side of the screen. Black is for effectively the outright cars, but they're all effectively in the outright class. Blue is for the Masters, so the elder statesmen, the AMs, as I've referred to them in several points during this weekend. And then the Reds, they're in their own little class, the rookies class, for people that have not driven Formula machinery prior to this year. So Gilmore doing a really good job to be ahead of Sebastian Amadio, somebody that did pretty well back in S5000, several top 10 places in that championship, including here in South Australia on the streets of Adelaide.
Yeah, it certainly was. I was keeping an eye on that John Paul Drake car. There was a bit similar situation what we saw in the previous race, trying to chase down a couple of cars in front of him. Hope you can hold it all together. Here's the Purdy and Steady combination there. So Purdy not been able to get quite close enough to pick off a pass anywhere. So not too much has changed there. Just heading back down towards us. So they've been matching motors in second and third position. In fact, Steady probably looks a little bit stronger at the moment, just widening that gap a fraction as well after Purdy's been chasing right on the back of that car. So some change, no change in that particular order. So Jimmy Physick has disappeared. He's in a world of his own, but both these young drivers have done a terrific job there holding it all together. Certainly Purdy being very patient here, I would have thought. Just biding his time. They are 25-minute races, so he's got plenty of laps to just stick to his guns here. And as he comes up behind Steady again in that camera shot.
There's a great prize on the line for these youngsters. If you top 5 in the championship at the end of round number 3, you automatically get to go to the Ferrari Academy camp in, I believe it's September, where you got a chance to potentially really prove yourself in front of Ferrari. And who knows, they may end up becoming Ferrari junior drivers and part of the Ferrari Academy. So a real amazing prize on the line for these youngsters if they deliver here in the first 3 rounds. And that's a real great incentive for some of these youngsters.
Just looking at the Purdy car there, very close under brakes here. The second car there of Nick Steady, much closer in that section of the track. And looking at the time there, just slightly quicker than the car in front of him. It wasn't too much difference there. So just still sticking to his guns, being very patient there. Just keeps chasing him around. Just waiting maybe for Stadium to make that very slight error just to give him half a sniff. It's a great camera shot as they go across the top looking towards turn 7 there. It's a great view and a great part of the track. Coming down into the dip section there at turn 10. And there they go on the far part of the circuit.
These two are trading lap times. One lap one's faster, next lap the other one is faster. Purdy was faster last time through, and he looks like he's gained a bit more on this particular lap. So it's toing and froing, ebbing and flowing as this race continues. 5 laps down already, 5 laps in the book. Physic has pulled out a 6.5 second lead. He is motored away. I saw him just prior to the start of this race throwing the ball against the wall, as a lot of young junior drivers do. It seems like a real good training exercise just to get the brain into motion. He actually dropped a ball and it rolled towards me, so I threw it back to him and said good luck for the last race. No, I didn't.
No, sorry.
But nevertheless, yeah, he's a good young lad, is Jimmy Physic, and he's done a phenomenal job so far this weekend. Probably not quite so good at catching balls as I found out a few minutes ago as he is driving race cars, but anyway, he is leading by nearly 7 seconds over Staddy, but this battle a bit further back has intensified. This is Gotch, Filippetto and John Paul Drake in the fight for second in the Masters category, 7th on the racetrack, and you can't really split them at the moment. You could throw a small picnic blanket over them, maybe even a hand towel, in fact, as they cross the start-finish line to complete another lap, and all 3 of them setting PBs last time through, despite being locked into this battle. So it's the 66, the 77, and the number 1. John Paul Drake isn't a defending champion or anything, he's just elected to run with that particular number as they exit the turn and roar down towards turn number 6. He's got a good run as Filippetto. Is he going to have a look at turn 6? No, because Gotch defends that one. Pulls over to the left. Drake's close, isn't he?
He got the nose just tucked under there. I thought he was trying to slip through. He made a mistake there at the previous race, so we don't want to see him do that again. Here they come down towards turn 10. So it's Gotch, Filippetto and Drake in that order. They're currently 7th, 8th and 9th position on track. Certainly no one's given an inch there.
He certainly knows his way around open wheel machinery, does Nathan Gotch, from New South Wales, raced Excels back in the day, but it's done a lot of driving in Formula race cars in New South Wales. A local category there, an open wheel category is Formula race cars in New South Wales, and he's done a lot of Ks in that particular category, and that's why he said these are a lot closer to a Formula 3 car than what the previous iteration Formula 4 cars were, but he's coming under increasing pressure from Filippetto behind. He himself has also driven in New South Wales Formula race cars. He's dabbled in all sorts of things, TA2, he's even driven RX-7s and the like as well. And he is the only person in this grid that raced in the original iteration of Australian Formula 4. He did one round, 2015 at Homebush, and he got a 6th place finish actually in the final race. As we look down towards turn number 1, he's getting closer and closer, is Filippetto, but he can't quite find a way through. I mentioned there that Filippetto drove at Homebush in 2015. A bloke called Thomas Randall won all 3 races that weekend, and hasn't Thomas Randall gone on to have a great career?
And the rest is history, as they say.
Exactly right. Exactly right. So
he's not the only supercar driver that's won this series either. Will Brown took a series as well.
He did, yeah, absolutely right.
So he was another one that carried on and went to that series.
Well, Tom Randall didn't actually win it. He came home just shy of taking the title. Yeah. But yes, you are correct. Will Brown has won the series. Tom Randall coming home as the runner-up in the inaugural season to Jordan Lloyd. So a good championship that was back in 2015. Other champions, Nick Rowe, Jaden Ojeda, and Lewis leads, but as you say, so many names have come through. Zane Goddard, just one that I can think off the top of my head. So many youngsters have come into and through this fantastic platform of motorsport. As we say, it launches you overseas to European Formula 3, British Formula 4 and the like, as we say. Jimmy Physical, that was really
very
close.
Wow. Got the bit of the hurry up there from Filippetto.
I thought there was going to be contact.
Got the nose cone tucked right up underneath the rear of that car, so there must have been some sort of slight touch there. A little bit too close for comfort there.
Certainly is. They are nose to tail. They come around the final corner to complete another lap. Filippetto is in the slipstream. He's in the tow. You can tell that car. It's got the white front wing.
Here we go.
Was there contact? Let's have a look. Oh, so close. I don't even think you could get a cigarette paper between them. It was that close. He had a big look there at turn number 1. All of a sudden, the intensity within this, I feel, is lifted. They're really thinking about their passes. It's now a matter of time. Time is ticking. 9 minutes plus 1 lap to go. So he's got to make the move sooner rather than later. As we say, though, these GT competition tyres do seem to be really strong over the race duration. They don't fade like you see in some motor racing categories, open wheelers in particular. Think of Formula 1 after a couple of laps, they're half a second slower than what they were doing originally. Not these GT tyres. They are very, very durable and make for great racing in this open wheel category. Here we are. The fight for second seems to have intensified a little bit as well. Steady was PB on the last lap, a couple of tenths faster than the man behind. Purdy will overall for the round hold second if he finishes where he is, 2 seconds and a third, whereas Stati unfortunately was demoted down to 5th for a starting infringement in race 1. Finished the race in 3rd, but yeah, 5-second penalty demoted him to 5th. He recovered to 3rd in the last race and qualified 2nd for this one and remains in 2nd. So not quite as a consistent weekend as what Blake Purdy has had in that machine. On screen, the Nippies sponsored car, the first of the Jam Motorsport run machines this weekend. It's been pretty tight though, hasn't it, between the Jam Motorsport, the AGI and the Formula Race Academy cars. All three have really had cars up the front in both classes.
Should have. They've got plenty of cars available. Here's the Gotts, Filippetto and Drake combination again. What we sort of saw in the previous race, 7th, 8th and 9th position on track. Drake's a bit closer too. Up behind Filippetto there under brakes.
Well, he had a big twitch.
Yeah, he's a lot closer than he was on the previous lap. And while he's trying to defend his position, Gotch has just got away from the pair.
Oh, he's got a good run here, Drake. Surely he's going to have a go at turn 6, and he does. Late on the brakes. He did this move last time, last race, locked the rears and lost all the places. But he's made it stick this time. Number 1 car moves through, takes 8th place, and he's certainly got the pace to move, I think, into 7th as well.
Now he's got some clear air in front of him. He can chase down Nathan Gotch here. He's certainly got the pace at the moment. And he's just gapped him and Filippetto once he's got past him, so he won't have to worry about him too much now. That was a good pass there, a 6-2. Got it correct this time, and obviously the previous race he didn't quite do it as neat as that, but
no.
So it worked much better. Of course, it's a new car too for John Paul, so going to learn it's not driving not a prototype in this race, so it's a completely different cup of tea. And braked a little bit late there in that section. Just got up behind Nathan Gotch there under brakes.
He looks confident though, doesn't he, John Paul Drake? Looks very confident all around this circuit, but at the moment he's coming under a little bit of pressure once again from Filippetto as they exit the final corner. They're all pretty evenly separated. The margin between all three of them at the end of that lap, just 0.8 of a second. So head down towards turn number 1 once again. Only 5 minutes left on the clock. Looked like Filippetto was doing the attacking on Gotch, but in the end he was the one that lost the place to Drake. So what can Drake do now? Can he make the move successfully on Gotch? As you say, so far today in Sunday's action, Gotch all day has had cars right up his gearbox, but he has not put a foot wrong. He didn't earlier on, and so far in
Here
this
he goes,
one,
all on the inside. Drake, he doesn't mind this part of the track, does he? He can really sense a passing opportunity on the exit of 6 there. Got to climb up the hill to 7.
bit too far back on that
to-
occasion.
Yeah. Wasn't quite as close as it looked from that camera angle, but under brakes there at 10 again. Gets really close there. So he doesn't mind sort of the far outer reaches of the track. Right down the back there in sector 2, which is that part of the track. He's quite strong there. And in the hill they come.
I think you're right, absolutely. That's his strongest part of the track, sector 2. He's also pretty good in what I've called the stadium section here. As I say, the best place, or one of the best places to watch general mission action from here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park.
They go down towards 17. Oh, geez. I don't know, just backed off a bit there, Drake. I know we had an issue. Oh, gee. And that tightened things up quite considerably there. Don't think the gear change was quite as smooth as what he would have liked either. He just walked back a little bit and just fell into the clutches of Filippetto there.
He ran wide there as well, got all four wheels bouncing over the curbs, and that's allowed Filippetto to come back up the inside. He's trying everything he was there, John Paul Drake, and in the end it's meant that he's thrown the position back away, the one he worked so hard to get. Now it's the reset. He's got to do it all over again. He's thinking about turn 3.
He likes 6, remember?
He does.
And they're heading in that direction right now, so we'll see how close he is under brakes when they get to that section. And under brakes they go. I don't think he's quite close enough.
I do. I reckon he is, and he's forced Filippetto to defend. Surely not the outside, John. Surely.
No, not there.
Oh, Filippetto's
hang on a
run
minute.
deep. Filippetto's run deep. He's got the cut back, but he's now on the outside for the never-ending right-hander. I think he might have to slot back in behind, and does. Good clean racing, though, between these two.
Drake trying to look at the wide move there, goes around wide at 10. It's not going to do him any favours there, so he has to try and get back on the inside apex somewhere. That's a little bit closer, that's nice. But all that hard work to try and get in front of Filippetto, and unfortunately it's just those millisecond errors that cost you, and that's that type of racing it is. Oh, look at Purdy there up behind Staddy this time. He's a lot closer. Just over 2 minutes remaining here. Yeah. Race time plus 1 lap, so we'll have to see how close he can get.
Spin.
Filippetto, so that means that Drake will be back in front of him.
Not quite sure what happened there. We were too busy watching the brilliant action in the fight for second position. So we missed that one, but no doubt about it, John Paul Drake will have taken that position. And Ciconti as well will be pretty close, I reckon, to the tail. Oh, he's gone again. On dirty tyres. He's turned it into the corner, and around she goes. That's one of the things. If these tyres get dirty, slick tyres, this sort of thing can happen. It's a mistake all on it by himself. Very similar, lost the rear on turn-in.
Oh, look at it.
Oh, dearie me, with dirty tyres around she goes. And then it was a copy-paste almost.
Look at all the gravel and turf that he's thrown on the track there too. It's going to make it really dirty down through there.
And that's where these two cars are right now. They'll turn left. And here is where that car rejoined. How dirty is it? Oh, not quite as bad as I thought, actually. I thought, like you, there was heaps of gravel and marbles on, but that didn't look too bad. We're hearing that Filippetto is still stuck on the track, so might have stalled there at the final corner. And I can see the waved yellow flags, but that's not safety car, that's just local yellows at turn number 18. So
there he
no
is.
overtaking. Yeah,
He's got himself beached there, so he won't be going anywhere. So we're getting to the final bit of this race. In fact, we're under the minute, so I think officials will, might just carry on. So 2 laps remaining.
Of course, this is the opening round of the revived Australian Formula 4 Championship. We're back here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park in a month's time. And the good news as well is that will also be live streamed on Blendline TV and the Australian Formula 4 Series channels. So that's fantastic news. So that will be from here, June 9 and 10, I believe it is. And then beyond that, we go to Queensland Raceway, mid-July, Sydney Motorsport Park at the start of August, and then, as I say, the Sepang International Circuit to round out proceedings later on in the year. September 8 and 9, round 5, to finish off the Australian Formula 4 Championship. A really good 5-round series, and we've seen how close and action-packed the racing has been all weekend long, and these two are so close on the racetrack. He's running out of opportunities now, is Blake Purdy. Not too many more chances to make a move. Just over 5 kilometres in distance. It's been a good lap, this one, from Staddy. Slightly gapped the car behind. I was just talking about that final round in Malaysia. That is the very track where Staddy took the race win in the Southeast Asian Championship last year. So he's got one advantage that nobody has at round number 5. He's not only been there, he's a race winner in a highly competitive Formula 4 Championship. So watch for him to be a real threat in that final round. But let's be honest, he's a real threat already. He's second in this race. He's put together a good round. 5th in race 1, 3rd in race 2, and he's looking to go one place better in this one. Sits second as we begin the final lap of the race. Purdy, you can see him with the yellow gloves working at the wheel. As we look a little bit further down the order at Sebastian Amadio running wide through the grass. Oh, you'll feel that through the back. Very little suspension travel in these F4 machines. He'll certainly have felt that as he's trying to get past Seth Gilmore in the fight for 4th position. So those two are pretty tight as well. There's action all around this circuit. We're looking and staying focused on this, though, the fight for 2nd position. I think that's the biggest it's been for quite some time. Staddy last time through, a 50.9. Purdy, a 51.0, so not much difference between them, only a 10th, and they're actually faster than Physic. I think that's the first time that's happened all weekend long. Physic really has been a step above the rest this weekend. Pole position in both qualifying sessions, 2 race wins, and he is now just 4 corners away from taking a clean sweep. Maximum points here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. Round number 1 in the AGI Sport backed and supported machine. A really, really strong performance from the South Aussie. As we say, he went to Britain last year, won a couple of races in British Formula 4 at Silverstone and at Snetterton. He's come back stronger than ever, and he's shown them a clean pair of heels. It's 3 out of 3 for Jimmy Physic. A brilliant performance this weekend. Oh, it's tight at the line behind. Mighty, mighty close. Purdy stole it.
Wow.
Purdy stole it at the line.
He's behind him the whole race there, and he's got him on the last turn.
Wow.
Wow, what a finish.
Staddy looks slow coming out the exit of the final corner, and Purdy more than pounced. He took it with both hands and stole it by less than 2/10 of a second. Seth Gilmore came home in 4th ahead of Sebastian Amadio. There's a bit of a doubt in my mind, and I'm hearing in my ears as well. Did he overtake before the flag went green? That's the question. That spun car of Filippetto was still there at the final corner. We can see where the green flag is. That's just prior to the finish line, about 5 or 10 metres. Where was the move made? I think that might have to be looked at by the stewards. It was certainly opportunistic, and he did take it, but was it legal is the question. Was it still in the yellow flag zone, or did he time it to absolute perfection and pip him just as it went back to green? Not quite sure. We need a different camera angle for that one. But there's no doubt about the race winner, that's for sure. But we look a little bit further back to Joanne Chiconte. She's had a great round, the 15-year-old. Unfortunately, not the final race she was after, starting from pit lane. But she stayed out of trouble and comes home in position number 9. A good finish for her. It's good just to collect some points, get some points in the bag. And I'm pretty sure she'll be top 5 coming out of this round, which, as we say, will get her a position in the Ferrari Academy camp in a few months' time. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, that is, for any young racing driver. A brilliant first round from the Australian Formula 4 Championship. We wait Wilson, the final of the 10 finishers, to come across the line. Oh, Wilson finished a lap down, so that is everybody across the line. So Jimmy Physick taking it by 8.2 seconds, effectively. What a finish. Was it legal, though? That's the question. We await the steward's decision. Make sure you stay tuned to the Australian Formula 4 Championship website and socials to see the news on that one, whether or not it was a legal manoeuvre. Seth Gilmore in 4th place, ahead of Sebastian Amadio. Mark Rosser winning for the second time today the Masters category. I don't think he'll have got the round overall because he did not finish race number 1. So we'll see again, championship points-wise, post-event, who exactly took the Masters class. Gotch came home in 7th. Just ahead of John Paul Drake in the end. The margin just 1.7 seconds. Joan Ciconte in 9th and Mark Wilson rounding out the finishers. Nick Filippetto, a disappointing end to his weekend. He was right in that Gotch and Drake battle, but an unforced error not only at turn 14 but also at turn 18 sees him retire from the race. Well, what a return it is for Australian Formula 4. Brilliant round here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. As I say, they will be back in just over a month's time in the second weekend of June, the long weekend here in South Australia. So make sure if you're watching, you get down here for that. We've got Lamborghini Supra Trofeo Asia here, as well as several other national categories. If you're watching on Blendline TV, make sure you stay with us. We've got a couple more exciting races to come. So we will be back after this on Blendline TV. For those watching on F4, we'll see you next time.
Of the race are currently playing out.
There you go. Good news. Yes. cars are just about to hit the racetrack. SA Prototype Championship, and there we go, just on cue. Short will start from pole position after dominating the first couple of races, and John Paul Drake directly behind him has made again the mad dash straight from the Formula 4 down to the out-grid, jumped in his prototype, and we will get things underway in just a moment. I can already see we're down one vehicle. We saw earlier on that Philip Hughes didn't make the start of that last race, and has not made the start of this one either. And I'm also hearing, and I can see for myself now, we're also missing the number 3 car of Tim Cook.
Also failed to finish the previous event as well. So he's obviously had some issues. So he will take no further part. So that leaves us with 6 cars here. Let's have a look. On pole position will be Mark Short in the Prince race car. Alongside him will be the very exhausted JP Jake after just jumping out of there straight into another race car. Gee, that's hard work. Then we go back to Simon Gardner in the 54 in the normal M20. Ian Eldridge in the store. Car number 19 there. We won't see anything of Tim Cook. Andrew McKee is certainly out there on track in the Wolf F1 Minstrel. And we also saw a glimpse there of Phil Andronis there at the rear of the grid in the Furman F1000. So that's another chain-driven Formula car also in this field. Haven't seen too much of Phil throughout the races. So just waiting for these cars to line up, just a shorter field. There's the ben.com.au official website down there on the bottom of our viewing screen. And that'll tell you absolutely everything what goes on at this complex. If it's drag, circuit racing, off-road, driver experiences, up-and-coming information, just about anything you can possibly think of. And of course also this series has an official page as well. You see that we have a next round of our series here coming up on the 25th and 26th of May. And there it is right there, right on cues, and that'll be our next round here. Also features the round of the Toyota 86 Scholarship Series coming up here in that particular round. And we get back to some of our old favourite state categories. We have improved production back here. HQ Holden's saloon cars. We have our round of our SA Aussie Racing Car Series here as well. We'll have Formula V back here for the first time this year. So there'll be lots happening in that weekend. And of course we were talking about the Super Trofeo Lamborghini Series here on the long weekend in June. We've talked about a fair bit of that over the weekend. So a very busy few weeks coming up, and all covered here by Blendline TV. Cars are getting themselves sorted out here for the rolling start. Well, Drake has been quick off the rolling start, but we saw that at the previous event, but Mark Short there manages to catch him again in front, and that really has been the races. He's got himself in front in the Prince race car. Now it's exactly the same with Drake. You see a clean start again. He's really good off the line. But things do change when we get through the first half lap. There we go. So Drake, McKee, nice clean start to get past Ian Eldridge there, keeping him back into 4th position in the store. I think the top was pretty much what we've called all weekend. So Short to just in behind the car there of John Paul Drake. Andrew McKee, another one of Jam Motorsport interest there. In fact, most of the field is Jam Motorsport out there at the very moment. And there we go. Up underneath there at turn 6 there, Mark Shaw. We saw him put a pass down there on the previous race. Wasn't quite close enough there on this particular occasion. So they'll head down towards turn 10. With John Paul Drake, he'll sleep well tonight. He's had a big weekend. And plenty of driving here over the weekend. And Andrew McKee trying to apply the pressure there to Mark Short. So it's the two Wolves, 1st and 3rd. Got the Prince race car in between them. And they head down back inside the main complex here. Down here inside turns 14 and 15. They've actually dropped off Andrew McKee there slightly as they head down the hill to turn number 17. Well, I thought Short might have got the lead by now, but it hasn't quite worked out that way.
No, I don't think he did last race until they blasted down pit straight from memory. Could be wrong, as our championship leader runs a little bit wide there at turn number 17. It's not been the best weekend for him so far. 2 6th place finishes after a spin at turn number 17 earlier on today. He'll be looking to not replicate that in this one. And here we go, up the inside into turn number 1. Not close enough. Further back though, Gardner up the inside of Eldridge in the fight for 4th position as they turn it, swinging it into turn number 3. When in front, the 16 has been unstoppable. Is that going to be the same in this one? What can John Paul Drake do? Can he keep the machine, the Prince, behind? I don't think he's going to be able to, but he is at this point in time anyway. But there's a long way still to go in this, the final of 3 SA prototype championship races here this weekend. As we say, round number 1 has already taken place in the National Series. Oh, there's smoke. There's smoke coming from the back of that machine, I'm sure.
Can't see it at the moment, so let's have another look. Were you looking at the short car there that had the smoke?
Yeah, I'm sure it did. And I'm hearing in my ear that I was not seeing things on that straight between turns 10 and 11. The short little straight, there's definite smoke, but it's dissipated now. Nothing coming out of it, just the flame out the exhaust pipe.
Well, it hasn't affected his performance because he's up beyond the race leader here and he's looking to put the pass down. They're very tricky turn 17.
Oh, he holds on.
Gee, so I thought he was going to get in, but Drake was very strong there on the exit there at 17. And pitches a nice little break. Gee, he got away. Well, that short has got a little bit of a problem. We thought we might have seen a little bit of vapour or a little bit of smoke at the back of that car half a lap ago, so just keep an eye on that. That's McKee, Ian Eldridge there in the now Global Logistics entry. There he is, on IQ there. Very low flying stealth-like prototype car compared to the Wolf car in front of him. Wolf race car is actually engineered and designed in Italy. They were first actually imported here from Jam Motorsport a few years back. Didn't know absolutely nothing about them when they came here, but we do now. They've been a very strong race car, certainly in that stable. And that's just like the car that John Paul Drake has taken out the National Championship in. They have a few different configurations in those Wolf race cars. That's the normal M20 race car there of Simon Gardner. That's the biggest prototype in the field. Also runs a 2-litre motor in that car, so it's a little bit bigger capacity. Whatever the problem was with Mark Short earlier, it doesn't seem to be affecting him now.
No, not at all. As he comes around turn number 14, he's going to have another look again at turn number 17. He's got a nice run. Yeah, he's going to surely fire up the inside. But can John Paul Drake again hold on under brakes? He can. He's so brave under brakes, isn't he, John? We saw it in the Formula 4 as well. But he's doing it once again in the prototype series. And that's why he's the defending national champion, I suppose.
That's right. We saw there at turn 17 that Short was very strong in that sector there, but once they get down the main straight, Drake is away. Oh, on the inside there, Short. There's a massive look in here. Oh, tighten up a little bit there. Just on the exit there at 1. Plenty of nose underneath him there, Short. So head down towards turn 6. It's going to be much closer here at this turn as well. Car is very strong under brakes, that Prince race car. And once again, it's going to show here.
Oh, good move. Is he going to be in too deep, though? No, gets it
good.
Stopped really strongly and takes the lead. Brilliant manoeuvre for the race victory. Now, I've just got a text from Gary O'Brien, the legend, the man himself, and he informs me that that Prince was originally a Van Diemen Formula Ford. Quite hard to believe, I find that, but that is, I trust it from Gary, that is for certain. But it certainly has moved on quite a lot from that.
Certainly doesn't look anything like it.
No. No.
That means it's obviously running a 1.6 litre engine, if that's the case.
Yeah, it's running a motorcycle engine of some description anyway. So a lot of these machines do, though, don't they? They do run motorcycle engines.
There's quite a few of them in the field that are. And that car that's behind Andrew McKee there is certainly a chain-driven store prototype. Just like a motorcycle configuration. In fact, he's right on cue there. He's gone past Andrew McKee, and Simon Gardner was trying to do a bit of the same. Wasn't quite close enough there this time around.
That was remarkable to overtake him around the outside at turn number 16. Oh, the leader's
short car.
Yeah, the race leader, after just taking the race lead, has come into the pit lane. What on earth has happened in the second half of that lap? Not sure, but he was leading when he came into the pits. Oh, it's on though. The number 13 machine trying to respond. McKee down the pit straight, but can't quite make it stick. And Gardner's there to pick up the pieces as well if these two do come to blows. But McKee does not have the pace in this last race after doing so well in round number 1. It's just not been the weekend for that blue and yellow machine. He was just Mr. Consistent in round 1, but he's not been Mr. Consistent in round number 2. Of that there is no doubt. And I'm also hearing that Short hasn't even come in the pit lane for repairs. He's gone stage left and gone straight back into the paddock. So day done for the man who won not 1 but 2 races this weekend. And clearly that smoke that we saw earlier on in the race was a bit more a bit more serious than we first thought.
Obviously the warning lights are lit up on the dashboard there, and it's probably maybe an oil pressure light that's come on, and that sends alarm bells ringing straight away when you're sitting in a car as a race car driver, so you tend to get the car off the track fairly quickly. So, Andrew McKee there, Simon Gardner. Simon Gardner's driven in lots of different categories of motorsport over his motorsport career. He's driven Porsches there for a period of time, and lots of other bits and pieces. He's raced in historical race cars and open wheeler race cars. Seen him at a few historical race meetings. He's done quite a lot of different things. Canadian-born race car driver, been in Australia for many decades now. It's a great camera shot. You'd see him disappear down to turn 1 from the rear side. McKee's a problem. McKee's got a problem there.
Was that just a mistake or a problem? I think that was just a lock-up outbraking himself, but we'll see as we pan
there he is.
right.
He's back on track, so it's nearly come to a grinding halt there at turn 1. I thought that it was going to look like a mechanical problem, but
I think he outbroke himself so far. He's had to really slam on the anchors and then turn hard right. I think he wanted to stay away from the gravel and the grass and bring it back on using the tarmac runoff, which is probably quite a wise decision.
Here we go. Here's the replay. Here's our Halltech replay here. And, he's just outbraked himself there. He's gone in too deep and pushed a little bit extra hard. Didn't quite come off there. So we'll just carry on. Not too much gravel down at turn 1. There's a massive big concrete pad beyond the exit or the off track there on the runoff down there at turn 1. If you get past that and get the actually get the kitty litter on the other side of that concrete pad, it's you're a long way down the track. You're a long way off track, so it's a fair way to get down to that kitty litter.
The good news for McKee, although he's had a really, really challenging round, Mark Lauke, who's second coming into this round, isn't here. Philip Andreos is the only person on the track he's ahead of, who's third in the championship, so he's going to extend the margin on him. Sam Rashid's not here. Thomas Hughes isn't here. So the closest person in the championship ahead of him in this race is Ian Eldridge, who came into this round 6th in the series. The next one after that is John Paul Drake, who came into this round 8th in the series. So despite it being a horrific round, he is picking up points and he is scoring well on the board, while others are capsizing left, right and centre. He's picking up the pieces and should still lead the championship coming out of this round.
And Eldridge there is actually an MSR prepared car as well, Mark Short Racing. So they come from there, sit alongside each other down in the paddock area. It's also a Mark Short prepared car as well, even though Mark has not managed to finish this particular race. And both of those competitors have come from improved production racing here in SA, Mark and of course Ian. So they've been very good friends, of course, and competitors alongside of each other for many years. And they've tried a completely different style of racing from that series.
Out at the head of the field, John Paul Drake, fastest lap of the race last time through. 9 seconds clear of the car we are looking at on the screen. It's been an attritional affair for this category over the races. We seem to have lost almost a race, and now we are left with just the 5. But no doubt about it, they put on a show, particularly early on this morning. That was a real cracking race, wasn't it? The battle for second,
yes.
4 cars in it, and at all different points, one of them was in second position. It was a brilliant, brilliant race. And look forward to seeing them back at state racing later on in the year. But of course, later on in the year, next month even, the National Championship is going to be here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park as part of that Lamborghini Super Trofeo event. So we've got Lamborghini Super Trofeo, got Australian Formula 4 back, we've got the National Prototype Series, we've got Australian Formula Open, the Radical Australia Cup, as well as Porsche 944s and Hyundai Excels. What a support lineup that is going to be to the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia Series. Really looking forward to having the National Prototype category back though.
Certainly is. This is last lap too, by the way. Car 66 is now on to the final lap for this SA Prototype Series for the weekend and for this round. So the 66 will bring one home. So John Bull Drake will finally win a race after Mark Short took out the previous 2 races in pretty convincing style. He's failed to finish in this race. Car's already headed towards the paddock and his day is done and dusted early. But it's a familiar sight to see the Joker car back in front and looking towards the pointy end and looking for the checkered flag. Just a couple more turns to contend with. And he'll finish off, take the full bag of points here on the final race here of the weekend. And he'll get himself set, obviously, for the next round of the Australian Prototype Series. I think that's where they'll be heading next. And he'll come in and point it towards us, and there is the checkered flag to complete the last race of the SA Prototype Series here this weekend.
He's showing off as well, fastest lap of the race on the final lap. That is Brock-esque, you could say, like setting the lap record on the final lap of the 1979 Bathurst 1000.
So we've got Ian Eldridge gets up into second position. That's going to also help his points in the state championship. Gets him up a bit close. Then back to Simon Gardner's had a pretty successful round, being very consistent. And then we go back to Andrew McKee, and Phil Jonas will round them out. He'll be in 5th position, but consistent, as you said there, Dan, earlier. As far as points are concerned, it won't do him any harm at all to finish inside the top 5 there for that state championship. That's the Furman F1000 just coming towards us. And car 23 goes around turn 1, and that's how they will finish. It's Drake, Eldridge, Gardner, McKee, Andronis, and obviously Mark Short failed to finish there, and Tim Cook and the other Wolf race car was a non-starter there after failing to finish the previous event.
Bit of a shame we had a few retirements and stuff in that one, but the other 2 races were real crackers, so very much looking forward to seeing them return later on in the season. The SA Prototypes will be back at round number 6 of the state championship in August. But after the break, after what was an unbelievable race number 2, Hyundai Excel Trophy will be back out on the racetrack. Do not go anywhere. Hyundai Excel Trophy race number 3, the final race not only for them but for the entire race weekend. What has been a great round 3 of the South Australian Motor Racing Championships as we see the cars weaving down the hill. And here is the grid. Joel Johnson has gone 2 from 2 so far this weekend, but behind him it's been all to play for. Aaron Oliver starts from second ahead of Isaac Sparks and Nick Scaife, who won the race in trophies earlier on. Shane Nowicki comes out of 5th ahead of Fletcher Lewis, Jacob Curry and Brodie Dominic. Beyond that, Adam Curry and Matthew Totani round out the top 10 ahead of Jake Gallier, who's been in the thick of the action all day, and so has Darcy Hayne. Beyond that, Braden Cowill, Jack Wallace, Aidan Brand, Jackson Sullivan inside the top 16 ahead of the youngest person on the grid, car number 77, Jet Zerk. After that, we got Emily Cacavello, Jacob Lengs and Bailey Perryman. Chase Gazel comes out of 21 alongside Adrian Gallier, Ethan Whitehead and Cassandra Hoare. Aaron Baker, Ayn Morrison, Curtis Hinks and Ollie Patterson round out the top 28. Beyond that, Samuel Woodland, Jordan Johnston, Tabitha Ambrose, you saw have contact earlier on, and she failed to greet the finish. She'll come out of 31st alongside Graham Hinks, and Cruz Frost also ran into problems in that last one to round out the 33 starters in this field. It was an unbelievable race, the race of the weekend earlier on today, there's no doubt.
And it's how it started. You can look at the front of the grid. This is where Aaron Oliver was up alongside Jordan Johnson for the first race. So we're going back to where we started from.
He had to work hard to get back there, though, didn't he? It took him 2 races, but he has done.
He certainly has been in the thick of things throughout the races. And they are away. So Johnson, probably not as clean as what he would have liked there. And certainly Oliver has stuck to his guns there up alongside of him. Good run through there also from Sparks. Get in front of Nick Scaife down to inside of turn 1. And it looks like Johnson's gone to the front. And now he's fanned out. They go left, right and centre. And there we go. So Oliver back in to second, then it's Sparks. Mix Nowicki, and that's Curry. Jacob Curry. He's been turned around and he's got some damage too, but it looks of it.
They're all going left and right. Somehow they've all avoided him.
Close your eyes.
Stuff. Well, somebody else is out through the grass. That's the 79 machine of Hinks. But my crikey, that's the second race in a row that the unlucky Jacob Curry has been turned around.
He would be waiting to be cleaned up there. He'd be waiting for the thud and just bracing himself. And everyone did a terrific job to avoid that contact.
I was waiting for the thud. I think you were as well. But as you say, brilliant. A round of applause to everybody in the field behind to brilliant heads-up driving to see that take place and to either spear left or right. Another one off. That's Colwell in the 86 machine. Another one who's seen a lot of action in this one, and he's got some smoke coming out the back. Don't know if there's a bit of panel damage rubbing on a tyre. Not sure. We might get a better view around here, but we're going to look at these two side by side. Oh, this is awesome already. The 61 machine sticks his nose up the inside there. Can't do that at turn number 11.
That's Jet Zerk. He's nearly got turned around.
And he's been there. Big contact.
He's been absolutely poleaxed there, Zerk. And that car's got significant damage. He's got the old butcher's treatment there. He has been completely T-boned.
There's cars at all different speeds heading into turn 13 as well.
Very heavy contact. And that's Jack Wallace there in the Warren Mining injury also involved. That'll bring out a safety car, no doubt.
Let's keep looking at the action though for the meantime. Before we go, safety cars, that's the 61 machine again out wide at turn number 15. They're too wide, a bit further back as well. The 54 machine up the inside of car number 17. That's Gorzel in number 17 as they head down the hill into 17. Who's going to give way? Who's going to yield? Who's going to step aside? Who's going to lunge? We don't know. Expect the unexpected in Hyundai Excels. One thing's for certain, we're going to go safety car, and we have.
It had to happen. We couldn't leave those cars down there on that exit there at turn 10, so
Big mover on the opening lap. Hayne up 4 positions. Langs up 7 places. Whitehead up 6 places. Frost from Stone dead last, 33rd, up 10 places. So a lot of positive movers further in the pack.
So let's have a look at a few replays here. It's been game on from the very start. This is the Howtech replay. And this will give us a good indication of the start. There was some of the earlier contact here as well. Fanning out. This is where Curry got cleaned up. And there it is. Oh, he's actually got tagged there from Brodie Dominic. That's where the contact was.
I think it was Lewis on the inside.
Then he just hold your breath.
I think it was Lewis on the inside that just understeered into the side of him. I'm not sure. He might have just been squeezed a bit by Dominic and meant he couldn't take evasive action, but I think the actual contact came from the Wins-sponsored machine on the inside. But they are now all right behind the safety car. Well, what an action-packed opening lap. That's what we saw in the previous race, but somehow it stayed green throughout that race. Unfortunately, not quite so lucky in this one, and we have gone behind the safety car for this one. Oh, there's nearly a rear end down there in turn number 6. Action even under safety car conditions, but there is one of the 2 very damaged machines.
That's Jack Wallace. That's the Warra Mining entry there, and the teenage driver there. And this will give us a good. Have a look at this replay.
So look further back down the field. There's contact just coming through any second now.
Here they come now, and gee, I'm not too sure what happened to Zerk there, but either he got pushed or he's miscalculated there. But I think someone has absolutely poleaxed him from behind. I think it might have been Jack Wallace.
And it sent him flying into the side of the orange and black machine, hasn't it? That was a real awkward collision down there. Certainly more than those 2 cars involved in the incident. Those are just the ones that found themselves being wiped out. But real shame to see 2 really badly damaged machines on the backside of the course in what is the final race of round 2 of their series. Round 1 took place here in the first weekend of March, and they'll be back here for the 5th state round on June 7 to 9. We'll be back here for that one in just a couple of weeks' time. That's part of the Super Trofeo Asia Series round, the one that we keep talking about.
Is that the Interstate Challenge?
I don't think it will be this year. It's just a round of the
I know we were messing around with that there last year, so.
But beyond that, they then go to Malala for round 4. Round number 5 comes back here to the Bend in mid-September. And then the final round, the endurance round. Oh, sorry, it's a non-championship round. Just an endurance round, a one-off enduro taking place on the full 7.7 kilometre circuit. And Blendline TV will be here for that. Very much looking forward to being a part of that coverage later on in the year, being on the full course.
We don't use the GT circuit here very much, so it doesn't get often used. In fact, I haven't called a race on that circuit yet.
Oh, there you go.
Even though I've done all the other other 3 circuits here, but I haven't done that one yet, so that'll be something to look forward to. They're going to be a long way away, the Excels in that big circuit. I'll need a bigger set of binoculars.
Have you done the far circuit then, the west circuit?
Yes.
Is it? Okay,
yes.
There you go. What race there?
We did a sprint event here, and we actually had the east and the west circuit running at the same time.
There you go.
Yeah, not a race format, but it was a sprint, so we had 2 different classes of sprints going at once.
There you go.
Try calling that and getting your lips around all that. It was pretty full on. It was good entertaining.
Yeah, I imagine it was. The voice of South Australian motorsport, Martin Ancaro. He's been here for pretty much every event since the track opened 6 years ago.
I haven't missed too many.
No, absolutely not. So thank you for your dedication to South Australian motorsport. You've been around it for so many decades now. And we've got
a Howtech replay coming through, I've just been told. Let's have a look.
That's turn 9 down the bottom end of the
Here
course.
We go. So
hearing.
This is the other angle.
So he gets hit in the corner. Yep.
Oh, that's that's Sullivan there that's got in the side of Zerk.
And then on the way through, he's just clipped and broken the steering of the 77. So the rear left wheel of what machine did you say it was? The 61 machine?
It was the Harold Engineering entry, so that's the 45 car, I think, or was it the Baker car?
Either way, it's clipped Zerk on the way through, broken the steering, and it's immediately sent Zerk flying very, very quickly, hard left, and into the side of the innocent victim a little bit further around that bend.
It's going to be a long drive back to Port Lincoln tonight. That's where that driver is based from. Jet Zerk.
You can see the marshals waving the yellow flags, safety car boards out. They've at least been standing in nice weather this weekend, but nevertheless, we have to thank our volunteer officials and marshals for everything they have done. And as you said just a few days ago, we're pretty short on marshals, so thank you everybody, particularly the ones that jumped on board late to support this event and allow it to go ahead. And thank goodness it has, because we've had a real show. There's Jacob Curry suffering the war wounds from that turn 1 kerfuffle. He is all the way down the field, well outside the top 20 even.
I bet he's glad that's all the damage he's got. Geez, that could have been a lot worse too.
Oh, could have been.
It could have been pretty nasty, so...
I'm looking, 18th. Okay, so made up a few positions by the end of that lap, did the number 27. So Jacob Curry, he was pretty much third or fourth last, but he's made up a few places. Here we are. Here's the the South Australian Motor Racing Championship Series calendar. This being round number 3. The next round, round number 4, has got a great collection of categories. Toyota 86 Scholarship Series, the second tier of the Toyota 86 Racing Series. The recently born South Australian Aussie Racing Cars Championship will be on the program, as well as SA Formula V, SA Improved Production, SA Saloon Cars, HQs, South Australian Tin Tops, and the Porsche Club SA Super Sprint, as we say, the more traditional state level categories.
That sounds like that's my bag of fun right there.
Well, we've been sport. We've had plenty of bags of fun this weekend, particularly in this category, and we're about to get a hell of a lot more. Safety car in at the end of this lap. Fasten your seatbelts, ladies and gentlemen. You might be sitting on the couch at home, but sit tight. This is going to be something quite special.
Briggs Johnson back to the field too. Oh, look at Oliver pestering him already. Because I can tell you now that Joel Johnson will back these right up. I've seen him do this before under safety car conditions, and I reckon he's about to do the same trick. Yeah, there he goes. It'll just be a real slow train in. You want to keep everybody thinking here. And then he'll plant the foot, see if they can keep up, but it's a caterpillar of XLs there at the moment, if that's the way you want to put it. Could be a centipede with all those legs.
Yeah, absolutely. Here we go then. When is he going to go? As they enter the final corner, there's a big slipstream in these cars. They're not too powerful, and they're quite bulky little machines, I suppose you'd say. They're not too aerodynamic, and it means that the slipstream is very effective. I think he'll go pretty late. There's a couple of people nearly overlapping further back. You're not allowed to do that on a restart.
And he puts it in gear and away he goes.
He has. Nice gear change as well, and he has gapped Oliver. I don't think he'll come under threat down at turn number 1. In fact, the front few have spread out. You can't say the same further back on the tail of the top 10. Up the inside comes the number 83 machine of Hayne. He's made a good start, and he will maybe take
there was contact between Brodie Dominic and I think Nick Scaife there on that turn. Got Dominic a little bit unsettled there. I just caught the end of that. There they are again. Just his shot there, the two green machines. And they got awfully close there on the exit there at turn 1. Really unsettled Brodie Dominic there. And there's the other Curry coming into freight car 59 of Adam Curry. Oh, he's trying to split the pack there.
That's
all under brakes here at turn 6.
They've done pretty well so far to not make any significant contact with each other. How much longer will that last? That is the big question. But Scaife has fought off the charge of Dominic, and he's been followed through by Curry, but I don't think that's going to be for much longer. Dominic responds down into turn number 9 and then turn number 10, and does retake that place, so moves back up into 6th position. And now Curry coming under attack from Titani. Titani's had a fantastic weekend and sits currently comfortably inside the top 10. Of course, a well-known media personality in motorsport, does a bit of PR work and the like, and got a pretty popular social media following as well. And he is out there lapping well. He was in RX8 Cup last week, and he's back in his Excel this weekend. Further back though, side by side, banging door handles. These two have been in the thick of the action the last two races, to say the very least. Colwell and Curry, and Curry is making a strong recovery. He started this lap down in 18th. He's a lot higher than that now as he looks to the inside on the 86 machine, who started the lap 5 places further up the road. So Jacob Curry, a man on a mission in the Speed Vision number 27 machine. There's a bit of smoke coming from the underneath of that 86 car. It doesn't look like it's plaguing him too badly. Laps are running down, not too much longer to go now. What a lap though from Jacob Curry. He has launched himself from 18th position all the way up to 12th, up 6 places, and we are hearing this is going to be the final lap of the race. Johnson holds the 7/10 of a second lead over Oliver, but it's further back Scaife, Sparks and the like. Oh, sorry, Scaife, Dominic, Curry, Titani, Hayne that we are looking at on the screen. And just behind Hayne, we've got this car, Lewis, in 10th position. So, who's going to prevail in this fight for 5th position? As we look a little bit further forwards, this is the fight for 3rd between Sparks and Nowicki. Nowicki, a great last lap. He's looking at the inside.
He's got him. Look how dirty the track is down there, trying to get up on the inside. And there at turn 6, that's a good position. And he should get underneath Sparks there. Job done. In fact, just to confirm, there's now still 2 laps remaining here.
It's because the action's so good. They thought, you know what,
Right,
let's
let's
throw
keep
another
going.
one. Yeah, exactly. Well, you can throw another one again if you want after this
Yeah,
lap.
so
That's fine by us. We'll sit here all day until they run out of fuel. The Excel Racing is that good. And it's this fight at the moment that is the most entertaining. Sparks holding on by the skin of his teeth at this point in time. What can he do? Can he keep it behind? That cone's moved onto the racetrack. Oh, and it's just been clobbered. Scaife has hit that hard, and again somebody else has hit it.
He wasn't the only one that got it.
No.
It's been absolutely demolished, that which is that down there.
Oh, Dominic up the inside at turn 13. It's an awkward move, that one. And quickly pulled out his nose at the very last minute, slopped back in behind. Oh, Scaife is certainly under pressure. Oh, out wide. That's the number 83 machine. You're right, it is. Yeah, didn't lose any places though, and didn't seem to lose too much momentum either. He's got a good run down the hill, and might even have a look at Titani, although Titani himself is having a look at Curry ahead. Here comes Dominic, a big late lunge up the inside of Scaife. He's made it stick. They're side by side on the exit of the corner. Good clean racing as 83's got the overlap on Totani. No, not quite. And Totani pulls back onto the racing line to get a good run. They're still side by side, Dominic and Scaife. Oh, they're right up close to the pit wall. This is really close. Oh, they're pulling back to the middle of the road now. That was too tight to look at almost. And here comes Curry. Here comes Totani. We're going to be 4 wide down into turn number 1. Oh, this is unbelievable action once again.
Oh, they get all squeezed up there. And Dominic got squeezed up in that 3 wide move with Scaife on the outside.
It's the 2 green machines side by side again. They've now got the 59 ahead of them. But Scaife runs 2 wheels wide through the grass on the exit. That's the dust that you can see on the screen in the background now. And here are the 2 recovering machines of Lewis and Curry. Curry's recovering. It was Lewis the one that tapped him into the spin on lap number 1, ironically. And here they are on the final lap of the race, side by side once again. And Curry makes the move around the outside. That's one of the passes of the race, if not the weekend. A great move from the number 27 machine to move inside the top 10. And the number 10 is watching on just behind these 2 in 12th position as they go around the back section of the course for the final time this weekend. Curry is flying. Jacob Curry is already on the back of Matthew Totani. So what can he do? Can he make a move on the Peter Page Hyundai sponsored Hyundai Excel, and Dominic's looking at the 59 into turn 13. He had a look last time at Scaife at this corner. This time he makes it stick, but there's going to be some overlap on the exit. And the 59 now has the inside. We're 3 wide going into turn number 14. The 22 pulls out of that. He's looking for a good exit, and he's got it. The other 2 run wide. Scaife 2 wheels through the grass. He's back up the inside of Curry into turn 15, around 16. Scaife's coming back into this one. Satani's in this one. Curry's in this one. They're all in this one. Down into turn number 17. He's going to go for it. Scaife up the inside. Thinks better of it. Curry's run a little bit wide. Oh, out front, Johnson wins. He's in a league of his own. But further back, it's action aplenty at turn number 17. They're side by side into the final corner. I think it's going to be the number 59 machine that's going to take it. Curry from Scaife. Oh, can't split the other Curry and Dominic. It was Dominic just ahead.
In front,
Owen Frost from the back of the grid right up the field, and he's off again at the final corner, I think that is.
Looks like 17.
You reckon?
Yeah, looks like the deep gravel trap there. He won't get out of there on his own steam, but gee whiz, all these places, here they come the last few. We've got Ayn Morrison and Ollie Patterson. Towards the back of the field, they got tangled up in the last race too. They managed to get it themselves.
I can see Langs is also falling down the order in the 61 machine, so I'm not sure where he has come a cropper on the final lap of the race, but we certainly saw the other machine there off the road, the 64 machine of Cruz Frost, who, as we say, at the start of that race,
and
made
there's Sam Woodland
places.
there. He's also got himself a little bit of trouble out there in the TCM racing entry. So
trying to work out. That's is he finished the race? Yes, no.
I can't really see. This doesn't go back that far. We're about to find out because final results were about to be published there, and then they decided to take them off the screen. No. Wow, plenty going on there.
Oh, certainly was.
Yes, so
certainly was.
I think you're going to run out of lungs here, Dan. It was a bit full on.
It was. No doubt about the winner, though. Joel Johnson taking the win, 3.6 seconds in the end, and set the fastest lap of the race, a 22.6 on the final lap. Aaron Oliver coming home in second, a great round for him, finishing second in the final 2 races. Isaac Sparks in third, ahead of Shane Nowicki, just half a second separating them. And then the incredible fight for fifth. Adam Curry in fifth, Nick Scaife in sixth, Brody Dominic seventh, Jacob Curry missing out by 9 thousandths of a second, ladies and gentlemen, in the fight for seventh. Then Matthew Turtani coming home in ninth, ahead of Lewis. Beyond that, Hayne, Gallagher, Colwill, Brand, Sullivan, Tabitha Ambrose from the back of the grid after her retirement earlier on, coming home in 16th. Whopping performance from her. She certainly got to grips with the track by the end of the weekend, ahead of Ethan Whitehead, Emily Casivello, Curtis Hinks and Bailey Perryman rounding out the top 20.
How about young Emily there getting into 16th position? You'd be thrilled with that.
Yeah.
It's the first race meeting.
Absolutely, yeah, as you say, remarkable performance from her. Beyond that, Adrian Gallia, Jordan Johnson, Chase Corzell, he was in the thick of the action late in that one, ahead of Cassandra Hoare, Ayn Morrison, Ollie Patterson, Aaron Baker, and then a couple of people that we did not see cross the finishing line on that last lap. Jacob Langs, Cruz Frost we saw in the gravel, and Samuel Woodland we saw touring around the backside of the circuit, almost lost by the looks of it. But all of those XLs entering the pit lane. Well, didn't they put on a show today? Thank you ever so much for joining me, Martin and Caro. This weekend it's been a pleasure to call alongside you.
Great to be a part of it.
Thank you very much. So next round is here once again, the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park from May 24 to 26. As I say, we've got Toyota 86 Scholarship, SA Aussie Racing Cars, SA Formula V, Improved Production, Saloon Cars, HQ's SA Tin Tops, and the Porsche Club SA Super Sprint. Beyond that, we got the Lamborghini Super Trofeo round from June 7 to 9. Then they go to Malala Motorsports Park, back here again in September, and then the final round, the Enduro round in November. There's plenty of action here in South Australia What a weekend of action it has been. Got to thank everybody, all the volunteer marshals, officials, and everybody around the racetrack for all their hard work. Thank you to everybody up in the control tower as well, secretaries, race officials and the like. We've got to thank every one of them. Thanks to a couple of other co-commentators, guest commentators that joined us. Thank you, of course, to the Blendline TV team. The first time that Blendline has covered an SA state round and done a remarkable job. So thank you to all the camera crew and everybody in the van. I am Dan McCarthy. Thank you ever so much for tuning in to round 3 of the South Australian Motor Racing Championships. We'll be back in just under a month, back here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. We can't wait to see you then. Have a safe journey home, and thank you for watching.